Invincibility begins with contemplating the sun. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 76 Self-Immolation Flower Boat. South City? A self-immolating pleasure boat? Heng was somewhat surprised. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the pleasure boat was called Zui Xianglu, Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. One day, it spontaneously combusted without fire, and water could not extinguish it. Finally, it disappeared into the vast river. Recently, the pleasure boat had reappeared at night, its lights still on, showing no signs of burning, and various sounds of laughter and merriment could be heard from within. Interesting, it was actually this pleasure boat. He hadn't forgotten the name. He had previously asked Meng Lingayan to handle it, but due to various reasons, he couldn't manage it and had to temporarily set it aside. Unexpectedly, it had been burned down. It seemed that the strange creature hadn't died after all. Everyone on the pleasure boat had become a victim of that strange creature, turning into a monster. He could only say it served them right. Heng pondered and decided to accept the mission. He hadn't truly killed that female strange creature before. Now that his strength had greatly increased and he possessed the 10,000-mile soul-chasing secret technique, he figured he could kill it this time. Since they had formed a grudge, they should resolve it as soon as possible. Judging from the warning in this mission information, that woman was strange, or perhaps that pleasure boat was also a big fish, which could allow him to earn more source energy. Heng went to the counter, intending to register his information and accept the mission. But he saw that Wang Donglei, the clerk in charge of registration, looked worried and somewhat indifferent. "What's wrong, middle-aged man's got his comeuppance," he said with a light laugh. It was the first time he had seen this old hand look so troubled. "Oh, it's you. What mission do you want to take now? But don't even mention it, a bunch of relatives came to visit, all high and mighty, it's driving me crazy." Wang Donglei shook his head with a wry smile. "Relatives?" Heng raised his eyebrows, thinking of something. "Alright, let's not talk about them anymore, let's get down to business. What mission are you planning to take? You're quite diligent, though, you've only rested for a few days and you're already off to fight again? Take my advice, brother, and rest properly. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. Why deal with so many strange things at such a young age? It's very dangerous." Wang Donglei sighed and shook his head. In his eyes, Heng was a strange person. Usually, even if a demon hunter takes on a mission, it's only when their leave period is over, or there's a mission that forces them to do so. But Heng? He's incredibly eager to take on missions. It seems he particularly enjoys finding trouble with strange and evil spirits. Normally, such a hothead would die quickly. But Heng is alive and well, even getting better and better, leaving a deep impression on him. "You just don't understand, if you don't take on missions, where will you get married?" Heng chuckled, casually making up an excuse. Other demon hunters gain very little from hunting strange things, and often end up losing themselves, which is why they were so passive. But he was different, he was there for immense benefits, and his initiative was off the charts. Others saw the supernatural as terrifying, but he saw them as thieves stealing his source energy. Killing the supernatural was reclaiming his own source energy. The logic was perfectly self-consistent, flawless. Merit? Merit can't compare to one's own life. But your mind is made up, so I won't say much more. What mission do you want to take? I'll help you register. Wang Donglei shook his head and sighed, truly a young man. He wasn't this fierce when he was young. The self-immolation of the flower boat in Nanchang, Heng said with a light smile. Wang Donglei, who had already picked up his brush and ink, ready to write, froze instantly. The ink dripped directly from the tip of the brush onto the paper, staining the white paper and forming a dot. Heng frowned. What happened now? But Wang Donglei came back to his senses and spoke with a serious expression. Heng, are you really going to take this mission? I'm not afraid to tell you, 7 demon slayers have gone missing during this mission. The highest ranking among them was even a true key realm cultivator. Heng was astonished. 7 dead, and a true key realm cultivator among them? It seems that the pleasure boat was definitely a big fish. He really did choose the right mission. Yes, I'll take this mission. He nodded. Hearing that his warning was completely useless, Wang Donglei was stunned and began to shake his head. He dared to take on such a near-death mission? Where did he get his confidence? I'm sorry. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I don't have the authority. I have to consult the director. It's alright, just go and tell the director. Don't worry, he'll agree. Li Heng smiled slightly, unconcerned. With that, he stepped out of the east gate and left the Demon Slayer division. Wang Donglei was dumbfounded. Even saying that couldn't stop him? Without thinking, he left the counter and headed straight for Meng Lingai's residence. He had to report to this favorite of the director. It was the seasoned veteran's awareness. He arrived at Meng Lingai's residence. He met Meng Lingai and the recovered Meng Hao. The two were currently drinking tea with the old man, who seemed to be nicknamed Monk Taoist, chatting and laughing occasionally. Hearing Wang Donglei's report, Meng Lingai frowned. Why couldn't this kid stop moving? Meng Hao, standing beside him, couldn't help but sneer. Wang Donglei, why do you care about him? Let him seek death if he wants. Our demon extermination division has seen its share of deaths. Hauer, say less. Meng Lingai frowned. He knew Meng Hao and Li Heng didn't get along. But some things couldn't be said, saying them would cross the line. However, he thought about it. With Li Heng's mysterious strength and unfathomable depths, returning from the terrifying Three Mountains gathering really didn't require his concern. This kid had already grown to a position equal to his own. He sighed inwardly, then spoke. Forget it, just register this kid and let him be. I can't control him anymore, he has his own destiny. Wang Donglei was dumbfounded. Why wasn't even the director in charge? Wait, because of his seasoned veteran's keen perception, he sensed that this wasn't indifference, but rather a kind of trust? Where did this trust come from? He shook his head inwardly, feeling baffled. Li Heng's advancement was fast, but wasn't he only at the bone refining realm? Did he have the ability to investigate the pleasure boat incident? This was a case where someone at the true key realm had died. However, since his superior had already made the decision, he couldn't say anything more. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave and returned to the Merit Hall. Don't worry, Layman Li is a lucky man. At this moment, the monk and Taoist who had been silent for a long time spoke up. Meng Lingai nodded and didn't say anything more. Meng Hao, on the other hand, was very indignant. Let that peasant court death as he pleased, but why was he so concerned? It was truly unreasonable. Young Master Meng, please calm your mind. Although you have recovered, your bad luck hasn't completely dissipated. You need to maintain inner peace and it's best not to go out for the time being, the monk and Taoist priest advised Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao was highly suspicious. What did he mean by bad luck hasn't completely dissipated? He was a blessed man. This wicked monk was probably protecting that peasant, afraid he would cause trouble for him if he went out. But this wicked monk did indeed possess genuine skills. He hesitated, wondering if he should go out. Just then, he heard a woman's voice calling his name. Chapter 77 Strange Rules. On the streets of the southern city, Li Heng observed the pedestrians, lost in thought. Several days had passed, yet the tense atmosphere showed no signs of easing. Truly, a storm was brewing. The government had indeed focused its attention on the inner city. After much contemplation, Li Heng took a bite of a pork and scallion bun, his mouth oozing with oil and the aroma of meat filling his mouth. He then put aside his thoughts and decided to go to the Tongshan River to investigate. It was only morning, and Li Heng estimated that the pleasure boat wouldn't appear. He was merely going to scout the area and see if he could glean any useful information. Official report, first-hand news. A newsboy ran up from a distance opposite Li Heng. He weaved through the street, his papers fluttering in the wind, calling out to nearby pedestrians to buy newspapers. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. An official report? Wasn't the government supposed to be slacking off, practically ignoring the outer city? How could they still have the leisure to issue an official report? At this moment, the newsboy reached Li Heng. The newsboy was small and delicate. Li Heng's attention was focused on him, blurring the surrounding scenery as if looking through frosted glass. Young master, would you like to buy a newspaper? The latest official news, guaranteed to give you a head start and seize the opportunity. The voice was childish and sincere, obscuring the surrounding sounds. Li Heng frowned. He sensed something unusual about these newspapers, as if they possessed an attraction that made him feel they contained important information. However, these anomalies were too subtle, so he doubted whether it was just his imagination. But in these turbulent times, such an incident was unlikely to be trivial. He directly used his heavenly eye to investigate the truth. The next moment, Heng smiled. "Little fellow, where did you get this official newspaper from?" He leaned down and placed his hand on the newsboy's shoulder. With a forceful movement, the ground cracked, burying half of the boy's body in the earth. But the newsboy seemed oblivious, still repeating, "Young master, would you like to buy a newspaper?" Heng frowned, visualizing the great sun in his mind. A flash of light appeared in his hand, unleashing a demon-slaying and evil-exterminating intent. The newsboy's body was like ice and snow meeting flames, slowly melting away. Finally, it turned into a wisp of green smoke, leaving only the large official newspaper floating in the air before falling to the ground. But Heng still frowned. The surrounding eerie domain remained intact. He looked at the official newspaper on the ground. In his heavenly eye's observation, the so-called newsboy wasn't a living being at all, merely a byproduct of this eerie official newspaper. It was precisely because of this eerie official newspaper that it seemed to form an eerie domain unlike any other, making Heng seem to be outside the mortal realm. Now, although Heng could see the pedestrians around him, the pedestrians couldn't see Heng. Even if Heng committed a crime on the street, killing an innocent newsboy. Interesting. The byproduct vanished before his demon-slaying and evil-exterminating intent. But the strange newspaper that was the source remained completely unharmed. Heng laughed. This was truly bizarre. It could manifest in broad daylight, ignore his demon-slaying intent, and unintentionally pull him into a strange realm until he activated his heavenly eye to see its true nature. What exactly was this thing? He looked around. This strange realm was very fragile. He was confident he could blast it apart with a single punch and return to the real world. But, he looked down at the strange official report. He visualized the true form of the great sun protecting himself. He picked up the strange official report from the ground. Instantly, Heng felt an intrusion of strange power. It was extremely irritating, like fingernails scraping a blackboard, and an incredibly venomous voice reached Heng's ears. "You're a newsboy, a newsboy. Sell newspapers now, or you'll die." The content of the official report also began to change, finally revealing its specific content. Mission: sell 100 copies of the newspaper within 1 hour, or die. Heng looked at this so-called mission with disdain. Sell newspapers? Die? The curse simply couldn't penetrate it. Under the protection of his great sun true form, the curse was purified by the great sun true meaning the moment it entered. At this moment, he also knew what this thing really was. The record of strange things says, suddenly, a strange thing appeared, following the rules, encompassing all things under heaven, harming human lives. This is a branch of the bizarre, the strange thing. In Heng's understanding, the so-called strange thing can be a person, an object, or even a piece of text, a sentence. This thing will operate according to corresponding rules, manifest in the world, and harm human lives. Moreover, according to rumors, this thing is immortal. It can only be suppressed or contained. In his view, this so-called strange thing is less a creature than a bizarre thing, and more a corrupted and alienated rule, maliciously targeting the human race. Knowing the nature of this thing, Heng was even less likely to let this curse invade him. This thing plays with rules, and if you were to fall for it, it would be extremely troublesome. However, Heng had some doubts. Strange things should be very rare. Even if some were suppressed by exorcists, noble families, or certain sects, and taken into custody in remote mountains and forests, how could they suddenly appear in this bustling city? Could the rumors be true? When a great calamity strikes, strange phenomena emerge, and bizarre creatures appear. Heng felt a chill run down his spine. If that were true, it would be troublesome. Not only did he have to deal with the strange phenomena, but he also had to deal with these bizarre creatures that only played by the rules and didn't care about reason. If these bizarre creatures were allowed to run rampant, they could cause a great disaster. Take this so-called newspaper selling, for example. If 100 copies of the official newspaper were sold, then those 100 copies would become a source of infection, continuing to infect others, and so on endlessly, which would definitely create a natural disaster. Fortunately, this newspaper-selling bizarre creature shouldn't have spread. Otherwise, The newspaper boy who sold the newspaper wouldn't have been a figment of imagination, but a real person. He felt slightly calmer. But how should he deal with this bizarre creature? After thinking for a moment, the true fire of the sun surged from his hand, wanting to burn the bizarre official newspaper. At first, it was effective, directly burning the official newspaper until it turned yellow, seemingly about to ignite. But then, it just kept igniting, and Heng breathed a sigh of relief. He never believed anything was immortal, not even so-called anomalies. As long as you're strong enough, you can shatter even the world's established order, so what does immortality matter? For example, right now, the true fire of the sun is still effective against this anomaly. He's just currently using true fire of the sun at a level too low to burn it. After thinking for a moment, he threw a punch, shattering the strange domain. Heng returned to reality and immediately put away the anomaly report. With a great sun true form in his possession, this strange curse couldn't harm him, so he temporarily contained it with his physical body. He'd deal with it later when he had the ability. This kind of anomaly should also fall into the category of anomalies. Perhaps killing it would yield source power, which would be a kind of wealth. Heng stood amidst the bustling crowd, using his heavenly eye to scan his surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, he decided to continue towards the Tongshan River. The appearance of this anomaly might just be a coincidence. Or perhaps it wasn't specifically targeting him. Thinking this, he began to walk. Just then, they faintly heard conversations among the surrounding pedestrians. "Have you heard? The long-abandoned local shrine has been repaired, and I heard it's very effective." Chapter 78 Idols vs. the Strange. A local earth god temple? There's one in the southern part of the city too? And one that's been abandoned for a long time and recently renovated? Heng frowned. There were far too many earth god temples. They were constantly making their presence felt. It seemed like each of the 4 districts had one. Thinking of the first earth god crystal he'd obtained, Heng decided to go and take a look. He wanted to see what this newly renovated, seemingly very efficacious earth god temple was all about. Perhaps he could glean some secrets from it. According to the intelligence, the self-immolating flower boat wouldn't emerge until night, and it was only just past morning, so there was no need to rush. The hidden place. It was time for the gathering again. Shang Wenyan wasn't actually covered by a light veil. She used some gold and silver jewelry to cover some of her vital parts, revealing most of her beautiful, jade-like skin. Her face was slightly flushed, as if she were drunk. Her eyes, with every blink, exuded 1,000 charms, radiating spring-like allure. If a normal man were here, he would want to immediately bring her to justice. Of course, many of those at the gathering weren't exactly normal. "Shang Wenyan, you borrowed my things," claiming it was to stir up trouble in Begin City. "But remember, you'll have to return them later, or don't blame me for being ruthless." The voice rang out. It was the host of the gathering. "Don't worry, my good sir. How could I damage your things? If I accidentally broke them, I'll just compensate you with everything I have." Shang Wenyan giggled, speaking languidly and seductively. The other hidden figures were quite surprised. This little vixen Shang Wenyan is so shameless. She's even boarded this ship? She can even borrow things from this host? The host of the gathering was somewhat troubled. What were these fools thinking? His target was the entire northern prefecture. Lending things out was just a side move. Suddenly, Shang Wenyan froze. What happened? Why was the connection suddenly cut off? She swallowed hard. Her usually moist cherry lips seemed to have become dry. Could it be that the thing was lost? No, she had to find it. If this man found out, she would definitely die. Now she had no more communication or desire to seduce others. She remained silent until the party ended, and immediately afterward, she planned to set off to search. What was going on? Did it Begin City not even have any innate level beings? Who could possibly deal with that strange being? Who could sever her connection with the eerie entity? Could it be one of those aristocratic families? No, I have to investigate. Luckily, Meng Hao from the Demon Exorcism Bureau agreed to come out. I need to find him to investigate. Shang Wenyan secretly speculated, her heart filled with panic. Remember to stay here and guard the house. I'm going out. She gritted her teeth, stomped on the pitiful woman with lifeless eyes beneath her feet, and stepped out of the pleasure boat. On the street, Meng Hao strolled leisurely. After much hesitation, he finally decided to follow his heart and run out. Although the demonic monk said his bad luck wasn't over, he wasn't out looking for trouble with that peasant. What bad luck could he possibly have? He was a blessed person. Through his conversation with the demonic monk, he had also learned some basic knowledge of destiny. As long as he didn't cause trouble for those with greater fortune than him, he would be safe. Recalling that night, that alluring figure, Meng Hao felt a surge of heat. Although the woman was a strange being, and had almost drained him dry, her skills were unforgettable. His decision to come out was partly due to her strangeness. Of course, after the demonic monk's treatment, he knew that the woman had used the mind-controlling technique on him. While he desired that body, he was also filled with apprehension. But as the saying goes, once you've tasted the marrow, you can't let go. He planned to negotiate with a woman. Anyway, it was broad daylight, full of yang energy. Even if she attacked him, he was confident he could escape. Let alone meeting her in the street, in public, would she dare to attack? What a joke. But why hadn't she arrived yet? Could it be that because they were meeting in the street, she was afraid and dared not come? Meng Hao secretly wondered, when he saw a young Taoist boy approaching from the opposite direction. He was just a passerby, but the young Taoist stopped right in front of him. "Esteemed sir, may I ask, are you a person of good fortune?" The young Taoist, with bright eyes and white teeth, was very polite. "Oh?" Meng Hao raised an eyebrow, carefully examining the young Taoist. He seemed quite handsome, with an upright appearance, and his judgment was good. He actually knew that he, young Master Meng, was also a person of good fortune. Being flattered, he readily admitted it. "What, you little Taoist trying to curry favor with me? Go away, don't even think about it unless you're a beauty." He waved his folding fan, somewhat disdainfully. He wasn't playing games with young masters. However, this young Taoist seemed to have some potential. If he could dress as a woman, perhaps. Meng Hao began to ponder. That's good, this Taoist is blessed. The young Taoist's eyes lit up. He had thought his divination skills were useless after arriving here. Unexpectedly, on a whim, he went out for a stroll and encountered such a fat sheep. Although the main earth god temples had been rebuilt, the faith of those peasants was of little use, and the absorption of their vital energy was slow and ineffective. But the fortune of this fortunate individual might be able to compensate for his deficiency. "Then, sir, I apologize for any offense," he said with a shy smile. At this moment, Li Heng arrived at the earth god temple. It must be said that this temple was far more magnificent and imposing than the ones Li Heng had seen before. Marble steps led upwards, the railings carved with various mythical beasts, lifelike. The pillars were towering white jade pillars, grand and imposing, and the roof tiles were glazed tiles, shimmering and radiant in the sunlight. Li Heng shook his head, wondering if this was merely a renovation or a completely new temple. Furthermore, through his divine eye, he could see that the temple exuded wisps of divine energy. Indeed, this earth god temple was no ordinary temple, and the person who built it must have been extraordinary as well. The earth god temple was bustling with people, its incense burning brightly. Even those less well-informed had heard of the strange events unfolding in the city. Hearing that the temple was efficacious, capable of warding off evil spirits amidst increasingly outlandish rumors, people flocked to offer incense and pray for peace. Humans are like this. When faced with insurmountable or incomprehensible predicaments, they often turn to the even more incomprehensible for solace. Slipping subtly into the crowd, Li Heng saw the majestic and solemn statue of the earth god. He pondered, is this the earth god of this world? Why does he look like a war god, clad in armor and carrying a sword? In his divine eye, the statue emitted a faint fluctuation, as if some consciousness within it was absorbing something emanating from the surrounding worshippers. It seemed to be the power of incense offerings, but it wasn't pure. These things didn't seem to be stored within the statue, rather, they seemed to be transmitted in some direction along some network-like pathway. And every time a believer offered incense, they would form a subtle connection with the local earth god statue, like a rope binding them. Something within these believers would then flow through these connections into the statue. He immediately realized that the purpose was definitely not pure. No wonder he instinctively felt a sense of disgust. After thinking for a moment, he folded the strange official document in his pocket into the size of a normal silver note and placed it in the donation box. Wasn't this earth god temple supposed to be very efficacious? He wanted to see who could outdo whom. Chapter 79 The Statue Cracks. Mortals receive money, deities receive the power of their vows. The copper coins and silver notes in the donation box are not important, what matters is the power of vows they contain. This power of vows is generally more powerful than ordinary incense offerings. Therefore, in Li Heng's view, a large portion of the power of vows absorbed by this local earth god statue comes from this enormous donation box. But now, a strange phenomenon has suddenly appeared inside the donation box, emanating a mysterious curse. What will happen? Suddenly, under his divine eye's observation, the local earth god statue began to tremble, almost imperceptibly. These tremors directly transformed the statue into water-absorbing mercury, constantly drawing upon the incense and vows of the believers. Clearly, it was resisting the curse of that strange official report. But obviously, that official report was too malevolent. Even after drawing upon the incense and vows of the believers, it was quickly depleted, and the statue began to wither. In his divine eye's vision, the statue gradually turned gray, becoming gloomy, as if it had been abandoned for many years. As time passed, it even acquired an evil aura. It was as if what lay before him wasn't a statue, but a monster. Li Heng frowned. Was this statue so fragile? Was its power limited to this? It seemed to be nothing more than a facade, a hollow shell. He needed to retrieve this bizarre official report as soon as possible to prevent things from spiraling out of control. Just as he was about to act, the statue suddenly jolted, as if it had hit rock bottom and rebounded, activating some hidden mechanism. It began to draw upon the willpower that should have been transmitted along the network, resisting the curse. The gray tinge on the statue vanished under the impact of that immense willpower, as if swept away like dust, leaving it gleaming. He raised an eyebrow. This statue had some tricks up its sleeve? He wondered how long it could last. Things that could be called bizarre were no simple matter. Bizarre things operated according to rules, and there were rumors that they might not have any concept of energy. As long as they conformed to the rules, they could operate forever. In other words, no one could outlast a bizarre thing. However, Li Heng was somewhat skeptical, so he decided to test this strange statue to see if he could uncover anything. A torrent of willpower poured out, protecting the statue from the curse while simultaneously retaliating, washing away the eerie official document within the donation box, attempting to obliterate it completely. But the strange was still strange. Even under the impact of the torrent of willpower, it remained completely unharmed. It was as if they were parallel lines that would never intersect, rendering the source power utterly powerless. Li Heng frowned, deep in thought, observing this situation. This strange thing was truly unreasonable. Even the willpower of the incense-offering deities couldn't handle it? Or was it because this level of willpower was too low level? He shook his head, sighing. It seemed the strange's nature was still too advanced. After all, it involved the operation of rules, perhaps even the rules of corruption and alienation. Of course, Li Heng wasn't afraid. Willpower couldn't solve it, but source power could. Your strange nature is advanced, involving rules. But can it be more advanced than the primordial ancient gods who created heaven and earth? Certainly not. But as long as Li Heng had enough source energy, he could visualize ancient gods, even create them. Even without unrealistic imaginations, Li Heng estimated that if he used his remaining 190 points of source energy to upgrade the solar true fire, he could probably successfully burn this strange entity. It was just unnecessary now. He continued watching as the originally immense power of will began to slowly weaken, like water from a tap, a large flow at first, but eventually reduced to mere drops. The power of will that could be absorbed was completely exhausted. But the strange entity remained completely unharmed. Without the obstruction of will energy, it continued to curse the earth god statue, once again staining it with a gray hue. This time, however, the statue resisted more fiercely. With a crack, its face split open. Li Heng looked at the statue, which had lost all its divine abilities and couldn't even transport or store will energy, and fell silent. This earth god was no match for this strange entity. How dare you call yourself a god? Leave the group. You can't even defeat a mere strange entity. Indeed, it would be better to let his divine avatar be the earth god. Li Heng shook his head and sighed, quickly retrieving the strange official report from the donation box. Under the suppression of Li Heng's supreme essence of the great sun true form, the once arrogant strangeness instantly weakened. The so-called curse was like a tickle, utterly insignificant. Thinking this, he walked straight out of the earth god temple. In the area observed by his heavenly eye, the earth god statue had cracked. It would soon take effect in reality, so he should run away first to avoid getting involved. Sure enough, not long after Li Heng left, panicked shouts and cries of fear echoed from inside the earth god temple. What happened? The earth god's statue has cracked. How is this possible? Is this a divine warning? Will City be like the three mountains gathering? Heng didn't leave immediately but stood at a distance to observe. With such a big event, he didn't believe no one would come. He wanted to see who was behind the statue. Who had actually pulled off such a grand scheme. While collecting the incense offerings and prayers of the people, they were also extracting something from their bodies, something that seemed to be their vital essence. Were they treating ordinary people as their sustenance? At this moment, the young Taoist priest flung aside the unconscious Meng Hao with one hand, frowning. What was going on? This so-called person of good fortune was all show and no substance, and not only did he have bad luck, but the supply of prayer power from his temple had been interrupted. It even diverted other prayer power, leaving his prayer power pool empty. He was slightly annoyed. The joy of encountering a person of good fortune and absorbing their luck to make up for his own deficiencies had vanished. Who dared to provoke him? Could it be Ren Hai, the magistrate of Bian City again? The Ren family. A hint of fear flashed in the young Taoist priest's eyes, followed by a cold smile, as he drifted towards the land god temple in the south of the city. Shang Wenyan left the flower boat and walked on the streets of the south of the city. At this time, she was not wearing any clothes. Only some gold and silver jewelry to cover her vitals. Several bells were tied to her feet, jingling as she walked. If someone didn't know her true nature, they would probably think she was a spirit. Even dressed like this, the passers-by remained unfazed, completely oblivious. Shang Wenyan moved among the pedestrians, traversing a realm different from the mortal world. Naturally, the passers-by couldn't see this wanton woman, yet whenever Shang Wenyan passed by, she would always stir their desires, a state commonly known as inexplicable lust. While Shang Wenyan didn't mind walking the streets like this, holding a public gathering, she was ultimately there to conduct business, searching for the missing anomaly. She wouldn't invite trouble by manifesting herself in the world. Suddenly, her face lit up with joy. The anomaly that had been out of contact had inexplicably reappeared for a short while. Thinking this, she quickened her pace and headed straight for the local temple. Chapter 80 On the Eve of Liquidation. Soon, inside the Earth God Temple where the young Taoist boy stood, he saw the completely shattered, even partially collapsed, statues, his face turning ashen. Who dared to be so audacious as to destroy the statues he had painstakingly built? The temple keepers beside him were terrified, kneeling and kowtowing. They had been enjoying the pleasure of collecting money, completely oblivious to this. They never imagined it would lead to such a disaster. They deserved to die. Speak, what just happened? Who did it? The young Taoist boy suppressed his anger, turning to the kneeling temple keepers and speaking slowly. These temple keepers quickly recounted what had happened, hastily shifting blame and changing the subject. In their eyes, although this young Taoist boy was also one of those who had repaired the temple, he was just a child. They thought they could fool him. After hearing their words, the young Taoist boy closed his eyes, his anger exploding. Did these peasants really think he was a fool? It was clearly their momentary lapse in attention that allowed the person behind it to succeed, and they dared to shirk responsibility? Gentlemen, let me see how your fortunes are. The young Taoist priest spoke calmly, immediately beginning his divination. The temple keeper beside him felt very strange. Why was he talking about fortunes again? What did fortunes have to do with this? Oh, your fortunes are bad today. You deserve to die. With a wave of his small hand, the temple keeper, who had been puzzled and surprised, instantly turned into ashes, which dissipated into the world after a gust of wind. The young Taoist priest frowned. Not among these people? But they were just peasants. If they died, they died. The matter of the earth god statue collecting vows was related to his future plans. Since they dared to damage the statue, they had to pay the corresponding price. He planned to use a secret technique to track them down. At this moment, the sound of bells grew closer. Shang Wenyan also arrived in front of the earth god temple and saw the young Taoist priest standing inside. However, she was confident that she could not be recognized and directly observed him as if no one else was there. She frowned. Why was it an earth god temple? Was this the place where that strange, brief appearance occurred? But after looking around, she didn't find anything unusual. The statues in the local temple were in a terrible state. Who knows which powerful figure destroyed them? Having gained nothing, her gaze involuntarily fell upon the young Taoist boy. This little fellow might know something. He was quite handsome, indeed. Looking at the boy's tender face, Shang Wenyan licked her lips. Come to think of it, it had been a while since she tasted a young chick. Shang Wenyan smiled sweetly, instantly manifesting herself before the boy, her snow-white skin exposed to the air, appearing delicate. But to her surprise, the boy didn't show the shock or the aloofness typical of monks she expected. Instead, he calmly stared at her. She felt a sense of foreboding. Where did this little devil come from, daring to block my view? The boy waved his hand, his divine power erupting, attempting to obliterate Shang Wenyan. At this critical moment, Shang Wenyan finally reacted, leaping nimbly to land outside the Earth God Temple, staring at the young Taoist boy in utter shock. She'd spent her days hunting hawks, yet forgotten what a hawk looked like. You're actually from the Wang family, Shang Wenyan said gravely. Immediately, a thought flashed through her mind, and her ghost domain expanded, enveloping the young Taoist boy within it. This little fellow might be the one who took her ghostly aura. She couldn't let him go. The young Taoist boy made no move, only showing disdain. A mere ghost domain from a minor demon could trap him? Did he think he was some damned female demon? You do have some insight, knowing I'm from the Wang family. Looks like you're one of the stronger minor demons. Tell me, who destroyed the Earth God statue here? It was you, or someone behind you. The young Taoist boy said indifferently, regarding Shang Wenyan as an ant, like a high and mighty god looking down upon all things. In the distance, Li Heng opened his heavenly eye, observing everything. Although the ghost domain was currently blocking his way, he had just painfully added 10 points of source power to his heavenly eye, forcibly upgrading it. While the improvement was minimal due to the lack of a visualization diagram and his own lack of careful visualization and construction, it was enough to directly penetrate the ghost domain and see what was within. Interesting, two forces have emerged. Li Heng smiled slightly. The Wang family mentioned by the woman in her strange words must be a transcendent family. It seemed the land divine power crystal he obtained earlier originated from the Wang family? What statue or not? Shang Wenyan frowned, not understanding what the young Taoist was talking about. Could it be that this family member was angry about the collapsed statue? She quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the strange creature damaged the statue, and then this family member who arrived took it away? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She couldn't help but curse the strange creature inwardly. You spread it among ordinary people, but you've offended a family. Even if you wanted to offend a family, you should have waited until you were fully developed. Shang Wenyan inwardly groaned. She should have taken the risk and personally monitored the strange creature's every move. Who knew she'd get herself into this mess? Oh? So you don't know? Interesting. Fine, I don't care whether you know or not. Since you little monster dared to come before me, I'll just easily eliminate you to avoid trouble. Surrounded by the strange domain, the little Taoist remained completely calm. His immense divine power surged forth, unleashing a terrifying aura that even began to disturb the surrounding strange domain, destabilizing it. Shang Wenyan frowned. Half-step innate realm combat power? She'd really gotten herself into big trouble, but thankfully she could handle it. You have divine power, and so do I. She smiled sweetly, directly revealing the Earth God's power through her strange body, then empowering herself, her strength suddenly surging to the half-step innate realm. This is Earth God's power? The little Taoist frowned, carefully sensing the aura. Why did this monster also possess the power of the Wang family? How dare you steal the divine power of my Wang family? He suddenly flew into a rage. Li Heng, who was watching from afar, was still surprised, but upon hearing the little Taoist's words, he immediately understood everything. No wonder the female ghost clone could explode with divine power crystals. It turned out she had stolen the Wang family's power? So what if you stole it? Little Taoist, you're quite handsome. How about a good time with me? Shang Wenyan smiled smugly. HMPH. You're courting death. The little Taoist's expression darkened. Ignoring his own depletion, he unleashed his innate battle power, intending to crush this little ghost who had insulted their Wang family. Oh no. Innate. Shang Wenyan was shocked. Cautiously, she made a decisive move, exploding her beautiful body into a wisp of green light and fleeing into the distance. The ghost domain shattered, and the little Taoist stood there, somewhat bewildered. Was this ghost so cowardly? He had originally intended to destroy it himself, but it had exploded on its own. In the distance, Li Heng smiled slightly. Run? Could he possibly escape? He had already used his 1,000-mile soul-chasing technique to lock onto the aura. It was time to settle everything. Chapter 81. The strange area in the river. Heng turned and left, intending to give chase. As for whether the young Taoist could track him down, he wasn't afraid. Long before leaving the Earth God Temple, he had already burned away his aura with the true fire of the sun. The young Taoist stood there, frowning. He had just used a tracking technique, but to no avail. This shouldn't be the case. Was he really going to suffer in silence? His brows instantly darkened. Heng wandered through the streets and alleys, somewhat surprised. This woman was strangely cautious. She hadn't immediately returned to her lair, but instead wandered aimlessly through the 4 districts of the east, west, south, and north, to avoid being tracked. So, he stopped, leisurely sensing the woman's strange wanderings. With his soul tracking aura locked on, he wouldn't be fooled by such a simple measure. A faint blue light flew erratically through the city. It was Shang Wenyan, who had escaped by abandoning her own body. Shang Wenyan gritted her teeth, never expecting to be so unlucky as to encounter a Xiantian expert. Why were the aristocratic families taking this so seriously? A mere Bian county town sent only a Xiantian expert? Having been wandering aimlessly through the 4 districts for some time, Shang Wenyan keenly sensed that there were no pursuers. The Xiantian expert hadn't followed. She was somewhat surprised. Had that expert let her go? No, Shang Wenyan pondered deeply, considering some details she hadn't considered. That young Taoist-like Xiantian expert seemed to be in a somewhat off state, not at his peak. Was he injured, or merely a crippled Xiantian? A surge of joy welled up within her. If that were the case, she might still have a chance. If it were truly a fully fledged Xiantian expert, she should have fled in panic. A crippled Xiantian might be a possibility for her to fight back. She just needed to prepare more. If she could gain that man's support, perhaps. But how could she persuade that man? She had just lost his treasured artifact. If he found out, he would surely kill her himself. Thinking of that man's methods, Shang Wenyan couldn't help but shudder. Before, she had only been a courtesan. It wasn't until she inexplicably came across that gathering and received a favor from the man hosting it that she soared to great heights. She manipulated men, even those from noble families, with ease. That's why she held them in such awe. After much thought, Shang Wenyan still couldn't find a solution. Helpless, she could only return to make further plans. She strolled around Bian City again, feeling a cool breeze blowing through the streets. Finally confirming there were no pursuers behind her, Shang Wenyan secretly flew back to the pleasure boat. As for Meng Hao, whom she had arranged to meet, he was just her seductive sycophant. So what if he stood her up once? That's how he understood her nobility. At the dinner table, after taking a bite of braised beef, Heng raised an eyebrow. Was this strange creature finally returning to its lair? It had been wandering around for quite a while, from morning until noon. Too cautious, wasn't it? If he didn't possess abilities beyond his current level, he probably wouldn't have been able to catch this strange creature and would have had to let it slip away. He ate another piece of braised pork knuckle, tender, smooth, and fragrant. Heng slammed his hand on the table. Waiter, the bill. In his incredibly keen senses, the woman's eerie lair was indeed in the South City, most likely on the wide Tongshan River, though it wasn't visible during the day. He stood on the bank, gazing at the vast Tongshan River. He bent down and scooped up a handful of water. The water was icy cold, almost penetrating to the bone, not just cool. In his heavenly eye vision, wisps of yin energy emanated from the Tongshan River, even swirling into yin mist in the sky, explaining the river's extreme cold. This was not a good sign. The yin energy invasion was becoming increasingly severe. Currently, yin and yang were relatively balanced. But one day, if the yin energy completely overwhelmed the yang energy, the Tongshan River would likely become a treacherous river, teeming with strange and monstrous creatures. Heng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It was truly a calamity for the common people. Yet, it was also his opportunity. The treacherous realm of the human world, teeming with strange and monstrous creatures, was the perfect opportunity for him to harvest source energy, though it would be a hardship for ordinary people without any power. This world only ever treats the strong kindly. He thought for a moment and felt it necessary to stand up and reluctantly hunt down the strange and monstrous creatures, so that he could protect all the people under heaven, right? He really was a great philanthropist. He was definitely not after the source power. Having tracked down the location and locked onto the strange realm, he didn't plan to wait any longer. He directly bought a boat from a boatman on the shore, like a tourist rowing on the river to enjoy the scenery, and slowly headed towards the center of the river. The strange realm stood in the center of the Tongshan River, the old lair of that woman's strange creature, and perhaps also the place where the self-immolated flower boat was located. He could kill two birds with one stone and complete his mission at the same time. The clear waves rippled, and a gentle breeze blew. Li Heng visualized the yin energy in his mind, merging it with the yin energy on the river, and his face immediately turned pale, as if he had suffered a great loss of vitality and was about to die. Otherwise, with his strong yang energy, plus the fact that it was broad daylight, he would not have been able to enter the extremely yin realm of the strange realm at all. Just like that, following the flow of yin energy, Li Heng's small boat actually broke through the barrier of reality and rode into the strange realm. The moment he entered the ghost realm, the sky instantly changed from white to black. Night had already fallen. Li Heng frowned. This ghost realm was powerful. It seemed to have absorbed the yin energy emanating from the Tongshan River, allowing it to manipulate the sky even in broad daylight. It felt like stepping into another world. A cold wind howled across the water. A flower boat stood on the river, brightly lit, with many figures moving about, conversing, and even moaning, just as they had in life. Entertaining humans in life, entertaining ghosts in death? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Currently enveloped in yin energy, like a living dead, he didn't care about being discovered by these ghosts and rode straight towards the flower boat called Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. The boat was filled with ghostly noise. He boarded and saw a gruesome male ghost with burned scars that blurred his features, and a female ghost with a beautiful face, laughing incessantly. Li Heng couldn't help but sigh. We were all burned to death, why are you different? Such discrimination. What did we male ghosts do wrong? He trembled with anger. At that moment, a ghostly pimp with a blurred face suddenly stepped forward, circling Li Heng twice, his expression suspicious. Are you a guest? Seemingly possessing some intelligence, the ghostly figure said hoarsely. Then I'm sorry, my master said that our Drunken Fragrance Pavilion will only open after the node opens and the ghostly tide erupts, so please leave. The pimp directly dismissed him. His politeness stemmed from the dense yin energy surrounding Li Heng, making him seem unlike a living person. If Li Heng hadn't made any disguise, a fight might have broken out. The node opens, the ghostly tide erupts. Li Heng pondered this, but smiled and said, I see. However, I have something I want to tell you. Come over here. He pulled the pimply ghost to a secluded corner. The pimply ghost, lacking full intelligence, seemed somewhat confused. Why wasn't this guest playing by the rules? But before he could be confused for long, the true fire of the sun rose from Li Heng's palm, instantly burning him to ashes. His source power increased by 10, returning to 190 points. Without further delay, Li Heng headed to the top floor. Under his incredibly keen senses, the female ghost was on the top floor. He encountered several obstacles on his way up. Clearly, after becoming a ghost, her mind had become somewhat dull. Or perhaps her brain had already dried up, making her unable to process information. Li Heng simply dragged her to a secluded corner and killed her. Even after her soul was completely annihilated, she didn't notice that Li Heng was a living person. His source power also surged to 250 points. Reaching the top floor, he saw two tall male ghosts guarding the door. Li Heng sighed inwardly. This was the fourth time, wasn't it? Was that woman so cautious after being injured in her ghost domain? This was her ghost domain, after all. Li Heng shook his head, deciding he couldn't continue stealthily. He'd just unleash his full power. Killing all the ghosts who saw him would be equivalent to perfect stealth. Inside the room, two female figures appeared. One figure radiated a blue light, utterly ethereal, and was none other than the strange woman. The other figure was the one the strange woman had previously trampled underfoot. Now, she sat cross-legged, facing him. You're really lucky, you slut. To be my body, even in death, is a great honor, Shang Wenyan murmured indifferently, looking at the woman who had lost all consciousness. Her essence was that blue lighting soul, that formless and shapeless strange being capable of possessing anything. According to that man, she possessed a wisp of the essence of the formless heavenly demon. Although she didn't understand what the formless heavenly demon was, she was grateful for this essence, which allowed her to play with different men. But now that her physical body had exploded, she needed another body. Only then could she seduce men, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel heartache. She had actually destroyed a beautiful body containing divine power and limitless potential, Damn the Wang family. Shang Wenyan's face showed anger. Once she regained her body, she absolutely had to report to that man. She had already figured out how to persuade him. Fabricate the existence of a great secret in Bian County. Otherwise, a Xianshan-level expert wouldn't have come here. Shang Wenyan smiled slightly. Once she obtained that man's assistance, she would definitely make good use of that little Taoist boy like Xianshan. If she could have a Xianshan-level slave, just thinking about it would be wonderful. Boom. She was still in her imagination when a loud bang came from outside the door, and the doorway instantly burst open. Shattered pieces of wood flew everywhere, powerfully embedding themselves in the surrounding walls. Little wench, I finally found you. Li Heng grinned maliciously, visualizing the true form of the Great Sun, manifesting the Dharma image of the Great Sun, and enveloping his fist in solar true fire. He threw a punch at Shang Wenyan. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Sunset Organization. This time, Li Heng was fully prepared. The Great Sun Dharma image manifested, under its illumination. Even if the woman possessed extraordinary abilities, she couldn't escape, and her combat power would be weakened or even suppressed by the Great Sun's light. Shang Wenyan finally reacted, her face paling with shock. She wanted to use her ghost domain power to directly teleport this uninvited guest away. All it would take was a thought, just boom. Before that thought even arose, the Great Sun fist, enveloped in true solar fire and imbued with the power to extinguish demons and vanquish evil, had already struck, piercing her soul directly. Sizzle. The true solar fire spread through Shang Wenyan's soul, almost instantly engulfing her entire body, relentlessly burning her soul. Using her soul as fuel, it burned ever brighter. At this moment, Shang Wenyan was like a human torch. Pain struck, like fingernails being ripped off, brain matter being churned by a thick stick. The pain penetrated deep into her soul, spreading throughout her body, causing her to scream in agony, making the surrounding wooden planks tremble. Instinctively, she wanted to unleash her yin energy, releasing her patrons to extinguish the true fire of the sun burning her soul. But the Great Sun Dharma image moved with a roar, directly suppressing her. The so-called yin energy, the so-called patrons, vanished instantly like winter snow meeting the sun. Gradually, Shang Wenyan was burned to ashes, leaving only a wisp of gray-black light floating in mid-air, completely dead. Source power plus 250. Li Heng was slightly shocked. What was going on? This woman had so much strange source power? Before he could figure out what was happening, he sensed some fluctuations in the surrounding space, as if something was about to descend. He frowned, withdrew the Great Sun Dharma image, suppressed his own yang energy, and returned to a state of being a living dead, shrouded in yin energy. At this moment, a phantom appeared before him. This phantom was entirely black, but its human form was discernible, emanating a mysterious and eerie aura. If an ordinary person stood nearby, they would likely be instantly corrupted and transformed. That bitch Shang Wenyan is actually dead? But the phantom laughed, turning its gaze to the living dead person played by Li Heng. So you're the murderer? Tell me, you killed my person, what do you want to do with her? Li Heng frowned. Was there someone behind this strange woman? But what had appeared now seemed to be just a phantom, unkillable. Of course, this phantom couldn't harm him either. What do I want to do with her? Shang Wenyan dared to have an affair with another man, so naturally I had to kill her. As your person, I'd like to ask you what kind of explanation you want to give me? He directly took the initiative, sneering. The phantom's words faltered. This living dead person's tone was truly domineering. Did he have some kind of powerful backing? If so, he really didn't need to provoke him. He had come specifically to kill Shang Wenyan, so having someone else do it for him wasn't bad either, and his tone softened. So it was a crime of passion? That's not surprising. After all, Shang Wenyan is a legendary womanizer who sleeps with men. I don't want to hear your rambling. What do you have to say? Li Heng remained defiant. If the other mysterious beings attending the gathering heard Li Heng say such things, they would probably gasp in shock, exclaiming how terrifying this young man was, daring to speak to the host like that. Fine, you're the first one to dare speak to me like that. The illusory figure laughed loudly, like a booming bell. I don't care if you really have a powerful backer or are just putting on an act. But now I'm giving you a chance. Find the strange thing I lost in Begin City, and I'll grant you an opportunity. That strange thing is a newspaper. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space rippled again. A token fell from the void. Boy, this is your token to attend my gathering. Take it. You can use this token to attend the gathering, or contact me to retrieve it after you find the strange entity. As a token of sincerity, I won't take the essence of the formless demon left behind by Shangwen Yan. However, if you can't retrieve it within a month, don't blame me for suppressing you. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure vanished instantly. Li Heng frowned, directly manifesting the great sun dharma form to suppress the surrounding space and prevent the illusory figure from reappearing. But was this illusory figure so easy to talk to? He killed someone, yet he didn't pursue the matter? Or was this illusory figure preoccupied with something, unable to deal with him for the time being, and only able to use an empty promise to deceive him into working for him? However, this self-proclaimed true self-illusory figure had no idea that the strange official document was on Li Heng. And it was being absolutely suppressed by the great sun dharma form, losing all its strange abilities. A month? Li Heng looked at the token lying on the ground and smiled slightly. At his rate of growth, it would be impossible to tell who killed whom within a month. Even if that illusory figure's special teleportation technique seemed powerful, it wouldn't change anything. After thinking for a moment, he visualized the true form of the great sun, imbued it with divine intent, and isolated it from all curses, then picked up the token on the ground. The token was of fine texture, incredibly cool to the touch, as if touching a real massive yin energy. If an ordinary person had it on their person, they would likely feel a chill seep into their bones and shiver all over within a short time. At the same time, Li Heng noticed that the pattern on the token was quite interesting. There was a mountain and a sun, with half of the sun behind the mountain, as if it were setting in the west. A sunset? This symbolism was quite fitting for the eerie organization. If there were no sunlight to illuminate everything, this world would be a bizarre paradise. He directly brought up the data panel and began to identify it. Gathering token, a gathering token issued by the Sunset Organization. As soon as the token vibrates, it is the time for the gathering. At that time, one only needs to focus their mind on the token to obtain a mysterious space to communicate with other members or pre-selected members of the organization. Note, this token contains a hidden agent, allowing the holder to be located and contacted. The Sunset Organization? He guessed right? The name is quite arrogant, though. Sunset, the sun. Does it want to bring down the sun hanging high in the sky? Li Heng shook his head, finding it strange that even the most bizarre organizations can be dreamers. Unless there are demons, evil gods, or ghosts within this organization, they can't even budge a hair on the sun. He wrapped the token with a wisp of the great sun divine intent to prevent the so-called agent from tracking him, then tucked it into his pocket, intending to deal with it later. He was also curious about what this so-called gathering was. If it was full of strange beings, perhaps he could fish for them and obtain a large amount of source energy. Thinking of that, Li Heng actually looked forward to the gathering. He looked up at the gray-black light cluster left behind by Shangwen Yan. The essence of the formless heavenly demon? He remembered what the phantom had said. The name sounded sophisticated, but he didn't understand it, so he decided to praise it directly. A wisp of the essence of the formless heavenly demon, formless and shapeless, capable of myriad transformations. It can cause the holder to change in countless ways, altering their appearance, but at the same time, it will also turn the holder into a monster. Monsters and evil spirits are exempt from this side effect. Note, the more times it is used, the greater the degree of change, and the faster the person will turn into a monster. So this is a disguised tool? But this side effect seems a bit dangerous. However, Li Heng thought about it and didn't care. He was contemplating the great sun, whose essence was extremely high. Unless this so-called formless heavenly demon could clash with the great sun, it wouldn't be able to interfere with him. He would talk to it after he got past the sun. He reached out and grabbed this wisp of the formless heavenly demon's essence. But he saw that this wisp of the demon's essence went directly up his arm and into his body, and it was also emitting a strange fluctuation, trying to transform Li Heng's life form, turning him into a monster, or rather, a formless heavenly demon. But Li Heng didn't care. His body was already tainted with the essence of the great sun, and the blood that was constantly deepening directly rejected this strange fluctuation. It was like a gentle breeze blowing across a stone, nothing changed. Simultaneously, he visualized the true form of the great sun, suppressing its inherent arrogance and weakening its ability to cause trouble, leaving only the ability to transform its appearance and change its body in countless ways. With a thought, he slightly adjusted his facial features. Looking in the ancient mirror in the house, the elegant young nobleman's appearance instantly transformed into that of a rugged, angular man. It wasn't that his appearance was unrecognizable, but rather that it had no connection whatsoever. Li Heng nodded slightly. This ability was somewhat useful. He changed his appearance back and looked at the other woman on the ground, or rather, the woman's eerie presence. How long do you intend to play dead? The woman, who had been sitting cross-legged with her head bowed, suddenly opened her eyes and looked up at Li Heng. I'm not playing dead, I'm just waiting to die. Please, benefactor, finish me off. I'm almost losing my humanity, she said weakly, opening her lifeless eyes. Li Heng nodded. This was indeed a good request, and he liked it. A wisp of true solar fire shot out, landing on the woman and igniting her in a raging inferno. Thank you. If my benefactor is willing, please help the Zhang family. With that, the woman vanished into thin air, her soul gone. Source power plus 10. Source power reached 510 points. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. She was a clever woman, adopting such a posture, risking her life to beg him. But the Zhang family? If there was something supernatural about them, he wouldn't mind helping. Pulling back his thoughts, he began to ponder why this woman named Sheng Wenyan was worth so much source power. Sheng Wenyan wasn't particularly strong, she died instantly from his true solar fire. At this moment, he noticed that there was no life outside the door, it was utterly quiet. But this shouldn't be the case. Sheng Wenyan's screams just now were quite melodious, enough to echo throughout the entire ghost flower boat. He immediately went outside and strolled around the entire pleasure boat, only to find that both the eerie, beautiful woman and the indistinct-faced men were now lying on the ground, devoid of any supernatural power, truly corpses. So that's it. Sheng Wenyan was actually connected to these supernatural beings. With Sheng Wenyan dead, these supernatural beings would die with her. He had essentially slaughtered a whole boatload of them. After strolling around several more times to confirm there were no supernatural beings left, the supernatural domain was broken, and the boat became an ordinary boat, no longer worth destroying. Li Heng left immediately, intending to return to the Demon Extermination Bureau to report for duty. After leaving, the boat ran aground on the bank of a river bend, discovered by some boatmen who found a boatload of corpses. Meanwhile, in the Demon Extermination Bureau, inside the Bai Si Hall, Meng Lingai looked at Meng Hao, who lay unconscious on the bed, with a worried expression, feeling like he had the worst luck imaginable. P.S. Please don't let this book sit unfinished. Gideon is too competitive now, it'll kill your book. Cac. Chapter 83 Major Events in Nancheng. Layman Meng, I told you long ago not to let young Layman Meng go out, but you just wouldn't listen. The monk and Taoist priest beside him shook their heads and sighed. I can't help it either. This child is usually quite clever, how could you be so foolish as to go out at this time? Meng Lingai seemed somewhat saddened. Is there any hope for this child? In his eyes, Meng Hao was not just unconscious, but practically on the verge of death. Of course there is hope. Young Layman Meng's injuries are because his luck has been completely absorbed, leaving him without any blessings. However, his bad luck still exists and has invaded his soul, causing this situation. Hearing that there was hope, Meng Lingai was somewhat happy, but after hearing what followed, his heart sank. This time it was so serious that it directly affected his soul. I can use a secret technique to repair the injuries to his soul. But I can't do anything about that bad luck, I'm afraid that in the future. The monk and Taoist priest shook their heads, giving Meng Lingai the answer he least wanted to hear. Li Heng was walking through the streets of Bian City. At this moment, he noticed that pedestrians on the street were all rushing towards the South City, muttering that something big had happened there. Clearly, the flower boat had been discovered by the crowd. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Joining in the fun was truly human nature. If he hadn't already taken down the monster on the flower boat, wouldn't so many people running over to watch be courting death? He continued on to the inner city. The inner city's defenses were still tight, perhaps even stronger. Before, Li Heng had only seen the demon-revealing mirror. Now, however, he saw ray patterns engraved on the inner city walls, continuous and seemingly encircling the inner city, forming a large array. Li Heng clicked his tongue. The nobles of the inner city were truly afraid of death. He didn't believe that such a large-scale array hadn't been funded and constructed by the wealthy merchants of the inner city. Given the county government's previous stinginess, it would have been good enough if they could even protect the county government itself. The guard was still the same blood transformation realm expert. Broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a fierce and menacing appearance, he was a veritable reincarnation of Li Kui. Just his presence alone could scare away ordinary demons and monsters. He had a good memory and quickly recognized Li Heng. But he was puzzled. Wasn't this exorcist out on a mission? How come he'd returned in less than half a day? Exorcist, if I may be so bold as to ask, why are you back so soon? Did something happen? The guard asked politely. Normally, he shouldn't ask such a question, as it involved personal matters. However, his orders were to report any unusual situations immediately and pay close attention, no matter who it was. This concerned his life, so he couldn't be careless. Li Heng sensed his thoughts and replied casually, "Of course I have to come back after completing the mission." "What, do I have to spend the night outside? If you could give me some silver, I wouldn't mind spending the night with those whores." His words were full of vulgarity. The guard was stunned. The mission was completed so quickly? Normally, the exorcists he encountered would take at least a day or two after going on a mission, and some wouldn't even return. How could you be back so quickly? What, your county government doesn't want me to go in? Li Heng asked with a half-smile. No, how could that be? The guard smiled wryly and shook his head hastily. He dared not say such a thing to the people of the Demon Exorcism Bureau. Although the local Demon Exorcism Bureau and the county government appeared to be of the same level, on par, the Demon Exorcism Bureau was actually half a level higher because it dealt with demons and monsters. Then let's go through the procedures. Whether there's anything unusual, the demon revealing mirror will tell. With that, Li Heng stood in front of the demon revealing mirror, and when he looked into it, the ancient bronze mirror reflected his own image. After completing the procedures, he was too lazy to pay attention to the guards. He planned to enter the inner city. Before leaving, he paused, thought for a moment, and then said, "If you still have concerns, you can send someone to the South City to see what exactly happened." The guard frowned as he watched Li Heng's departing figure. "Li Si, go to the South City. I want to see what major event has occurred. Zhang San, go back to the county office and tell Magistrate Ren about this. We can't overlook any anomalies and special circumstances." He instructed his two subordinates, making arrangements. Watching them leave, he felt helpless. What a job that only offends people. Soon, the guard named Li Si returned, looking quite surprised. He approached the guard and spoke gravely. "Lord Xing, the self-immolation boat in the South City has reappeared. However, there are no unclean things there, only a boatload of corpses. I even saw the body of the missing Constable Guan." "What?" The guard surnamed Xing was shocked. With no interest in appreciating the inner city's beauty, Li Heng went straight back to the Exorcism Bureau, entering through the East Gate, and went to the mission hall, intending to hand over the mission and earn the merit points first. At the counter, Wang Donglei looked distressed. The people from his own family were too domineering. Especially that young Taoist priest, who actually held an absurdly high seniority, was incredibly difficult to deal with. He'd get angry at the drop of a hat and smash things. He even smashed his little concubine figurine, yet he still claimed to be corrupting the Wang family's reputation? Utter nonsense. He kept spouting things like "that damned little thief" and "he must be killed," leaving everyone only half understanding. And yet, the family head was still fawning over him, showering him with flattery. "What, have your relatives annoyed you again?" Li Heng stood before Wang Donglei, chuckling. "Well, wait, why are you back again?" Wang Donglei was shocked to see Li Heng standing alive before him. "Didn't you accept admission on the flower boat? Why didn't you go and slay the monster? Why are you back in less than half a day?" "Oh, I get it. You must be scared. I knew it. I told you long ago, a true key realm cultivator died on that self-immolation flower boat mission. How could someone like you, a bone-refining realm cultivator, take it? It's better to give it up than lose your life." Wang Donglei was pleased. A prodigal son returning home is more precious than gold. He quite admired Li Heng's appearance. It would be a real pity if he died because of the monster. Li Heng chuckled and placed a demon exorcist token on the counter. "I'm back to hands in the mission. Record the aura. Hand in the mission." Wang Donglei almost didn't react until he understood the words "hand in the mission," and was immediately shocked. Hasn't only half a day passed? Even if you were capable of dealing with that flower boat monster, you shouldn't have been this fast. He was somewhat stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen anything like this. Why don't you just record it and you'll know? If you still don't believe me, you can go to the South City and see if it's really completed. Wang Donglei listened with some skepticism and checked the token. His pupils contracted slightly. There was indeed a strange aura emanating from the token, as if the mission had truly been completed. He was silent for a while, then spoke again. This kind of mission is a major event. I need to go to the South City to verify it. Keep the token with me for now, and I'll add the merit points after I confirm it. Li Heng nodded. This was indeed the normal procedure. Okay, then I'll go back first. He didn't linger and left gracefully. The demon slayers who were also waiting to hand over their missions couldn't help but feel puzzled and crowded around. Old Wang, what exactly happened just now? Who is this kid? Wang Donglei ignored these small fry, left the counter, and said, you guys line up for now, or register with someone else. He then headed straight for the South City. Wandering around the Demon Exorcism Bureau, Li Heng thought for a moment and decided to go see Meng Lingayan. He was very concerned about the so-called Sunset Organization. As the head of the Exorcism Bureau, Old Man Meng might know something. Arriving at Meng Lingayan's residence, Li Heng's expression was strange. Why was he turned away again? Why was Old Man Meng always away from home lately? Wasn't he supposed to be here processing files? Had he gone out to slack off? Or, had that kid Meng Hao gotten into trouble again? He decided to take a longer route to Baisidon. Soon, he arrived at Baisidon. Li Heng looked there and his expression confirmed it. Good heavens, that kid Meng Hao was in trouble again, lying in bed. He walked over. Little Meng got into trouble again? He's really unlucky, but this time it looks quite serious. Li Heng, why are you back? Weren't you supposed to be completing the strange mission on the flower boat? Meng Lingayan asked in surprise. I came back, naturally because I completed it. Li Heng shrugged, speaking casually. It was indeed very easy, unless someone was a half-step innate or an innate grandmaster, it was difficult for them to put pressure on him. Meng Lingayan was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. You're really strong, kid. I tried to overestimate you, but I still underestimated you. This old man even suspects you're stronger than me now. That's too much, aren't you trying to flatter me to death? Li Heng chuckled. Amitabha, infinite heavenly venerable. What Layman Meng said is right. Layman Li, you are indeed very strong, even beyond my expectations. The monk and Taoist priest's expression also changed slightly as he spoke with emotion. However, the more he spoke, the more heartbroken Meng Lingayan felt. He had made the wrong choice back then, and one wrong step had led to eternal regret. Originally, even if it was just a wrong choice, it wouldn't be a big deal. He had the confidence to bear the consequences. But now, his confidence was completely gone. His gaze fell on the unconscious Meng Hao, and Meng Lingayan felt helpless. How is little Meng's injury? Li Heng asked casually. Meng Lingayan remained silent, but the monk and Taoist priest kindly answered for him. Young Master Meng had his luck drained, and bad luck entered his soul, causing damage to his spirit. Although he can awaken, that might be the end of his life. Li Heng was shocked to hear this. So ruthless. Who did it? I don't know either. But according to passers-by on the street, it seems to have been a young Taoist disciple. Meng Lingayan replied somewhat somberly. Actually, it was somewhat shameful. Meng Hao, as an adult and a genius with good luck, had been manipulated like this by a mere young Taoist disciple. A young Taoist disciple? Then I think I know who it is. Who? Meng Lingayan blurted out instantly. A powerful family. Li Heng said calmly. Chapter 84 Female Friends. A powerful family? Meng Lingayan's expression changed in surprise, then he frowned. He should have thought of this sooner. Or rather, he didn't want to think about it, but it had become a reality. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? No. Unless there are other so-called young Taoist disciples in Bian City besides powerful families. Li Heng smiled faintly. He didn't feel much sympathy for Meng Hao's plight, but he was just amazed by how unlucky he was. It was bad enough that his life force was mysteriously drained by a woman last time, but now he was drained by a powerful family? He hadn't even had a chance to target Meng Hao before he collapsed. This made Li Heng sigh. At the same time, he became particularly vigilant. His luck was much higher than Meng Hao's, and he didn't want to end up like Meng Hao. Powerful families, powerful families, powerful families. Meng Lingayan repeated several times, gritting his teeth. Those born nobles, do they really think no one can deal with them? How dare they injure people in public? His anger flared instantly, wishing he could rush to the aristocratic family to argue, confront them, or even fight. Mr. Meng, please don't be agitated. They are an aristocratic family. The monk and Taoist priest reminded him meaningfully. No other nonsense was needed. The word aristocratic family carried immense power in Dali, and even in this world. Because it represented born nobles. Old man, you really shouldn't be agitated. From what I understand, that young Taoist boy from the aristocratic family is a Grand Master of the innate realm. Li Heng calmly reminded him. In his eyes, Meng Hao wasn't worth Meng Lingayan risking his life for. Meng Hao was merely Meng Lingayan's adopted son. Not to mention, Meng Hao himself had flawed morals, so his current predicament wasn't unjust. What? Innate realm? Meng Lingayan was slightly startled and froze. It was as if cold water had been poured onto a burning fire, extinguishing it instantly. Amitabha, infinite heavenly venerable. If what Layman Li says is true, that young Taoist boy is a Grand Master of the innate realm, then his actions are a disgrace to the aristocratic families, and even to the Taoist sect. The monk and Taoist shook their heads. Aristocratic families are high and mighty, looking down on ordinary people as peasants. But because of this attitude, they are even less inclined to bully these peasants, feeling that it would damage their dignity. The Taoist sect, on the other hand, values the immortal path and the boundless salvation of all beings. They would never do such a thing as bullying the weak. Layman Meng, if you want to seek justice, I am willing to take action. The monk and Taoist stated their position. Innate realm, innate realm, innate realm. Meng Lingayan murmured this word, then suddenly a cold smile appeared on his face. I don't need your help yet. You're a Xiantian, right? While I'm not a Xiantian myself, that doesn't mean I'm uninvolved. You don't need to worry about the aristocratic families for now. I'll write a letter. Meng Lingayan seemed to have made up his mind, though his expression was somewhat strange, a mixture of nostalgia and relief. Meng Lingayan took it all on, and Li Heng was happy to relax, too lazy to interfere. He and Meng Hao didn't get along. It was good enough if they didn't fight. He wouldn't help him vent his anger. He immediately took out paper and pen and began writing, his pen moving swiftly. It was finished in no time. But Li Heng seriously doubted whether the handwriting was even legible. Meng Lingayan didn't care about that and directly ordered it to be sent to the Demon Extermination Bureau in Bijin Prefecture. Watching the letter depart, Meng Lingayan breathed a sigh of relief. I apologize for the embarrassment, he said awkwardly. Li Heng didn't seem to mind much. It was just a case of concern clouding his judgment. All right, what brings you here to see this old man? Meng Lingayan changed the subject, turning his gaze to Li Heng. Li Heng never came unless there was a reason. He wouldn't come just to inquire. It's nothing important. I just wanted to ask, old man, have you heard of an organization called Sunset? Li Heng stated his purpose. Sunset? Meng Lingayan frowned. But he quickly shook his head. I've lived most of my life, and I've never heard of this organization. What happened? The strange events behind the self-immolation flower boat are related to this organization, Li Heng replied, sounding somewhat disappointed. He had thought that Meng Lingayan, as the head of the local exorcism department, would know some secrets. That name sounds familiar. At this moment, the monk Taoist suddenly spoke. He frowned, as if trying to recall. But he had even forgotten his own name, and his past was hazy. He couldn't remember anything at all. Familiar? Li Heng frowned. Could this monk Taoist's amnesia be related to the Sunset organization, or perhaps he himself is a member? The latter seems unlikely. Based on his experience, the so-called Sunset organization is a bizarre force, while this monk Taoist is human. After some thought, he decided to tell the old man his nickname, Monk Taoist, hoping it might spark some understanding. His 5 points of luck hadn't detected any danger. Do you recognize the name Monk Taoist? Monk Taoist? Upon hearing these words, the old man fell into deep thought. These 3 words do sound familiar, it seems. The old man struggled to recall, his brow furrowed, unable to remember. It seems to be your nickname, isn't it? Li Heng added fuel to the fire. These words were like a thunderbolt. The old man seemed struck by lightning, completely stunned. Then, a few tears welled in his eyes. Yes, yes, it is indeed my nickname. The monk Taoist wept with joy. Thank you, Layman Li. Although I haven't been able to recall my name or past yet, it's still commendable that you know my old nickname. I owe you a favor. If you need anything else, feel free to call on me. The monk bowed to Li Heng. Meng Lingayan, standing nearby, watched the two with a complex expression. He found Li Heng increasingly mysterious, becoming unfathomable. He himself had searched through all the Demon Extermination Bureau's records but couldn't find any information about the monk's background. Yet Li Heng had discovered the nickname Monk Taoist in such a short time. Could this young man really be from some powerful family? Have you thought of anything about the Sunset Organization? Li Heng didn't care about favors. The information about the so-called Sunset Organization was crucial. Now that you mention it, I do have a vague impression. It seems to be a strange, widely distributed organization that communicates using a special method. Their goal seems to be to make the sun fall from the sky. Anything else? Li Heng pressed. That's all. The information after that is very vague. The monk and the Taoist shook their heads. It seems this organization is quite arrogant. Sunset? Meng Lingayan sneered upon hearing this. Don't worry. When the person I invited arrives, perhaps she will know something. She is a strong person no less than the monk and the Taoist. Meng Lingayan seemed very confident. Her? Li Heng quickly caught a key word. Cough cough cough. What? Am I not allowed to have women among my friends? Is there anything else you want to ask? If not, then get lost. Meng Lingayan suddenly became a little embarrassed and angry. Alright, I'll leave. Li Heng shook his head. Female friends? I can't bear to expose you. Layman Meng, I think the first thing in being a person is to be honest. Like me, as a monk, I never lie. The monk and the Taoist spoke, his expression very solemn. Bullshit, you old man, neither monk nor Taoist. You call yourself a monk? Meng Lingayan retorted angrily. How can I not be a monk? Monks are monks, Taoists are monks, and I, a fusion of Taoism and Buddhism, am twice as many monks. The monk and Taoist retorted without hesitation, seemingly having rediscovered their former nicknames, their personalities becoming even more lively. Li Heng sighed helplessly. Fine, let these two old men bicker. He'd better go back. On the way back, Li Heng pondered. Was this so-called Sunset Organization really that mysterious? It seemed he still had to attend that gathering to find out what kind of demons and monsters were inside. Clearing his mind of distractions, Li Heng decided to go back and go into seclusion. He was almost at the blood exchange realm. As he strolled along, preparing to return to his own courtyard, Li Heng saw Wang Donglei, the minor official of the Merit Hall, standing at the gate of his courtyard. Wang Donglei looked around, and seeing Li Heng approaching, he was overjoyed, finally seeing him. He didn't stand there any longer and went straight up to him. Brother Li, this is your token. He handed Li Heng's token back to him. Little Wang, it's only been a short time. Li Heng said with a half-smile. You used to call me boy, and now you're calling me Brother Li? He didn't care about Wang Donglei's previous way of addressing him. After all, Wang Donglei was indeed older than him. But the sudden change in attitude made him unable to resist teasing him. Wang Donglei seemed a little embarrassed. But there was nothing he could do. He had poor judgment and failed to recognize a great man. Before, this big shot had stood right in front of him, and he hadn't even recognized him. Speak, there's no such thing as a free lunch. What do you want from me? Li Heng asked with a smile. Wang Donglei was, after all, surnamed Wang, and was probably from a branch of a powerful family. If he didn't have something important to ask of him, he wouldn't have acted this way even if he knew Li Heng was powerful. Brother Li is indeed discerning. I'd like to introduce my sister to Brother Li. Don't worry. Although my sister's appearance can't compare to Brother Li's, she's still as beautiful as a fairy. Wang Donglei smiled. I see. Then let's not meet. Li Heng said calmly. Wasn't this just a blind date? Back in his previous life on Earth, he was already sick of blind dates, let alone being asked to go on one. Impossible. Wang Donglei's face stiffened. He hadn't expected Li Heng to refuse so quickly. He should at least meet the person in person first. By the way, you seem to have pretty good connections. Do you know the Zhang family in Be'en City? Li Heng casually changed the subject, recalling the strange plea of the woman on the pleasure boat. After he broke through his cultivation level in seclusion, He planned to visit that place and see if there were any traveling source points there. Chapter 85 Abundant Vitality. The Zhang family? Wang Donglei was slightly taken aback. Brother Li, why are you asking about this? He asked, puzzled. What happened? Li Heng keenly noticed a key word. He was asking about Zhang Jia, but Wang Donglei's answer was something else entirely. Clearly, something serious had happened to the Zhang family. What happened to the Zhang family? Wang Donglei was still puzzled. Although this matter was somewhat confidential, the man before him was a favorite of the director, so he casually mentioned it. Nothing much, nothing serious, just that a few servants of the Zhang family died. A few servants died? I thought they were all wiped out. Li Heng said with a smile. This wasn't out of malice, but rather because the woman's eerie last words were so poignant, as if the Zhang family was about to be wiped out. Wang Donglei was startled by this answer. Ahem, Brother Li, you're exaggerating. The Zhang family's courtyard is located in the inner city. The inner city is protected by array formations. How could it be so serious? He quickly said, feeling strange. Good heavens, he just mentioned wiping out his entire family. What kind of major case has Brother Li encountered to speak of this so casually and naturally, as if it were commonplace? Li Heng frowned. What, are there strange occurrences in the inner city as well? If that's the case, the speed is too fast. It seems that it won't be long before Begins City falls completely and becomes a ghostly realm. Some of our Demon Exorcism Division members have investigated, and there is indeed yin energy. However, that yin energy is very thin, at most just a vengeful spirit causing trouble. So it shouldn't be as serious as Brother Li thinks. Wang Donglei waved his hand, unconcerned. He was indeed concerned at first. After all, 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an anthole. But considering that his main family had already sent people, and that this elder who looked like a young Taoist was even more unfathomable and terrifying, he no longer needed to worry. I suppose this news hasn't spread far, has it? Li Heng smiled enigmatically. Begins City was a county town, with few nobles or royalty. Most of the residents in the inner city were merchants, people who valued profit above all else. If they were to discover that strange things were happening in the inner city, they would probably already be packing their bags and fleeing Begins City. Brother Li, keep your voice down. Wang Donglei lowered his voice and glanced around. Although this kind of small matter can be easily resolved, these are turbulent times, and we can't let it get out, lest it cause panic and implicate many others. A small matter? I don't think so. Li Heng still had a half smile. Strange things could happen within the protective array? It's not a small matter, but it's not a big one either. That's why our Demon Extermination Division is about to send people to deal with it. They're just some newcomers, and we want to use them as an assessment for the formal Demon Extermination envoys. Wang Donglei honestly stated the Demon Extermination Division's plan. You guys are really bold. Aren't you afraid of being wiped out? In my opinion, this matter is extremely dangerous. Who knows what monsters are lurking beneath that calm surface? Li Heng said calmly. To act like this in such a special period is nothing short of foolish. Unless the Demon Extermination Division has some kind of protective measure. Brother Li, you can rest assured. In these turbulent times, how can we be careless? A powerful expert will secretly accompany you during the assessment. If any danger arises outside the assessment itself, it will be dealt with. If Brother Li is still worried, you are welcome to accompany him, as long as you don't interfere with the normal assessment. If you'd like, I'll go back now and register your information. Wang Donglei was happy to agree. Having an extra powerful expert meant extra security. When does the assessment begin? Tomorrow morning. The trainee demon slayers will depart tomorrow, and you can secretly accompany them. We'll specifically inform the Zhang family about your identity. Li Heng seemed thoughtful. It was quite convenient. Alright, I'll go check it out tomorrow. But I don't need the identity arrangement. Wang Donglei's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Good heavens, no identity arrangement? Are you planning to sneak in like a thief? Our Demon Extermination Division is a legitimate department. Do you really need to do that? Go back. I'll go to the Zhang residence myself tomorrow. At most, I'll inform another powerful member of the Demon Extermination Division of my identity. There's no need to tell the Zhang family. Li Heng said calmly, walking directly into the courtyard. He suspected that the entire Zhang family was in trouble. Wang Donglei looked at the tightly closed door, a bitter smile on his face. Even if you don't want to see my sister, there's no need to be so resistant. Just come in, okay? Forget it, conceal my identity? I still need to consult the director. However, Li Heng is a favorite of the director, and they had a pleasant conversation. He probably wouldn't refuse. Entering the room, he lit incense. The soothing fragrance filled the room, calming the mind and spirit. Li Heng didn't waste any time, closing his eyes, sitting cross-legged, focusing his energy, and visualizing the sun while attempting a breakthrough. The three realms of foundation establishment are a process from the outside in. Body tempering, bone refining, blood exchange, one step at a time. It can be said that as long as the foundation in these three realms is solid enough, true Qi will naturally arise, and breaking through to the true Qi realm will be a piece of cake. Of course, this so-called solid foundation blocks most people. Because most people at this realm will fight to the death, attacking each other. Little do they know that this will leave them with many hidden injuries, making it even more difficult for them to break through to the next realm. Foundation building is, after all, about building a solid foundation. However, Li Heng ignored this point. When he was in the nourishing Yuan realm, the Yuan Qi in his body had already transformed into great Yuan Qi, which could cleanse his internal organs, limbs and bones, and he could already cleanse himself from within. His foundation was naturally extremely solid. After solidifying, it was time to pursue something even higher. Li Heng disdained ordinary blood exchange. Only by transforming his bloodline into something extraordinary at this realm would there be any challenge. The extraordinary fluctuations emanating from the great sun divine intent within his body caused his bloodline to transform, and he had already reached a critical point. If judged by a progress bar, his progress had reached 9%. With just a little more effort, he could break through 10% and transform into a transcendent bloodline. From an ordinary physique to a great sun spiritual body. Visualizing the great sun Dharma image, his progress steadily increased. A flash of enlightenment crossed Li Heng's eyes. He understood a sliver of the essence of the sun in this world, an incomparably brilliant light. Under this light, all evil spirits bowed their heads, daring not to act rashly. In a daze, he felt his mind drift. It drifted to the highest heavens, seemingly seeing the sun's form clearly. He couldn't describe what it was. It seemed like a fireball, or perhaps a pure light. He even saw the reflection of heaven and earth within it, and some inexplicable shadows within that reflection. Again, a daze, and his mind was instantly pulled back, returning to his body. At this moment, he realized his progress had broken through 10%, successfully advancing to the blood transformation realm. His bloodline had also reached the transcendent level, enough to be called a great sun spiritual body. Suppressing vengeful spirits with a single drop of blood was no problem. At the same time, he felt a vague connection between himself and the great sun in the sky. Li Heng opened his eyes and looked around. Antique furniture, ornate vases, landscape paintings hanging on the walls, and obscure books on the shelves. All of this, without a doubt, was his home. He frowned. What had he just seen? Had he really seen the great sun? The sun hanging high in the heavens? But why? Why was there a reflection of heaven and earth within the sun? That reflection, like a black dot, made him feel uneasy. Those inexplicable shadows gave him some indescribable feeling. Thinking it over and over, Li Heng still couldn't find a solution and could only keep the thought to himself for the time being. His current strength was still too weak. Thinking about these things was just wishful thinking and needless worry. It was better to improve his strength first. At the same time, he noticed that the sun had already set. It was evening. Wait, could it be that the sun had already set, which was why his mind was being pulled back? Li Heng jumped up, realizing he'd lost out big time. He should have started his seclusion this morning. He'd only glimpsed the great sun, yet his great sun visualization progress had skyrocketed, soaring to 20%. He even vaguely sensed that the great sun depicted in the visualization diagram differed considerably from the real great sun. Li Heng wasn't surprised. The great sun depicted in the visualization diagram was ultimately just a human depiction, and would inevitably differ from the real great sun. Therefore, the visualization diagram could only serve as a reference. Of course, he didn't yet have the ability to directly observe the great sun up close, so he could only use the visualization diagram as a reference. Furthermore, under his visualization abilities, there was no need to treat the sun of this world as absolute truth. For example, the fireball star in his previous life was also the sun. The sun that illuminates all heavens and radiates across all worlds was also the sun. He withdrew his distracting thoughts. Now that he had broken through to the blood exchange realm, it was time to consider his cultivation method. The Taiyuan Gong he cultivated was neutral and peaceful, suitable only for foundation building, not for combat. Although he didn't know if the library had a chapter on the True Key Realm, even if it did, he didn't want to cultivate according to the original True Key Realm chapter. Because he had money. Well, 510 points of origin power wasn't exactly rich. However, he still planned to deduce the subsequent cultivation method himself, directly elevating the intent of this cultivation method to become his basic cultivation method, or even his day-approving method. After all, in Taoism of his previous life, Taiyuan was the universe, the beginning. At the same time, Li Heng also wanted to add some of his own interpretation. For example, Tai means great, and Yuan means primordial energy. Under this understanding, Taiyuan means vast primordial energy. Who is this vast primordial energy? The answer is obvious: the most ancient heavenly emperor, the personification of heaven, from a different pantheon than the three pure ones of Taoism, but also the supreme god of heaven in mythology. Li Heng naturally knew he was being a bit overly ambitious. But what's the difference between a person without ideals and a salted fish? Anyway, he possessed the power of visualization, allowing him to add different levels of deduction modules and attribute points to the data panel. Even if he couldn't achieve it in one step, he could slowly deduce it step by step until he succeeded. This world was still too dangerous, rife with strange phenomena. Even the supremely yang sun in the heavens had begun to cast shadows and dark spots. To avoid disaster, he decided to aim high and use a higher level, dimensional reduction attack. The indescribable, using strange phenomena to fight strange phenomena? Sorry, he preferred the kind of brute force that crushes everything. With a thought, he directly brought up the data panel, intending to add a long missed upgrade and attribute point functions. Chapter 86 Leveling Up and Stat Allocation. The data panel already had a quick start function. So, by upgrading from there, one should be able to add points and deduce cultivation techniques. He sensed it, wanting to know how much source energy was needed to add points without any cost, and then sensed an enormous, intangible number. Li Heng fell silent. He only wanted to say one thing: my family is poor, farewell. The reason was simply that the number was far too vast. To put it another way, even in Li Heng's previous life, the size and number of particles in the observable universe couldn't contain the number of digits. One can imagine how terrifying and hopeless this number was. It was practically infinite. Of course, he knew this was to be expected. Without any cost, one could upgrade infinitely simply by clicking the plus sign. That meant invincibility, easily shattering all the heavens and myriad worlds. Absolute, no cost, that's how heaven-defying it was. So, it's not surprising that it required so much source energy. It seems this function needs some limitations. Li Heng pondered this. First, the cost of adding points should be limited to his own blood and ki. Since his physique had already advanced to the Great Sun's spiritual body, his blood and ki were abundant, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Therefore, the range of points he could allocate needed to be limited. If a function created with a small amount of source energy could reach the level of a celestial being, Li Heng thought he was dreaming. So, he set the current maximum to the peak of the True Key Realm. He would raise the upper limit later when he had more source energy. This was also an improvement in the cultivation technique, not an improvement in his realm. At most, it would raise the upper limit of the technique and allow him to fully master it. If he didn't master subsequent techniques, he would deduce them himself. This deduction wouldn't be instantaneous and would require time. But during this period, only one instance of his blood and ki would be drawn. He had essentially exploited a small bug here. At the blood exchange realm level, mastering a peak True Key Realm technique would definitely lead to a realm increase. Even if he couldn't directly break through to the True Key Realm, it would become effortless. In other words, there were no realm-breaking barriers in his eyes. After clarifying the concept, he carefully sensed it again. The required source energy had dropped to 100 points, which was in line with his expectations. He currently has 510 points of source energy. Even if he consumes 100 points, he'll still have 410 points left, which he can handle. But what if the upper limit reaches the innate level? He sensed it slightly and immediately shook his head. Good heavens, the source energy consumption jumped to 1,000 points? Sorry, I'm poor, farewell. Not wanting to be overly ambitious, he consumed 100 points of source energy to upgrade. The data panel instantly completed its transformation, gaining an upgrade and point allocation function. The plus signs for those cultivation techniques and secret methods that had been grayed out lit up again, waiting for Li Heng, their master, to click. Li Heng didn't hesitate at all and directly clicked the plus sign next to the Taiyuan Gong option. Instantly, he felt half of his abundant blood and ki being drained. Then it transformed into some kind of extremely high-quality power and was injected into the Taiyuan Gong he was cultivating. This power seemed to involve cause and effect. A progress bar for deduce the cultivation technique also appeared on the panel. He checked the speed; it would probably be completed in about a day. At the same time, he was also glad that his physique had advanced to the Great Sun's spiritual body. Otherwise, if he were to upgrade and add points to his physique using his previous constitution, he would surely be drained of his vital energy and become a dried-up corpse. Sigh, it's still a cheap product created with only 100 units of source energy. He shook his head inside, feeling incredibly poor. It was now midnight, the night was deep and quiet. He could faintly hear the night watchman walking in the street, shouting warnings about the dry weather and the dangers of fire. Li Heng simply continued to sit cross-legged, recovering his vital energy. At the same time, he visualized the great sun. He had seen the sun briefly before, and his visualization progress had reached 20%. Meanwhile, his divine avatar from the three mountains gathering also provided assistance, bringing the progress to 21%. So easily, it seemed that 20% wasn't the critical point. Could it be that he was about to reach 50%? He had a vague feeling that 50% progress would allow the Great Sun Dharma image to undergo another transformation. Judging from the current strength of the Great Sun Dharma image, it could only allow him to survive against innate beings. Unless he consumed his source energy for a temporary burst of power. Of course, if facing an innate being with strange abilities, perhaps he could fight it. Because the Great Sun Dharma form inherently counters the unorthodox, even innate-level unorthodox beings are inferior in the face of the Great Sun Dharma form. He was able to suppress that female demon before because she was sealed. Even his own illusory clones failed to manifest due to the Great Sun visualization. However, he was only at the blood exchange realm, so there was no rush. Reflecting on his own situation, Li Heng felt a sense of calm. Thus, the next day arrived, and he opened his eyes at dawn. A night of cultivation had almost restored his blood and energy. Furthermore, by reabsorbing the insights he gained from gazing at the sun, his visualization progress reached 25%. A night full of gains. He didn't plan to continue cultivating, but got up and stretched comfortably. His bones cracked, displaying the thunderous roar of a tiger and leopard, further demonstrating the strength of his body. This was an evolution of the essence of life. Although Li Heng's appearance remained unchanged, his charm increased several times over. This charm originated deep within his genes, the pursuit, contact, and yearning for evolution of extraordinary bloodlines within his mortal bloodline. If Li Heng were to visit a brothel now, the courtesans would probably offer to pay him to enjoy their services for free. He glanced at the progress bar of his cultivation technique deduction. There was still one section left, and he estimated he wouldn't be able to successfully deduce it until tonight. Not slow. Deducing the technique directly without any subsequent steps, and without even needing any prior knowledge of cultivation techniques, was a unique form of creating something from nothing. 100 points of source power, what more could he ask for? He cleared his mind of distractions and washed up. It was now officially dawn. The sun hung high in the sky, still so bright and dazzling, without a trace of shadow. Li Heng stood in the courtyard, bathed in sunlight. He raised an eyebrow, his face showing certainty. Standing under the sun, he could feel his blood circulation quicken, and his bloodline, imbued with the divine will of the sun, was also very active, making him feel even stronger. The great sun spirit body could indeed connect with the sun. However, this connection was too weak to be ignored. But what about later? What would happen when the great sun spirit body truly advanced into the great sun sacred body, or even a divine body? Absorbing sunlight can make you stronger? Using the sun as a space-based weapon, hitting whatever you aim at? Or directly summoning the great sun from the heavens to scorch the earth and destroy the world? Regardless, Li Heng clearly felt the heaven-defying nature of this physique. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, Li Heng went directly to the Hall of Merit and saw an even more worried Wang Donglei, whose face was contorted with worry. Wang Donglei's eyes lit up when he saw Li Heng, and his brows relaxed. "Brother Li, can you do me a favor?" "No." Li Heng waved his hand. This old fox was definitely up to no good. Wang Donglei's expression immediately fell into bitterness. Was he really going to let his sister fall victim to those arrogant and domineering aristocratic families? No way. His sister was even more beautiful than Mei Niangzi. You're too late, they've already left. Wang Donglai said sadly, clearly referring to the group of newcomers taking the formal demon-slaying exam. So what if they were gone? Where is the Zhang family? Li Heng's expression remained calm. North, Wang Donglai replied weakly. Then I'm leaving. Li Heng nodded and left through the east gate. Wang Donglai watched Li Heng's departing figure, a sudden realization dawning on him. His eyes were deep, as if he were deep in thought. On the outer city street, the flow of people was dense, most hurrying along. However, some joyful children darted about, passing food stalls emitting white steam, stopping abruptly to pitifully inhale the aroma. Others flew past cosmetic shops and tea houses, unable to stop. They were incredibly happy, showing no sign of worry. Perhaps this is what children are like. A child was playing and darting around with his friends when he accidentally bumped into pedestrians. The child fell to the ground in pain, rubbing his head and looking at the couple he had bumped into. Child, are you alright? Get up quickly. The speaker was a very gentle woman. Although the child wasn't hers, she was still incredibly concerned and even bent down to help the child up. From now on, don't fight in the streets, understand? The husband beside him spoke, his face stern, dressed in luxurious robes, but his words were full of kindness, as if he were truly a father instructing his child. Yes, I'm sorry. The child's face flushed red. It was the first time he had ever seen anyone other than his parents speak to him like this. Alright, let's go now, don't fall again. The couple saw the child off and headed towards the inner city. Upon arriving at the inner city gate, the Blood Exchange Realm guard was slightly taken aback. When the couple came before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Patriarch Zhang, Madam Zhang, you really have plenty of free time. These are turbulent times, it's best not to go to the outer city. I've been feeling down lately. Just taking a stroll. Patriarch Zhang Heishan nodded slightly. It's nothing more than revisiting familiar places, hoping to find some clues. Zhang Heishan's wife, Madam Yuran, said with a sigh. Sigh, never mind, we have to go back to entertain our distinguished guests. The couple shook their heads, passed through the demon-revealing mirror, and went straight into the inner city. The guard surnamed Xing watched the two figures disappear, a sigh etched on his face. Heaven truly doesn't favor the good. This Zhang Heishan was so kind and benevolent, he had even helped beggars and built roads before. But what was the end result? The daughter of a noble family still disappeared. Good deeds don't always bring good fortune. He shook his head, suppressing his lament, and continued guarding the city. North of the inner city, the Zhang couple had arrived at the gates of the Zhang residence. An elderly man, seemingly a steward, rushed forward, speaking anxiously, Master, you've finally returned. The distinguished guests have arrived. Chapter 87 Reflections of the Present World. The Zhang couple entered the Zhang residence and arrived at the reception hall, where they saw three young talents dressed in demon-slaying uniforms. The presence of the three demon-slaying envoys is an honor. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Zhang Heishan greeted them with a warm smile and a bow. He Qing, Lin Hao, and Yi Fan, the three young talents also bowed, introducing themselves as apprentice demon-slaying envoys here for the assessment. Master Zhang, there's no need for such formalities. We three are merely here on a case. Let's get straight to the point. May I ask where your servant died, when he was discovered, and where his body is? The apprentice demon-slaying envoy named Yi Fan went straight to the point. Good, straightforward. Zhang Heishan was not annoyed, on the contrary, he greatly appreciated it. Elder Yin, tell them about this matter. The old steward waiting nearby immediately stepped forward and recounted the entire incident. The deceased servant was named Ernu. He sold himself into the Zhang family. The master, pitying his tragic past, bestowed upon him the surname Zhang Ernu. Later, Zhang Ernu proved to be honest and hard-working, so the master appointed him as warehouse manager. Unfortunately, yesterday, Zhang Ernu died suddenly in the warehouse. His face was covered in black aura, a seemingly ominous sign. Therefore, the master ordered us to report this to your office. As for the body, we dared not touch it. It was left in the warehouse. However, the body is strangely cold, and even in this weather, it hasn't rotted or decayed, which is quite eerie. The silver steward finished speaking and stepped aside. Hearing this, the three apprentice exorcists seemed thoughtful. Could you take us to that warehouse? Lin Hao asked. Zhang Haishan nodded. He stood up, gestured please, and the couple left with the three apprentice exorcists, followed by an old steward and 4 or 5 servants. At this moment, Li Heng also arrived at the gate of the Zhang residence. In his divine eye's vision, he saw a swirling yin energy above the Zhang residence, indicating something fishy was going on. However, he sensed that this yin energy was somewhat mysterious and difficult to detect. If his divine eye hadn't originated from the true Lord Kingyun Maya Adeo, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. He couldn't help but wonder, had he really caught a big fish? Looking around to make sure no one was watching, he leaped into the air like a bird, then landed back inside the Zhang residence, only raising a few plumes of dust at his feet. Who are you? Suddenly, a servant patrolling from the corner of the wall saw Li Heng suddenly barge in. Without thinking, he wanted to shout and call for the other servants. But Li Heng was already behind the servant, and with a swift chop, the servant collapsed unconscious. He had anticipated this whole thing. After dragging the servant to a secluded corner to hide, he activated the essence of the formless heavenly demon, his form and appearance changing to resemble the servant, even his robes changed accordingly. This was the power of the formless heavenly demon, not merely an illusion. The former Shengwen Yang hadn't even unleashed the full potential of this formless heavenly demon essence. On the contrary, Li Heng, suppressed by the great sun, could use it easily. After the transformation, Li Heng left directly. In his heavenly eye vision, the servant was just an ordinary person, possessing a slight yin energy, but he easily dispelled it, without needing to kill him. Using the 10,000-mile soul-chasing technique, Li Heng began tracking the area with the densest yin energy. He traveled deeper and deeper, arriving at an open area near the west gate in the backyard, where he saw the Zhang couple and the apprentice demon-slaying envoys. Here stood a large, square wooden warehouse with only one wide gate for entry and exit. However, around this gate, some talismans were now applied, producing some chicken blood. It looked like some kind of mysterious sacrificial site. Patriarch Zhang, what exactly is stored inside? Are you sure there's only a corpse inside? He Qing asked, frowning. He could vaguely sense a heavy yin energy emanating from the warehouse. And it was broad daylight. There's only some cloth stored inside, nothing else. With an ominous corpse inside, how could we dare add anything else? We just applied some talismans on the outside as a precaution, Zhang Haishan replied truthfully. Patriarch Zhang, can we demolish the warehouse? He Qing suddenly asked. Zhang Haishan froze instantly. What? Had he misheard? Demolish the warehouse? Weren't you exorcists? Patriarch Zhang, forgive my bluntness, but with such heavy yin energy, it's best to demolish the warehouse and expose the corpse to the sun to avoid any unforeseen consequences, He Qing said calmly, directly convincing the two still somewhat doubtful apprentice exorcists beside him. This was indeed a good idea. This inspiration came from Li Heng's previous demolition work. Can we not demolish it? No. Patriarch Zhang, are your lives more important, or this warehouse? He Qing retorted directly. Zhang Haishan fell into deep thought, then gritted his teeth. Fine. Demolish it, he decided. Immediately, 4 or 5 servants, armed with large iron hammers and machetes, stepped forward, intending to smash and chop down the warehouse's wooden walls, causing it to collapse, and forcibly demolish it. In the distance, Li Heng watched this scene with some surprise. He hadn't expected that He Qing would be among those conducting the demon-slaying assessment. However, He Qing's idea was not bad. He actually knew how to cause trouble, so he had learned a bit of his skills. But it was made of wood, couldn't you just burn it? If Zhang Haishan knew Li Heng's idea, he would definitely break out in a cold sweat. Demolishing his warehouse would be one thing, he could just rebuild it. But if you just burn it, what about the cloth inside? A short while later, the fragile walls were demolished, and the entire warehouse roof collapsed. The servants struggled desperately to remove the roof, revealing the chaotic scene before them. Broken pieces of wood and sawdust, scattered fabrics, red, white, purple, and green, were mixed together, creating a horrifyingly messy and even somewhat disturbing sight. In the center lay a corpse, around 30 or 40 years old, with an ashen face and emanating a chilling aura. It was Zhang Erniu, who had died suddenly yesterday. Can you two see the problem? He Qing asked Yifan and Lin Hao beside him. Yin energy entered the body, causing a sudden death, but it's not a supernatural occurrence, Yifan concluded, and Lin Hao nodded in agreement. They were properly trained. Unlike He Qing's self-taught methods, they had read many books and were quite knowledgeable. Master Zhang, may I ask if you have any abandoned wells here? Yes, not far from here. Zhang Haitian replied slowly, startled. At this moment, Li Heng had already left. This wasn't the place with the densest yin energy. If he hadn't activated his heavenly eye, he would have almost been deceived. He also noticed that, apart from the Zhang couple, everyone else in the Zhang household possessed yin energy. Although weak, this yin energy gave him a strange feeling, as if it were a seed ready to sprout at any moment. Using his 1,000-mile soul-chasing technique, Li Heng arrived at an abandoned well. A very dense yin energy emanated from this well, making it somewhat cool even under the sun. After sensing it slightly, Li Heng sneered. This wasn't just an abandoned well, it was clearly the entrance to a strange realm. If he hadn't possessed his heavenly eye and extremely strong perception, he might have been deceived. However, this strange realm was no challenge for him. Li Heng activated his formless heavenly demon essence, transforming again into a living dead person with extremely dense yin energy, and jumped into the abandoned well. Almost instantly, the world changed. He frowned, looking around. He found himself in a courtyard identical to the Zhang mansion, except for the dense, eerie atmosphere and the somewhat dark surroundings, a veritable replica of the Zhang mansion. Someone was there? He hid in a corner and instantly saw a servant, or rather, a ghostly servant, patrolling. Judging by its fully armed appearance, it resembled a ghostly soldier. A ghostly soldier? Li Heng recalled the ghostly soldiers he had seen in the western city. Could there be a connection? He didn't intend to deal with this ghostly soldier, lest he alert the enemy. He concealed himself and moved forward in the Siri realm of the replica Zhang mansion. The further he went, the more alarmed he became, because the layout here was exactly the same as the real Zhang mansion. He even felt that the appearance of these ghostly soldiers was somewhat similar to the servants he had seen in reality. What was this? A ghostly dwelling in the mortal world, a reflection of the present? You wretch, you almost ruined my plans. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out, echoing throughout the entire eerie realm, even reaching Li Heng, who was quite far away. Crack! 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 Another series of whipping sounds rang out. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. It was the voice of the Zhang family patriarch. Interesting. He immediately sped up, heading towards the location. It was a high platform with an altar. Bound to the altar was a woman, Murenzhu, the Zhang family patriarch's wife from last time. She was being relentlessly whipped by her husband, Zhang Haitian. At this moment, these two were no longer human, they were purely bizarre beings. So be it, Zhang Haitian. What great things can a piece of trash like you accomplish? You sold your daughter and that's how you ended up like this, and you even talked about turning all living beings into your ghostly soldiers? Bah! Murenzhu laughed loudly. HMPH, weren't you happy when you sold your daughter? Zhang Haitian said angrily, continuing to whip her. I'm quite pleased, but I didn't expect you to be such a waste. You possess this eerie realm, comparable to a reflection of the real world, yet you can't even take a single step outside. This eerie realm might as well be mine to control. Murenzhu still smiled, her eyes devoid of humanity, only filled with tyranny and resentment. You bitch. Zhang Haitian roared in impotent rage. But he quickly calmed down. Hell, you've outsmarted yourself. So what if you've attracted these demon-slaying envoys? As long as I can successfully plant the seeds of yin energy in them, I still have a chance. Li Heng, hidden in the shadows, watched from afar, lost in thought. So that's how it is. Chapter 88 The Outbreak of the Mysterious Realm. Is this eerie realm truly a reflection of the present world? Or is it something special that allows it to reflect the present world? Li Heng leans towards the latter possibility. Because if a reflection of the present world truly exists, it must be the same size as the present world. It certainly wouldn't be like it is now, merely the size of Zhang's mansion, so fragile that he could destroy it with a single full-force attack. As long as they stay a little longer, I can successfully plant the seeds of yin energy for them in the present world. Then, this eerie realm can expand, stepping out of Zhang's mansion and truly covering Begin City. At that time, everyone will become my yin soldiers. Zhang Haitian said smugly. Then, he looked coldly at Murenzhu, who was tied to the altar. Bitch, you should be glad. Glad that before you became a monster, I loved you, which prevented me from killing you. Otherwise, you would already be my yin soldier. A dog at my feet. Miranzu's expression was mocking, her appearance like that of a vicious shrew, sending chills down one's spine. Zhang Haitian, you will fail. It was destined to happen the moment you sold your daughter. What, you still care about your daughter? Don't forget how happy you were back then. Don't pretend. I'll keep you tied up here until this is all over. You'll witness my rise to glory step by step, even in agony. Zhang Haitian waved his hand dismissively. If it weren't for his wife, Zuir, whom he once deeply loved, he wouldn't have bothered with all this nonsense. So, Zhang Haitian, have you forgotten your ideals? Suddenly, Miranzu fell silent, then spoke solemnly. Hell, of course I haven't forgotten. He smiled slightly. The world of the supernatural will inevitably descend, unstoppable. Therefore, all humans must be transformed into supernatural beings beforehand, becoming my ghostly soldiers, to escape this calamity. I will eventually establish a dynasty in the underworld. Zhang Haitian looked up at the sky, gazing at the world almost within his grasp, his eyes filled with greed and fanaticism. His decisions were all correct, the world was only safe when it fell into his hands. So, Zuir, are you willing to witness this with me? Zhang Haitian lowered his head, his expression becoming extremely gentle. Together, we will establish a new dynasty. Even Xiaoya will return. Then you will be the empress, and Xiaoya the princess, second only to the emperor, above all others. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Miranzu's expression also softened. I am willing. The woman's eyes were still filled with resentment and hatred. However, Zhang Haitian didn't care, as if this expression was normal amidst the eeriness. Li Heng watched all this, feeling a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, is this the eeriness of love? Such a drastic change in attitude? Alright, then I'll let bygones be bygones. I hope you'll behave yourself from now on. Otherwise, I don't mind letting another version of you in the present world replace you. She is also my beloved Zuir. Zhang Haitian warned viciously. Secretly, Li Heng pondered. Although he was still somewhat confused, he had finally figured some things out. Did the Zhang couple actually have a good side and a bad side? The good side existed in the present world, and the bad side existed in the Serenus realm? However, it now seems that the evil side has the upper hand, even the dominant position. It can even directly interfere with the mortal world, planting seeds of yin energy in people. These seeds of yin energy should be the key to transforming yin soldiers. But where did this strange realm come from? Why has the evil side taken the lead and become so strange? Who provided this method of transforming yin soldiers? Is it related to the so-called sale of his daughter? Li Heng pondered, feeling there was a mastermind behind it all. He thought it might be related to the so-called Sunset organization. The buyer might be the female ghost, Shang Wenyan. However, Shang Wenyan seems to be just one link in this chain, not the end. With a sigh, Li Heng stepped forward and spoke calmly, a mere ghost from the yin world trying to taint the mortal world? You have overstepped your bounds. With a thought, the vast and boundless Dharma image of the great sun manifested, dispelling the gloom and becoming the source of light for this strange realm. Regardless of what's behind it, he's here to harvest source power. Not to mention, if he doesn't act soon, the demon-slaying envoys in the mortal world will probably fall victim to it. Who are you? Zhang Haitian exclaimed in shock, immediately manipulating the yin energy of this strange realm to surge towards Li Heng. However, under the illumination of the great sun Dharma image, everything would vanish like smoke, melting away like ice and snow. The yin energy was useless, and his face turned ugly. This damned bastard caused an entrance to the strange realm, directly attracting this guy who ignores yin energy. Troublesome. May I ask where you come from, brother? Perhaps we can negotiate a bit. Zhang Haitian looked at Li Heng, who was constantly approaching him, took a deep breath, and revealed a warm smile. Li Heng did not answer, and continued to walk slowly towards him. Not giving him face? Zhang Haitian's face stiffened, and he laughed angrily. This is his strange realm. Even if you are a dragon crossing the river or a tiger descending the mountain, you have to coil up and lie low here. He wanted to use his power as the lord of the strange realm to directly send Li Heng away, trapping him in the yin soldier's encirclement. But the next moment he found that he couldn't move at all. The person in front of him was still there. Panic. He hurriedly tried to move himself away. Under the illumination of the great sun Dharma image, he remained frozen in place, unable to unleash any supernatural abilities. Li Heng knew perfectly well what Zhang Haitian was thinking. He simply wanted to utilize the various powers of the ghost domain. Some powerful ghosts could even use the ghost domain to distort reality, such as creating infinitely looping spatial mazes. This was one of the reasons why ghosts were so difficult to deal with. But unfortunately, he had now encountered his natural nemesis, the sun. If the reality within the ghost domain was extremely fragile, allowing the ghost, as the master of the ghost domain, to distort reality at will, then the existence of the great sun dharma image was equivalent to stabilizing the reality within the ghost domain, preventing it from distorting reality and unleashing any supernatural abilities. It was like an enhanced version of a reality stabilizing anchor. Yes, 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 kill him quickly, kill him. Murinzu, still bound, laughed maniacally. He ruined my daughter. He deserves to die, deserves to die. If he hadn't made a deal with that man, splitting his good and evil selves, there wouldn't have been this tragedy. Killing him will end all of this. Zhang Haitian didn't want to pay attention, he wanted to run away. This living dead man before him could unleash such radiant power, even directly crippling his various privileges. He was even more bizarre than him. If things were hopeless, he should run. But the great sun dharma image suddenly trembled, intensifying its brilliance. He was instantly frozen in place, unable to take a step. Zhang Haitian panicked completely, looking fearfully at the slowly approaching Li Heng. No, you can't kill me. This is a reflection of reality. If I die, the ordinary me in reality will die too. He doesn't have any related memories. You're killing a good person. However, Li Heng continued to slowly approach. This man with lofty ideals was on the verge of collapse, weeping bitterly. Do you know the consequences of killing me? Do you know who stands behind me? If you kill me, this strange realm will go out of control, affecting the Zhang family in the real world. You're an exorcist, aren't you? You must be. Do you want to bring disaster upon your colleagues? Aren't you afraid of your superior wrath? Li Heng reached Zhang Haitian. A single burst of true sun fire reduced him to ashes. He hated moral blackmail and threats. Murinzu laughed as she watched Zhang Haitian vanish into thin air. Then she looked at Li Heng, her eyes pleading. Quickly, quickly, kill me. I'm the culprit too. Kill me, and I can see you again. Li Heng nodded slightly and unleashed another burst of true sun fire. Thus, the two bizarre versions of the Zhang couple were completely annihilated. The two bizarre events increased their source power by 100. Their total source power returned to 510 points. In the present world, the Zhang couple and 3 apprentice demon hunters arrived at the abandoned well. Just as I expected, this really is the source of yin energy. It seems there's some kind of yin meridian connected inside. There's nothing strange happening. Yifan chuckled, making his judgment. Lin Hao looked around, then looked down at the well, forming a hand seal as if sensing something, before nodding. Yes, Lin Fan's judgment should be correct. He Qing, standing beside him, was somewhat bewildered. It's over just like that? No strange occurrences? His long-awaited, thrilling, war-filled, and bloody formal demon slaying assessment was over just like that? Wow, this assessment was really easy. Yifan chuckled, stretching. Indeed, but that's perfect. No need to fight tooth and nail, no need to fight to the death. It's just a pity I had to use this magic sword. If I'd known there were no strange occurrences, I wouldn't have lent it out. To avoid my dad nagging. Lin Hao's eyes were full of pleasure. Zhang Haitian was somewhat bewildered. It was over already? So it was a huge misunderstanding. There were no strange occurrences, just death from the intrusion of yin energy? Upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Then I really troubled the 3 demon-slaying envoys to make the trip. He said with a wry smile. No problem, we like it. Yifan and Lin Hao exchanged a smile. Except for a hothead like He Qing, they couldn't be happier with this kind of simple and easy assessment. It just didn't showcase their potential. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the west wall. The figure leaped down, arriving beside the Zhang couple in the blink of an eye, peering into the abandoned well. He Qing, Lin Hao, and Yifan were immediately startled upon seeing this person and knelt down. Your subordinate greets the deputy director. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Hui, the deputy director of the Demon Extermination Division of Bian City. He was also the powerful figure secretly protecting the official demon extermination envoys during the examination, to prevent any unexpected incidents. Xiao Hui was somewhat puzzled. Was this really just a normal leak of yin energy, nothing strange? Had these 3 youngsters really stumbled upon such a stroke of luck? Advancing directly to the rank of demon extermination envoy without bloodshed? Wasn't this a bit too frivolous? Deputy Director, regarding our 3 examinations, shouldn't we? Ye Fan spoke up, subtly hinting to Xiao Hua, not wanting to hear the task was too easy. The examination is invalid. Xiao Hua looked helpless but could only announce the results, about to speak. Suddenly, the eerie domain within the abandoned well erupted. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Ghost Soldiers Rampant. As if the world had lost its color, everything around turned gray. Xiao Hua's expression changed drastically. This was the ghost realm? But how could this be? He hadn't noticed it before. Could the strangeness within be so powerful that even he couldn't discern it? Ye Fan and Lin Hao, the 2 demon exorcists, were dumbfounded. How could an accident happen at this moment? Although we were just complaining that the assessment was too easy and didn't allow us to unleash our potential, this was unacceptable. Weren't they just showing off a little? Did they have to punish me like this? On the contrary, He Qing next to them became excited, his blood boiling, and he even started rubbing his hands together. He knew this matter wasn't so simple. If it were a formal assessment, there would definitely be strangeness. Seeing He Qing's excited appearance, Xiao Hua wanted to call him an idiot. This was the ghost realm, the home ground of that strangeness. Even a true key realm expert like him would be restricted in every way in this place. How could it be the difficulty of a formal demon exorcism assessment? Suddenly, with a thud, the Zhang couple next to them instantly fell to the ground unconscious. Xiao Hua was slightly startled and frowned. He bent down and checked the breathing of the 2 men with 2 fingers. Their breathing was smooth, as if they were sound asleep. What on earth was going on? His mind was in turmoil. Deputy Director, look! At this moment, He Qing suddenly pointed around and shouted anxiously. Xiao Hua looked up sharply and saw that the servants beside him had turned from their normal color to red, like demons from the depths of hell ready to devour their prey. Even their clothes had turned into armor, and they were holding spears or machetes. These weapons were covered in rust, and a kind of yin energy swirled around them. If one were to be hit by a solid blow from these weapons, it would be double the magical damage. These were yin soldiers. His expression changed drastically, completely beyond his expectations. Even if this strange domain had a corrosive effect on normal people, it shouldn't turn them into yin soldiers. This was a strange phenomenon with special significance. You all step back, let me handle this. Xiao Hua roared, his voice like a lion's, almost echoing throughout the entire ghost realm. He had to successfully bring these 3 little ones out of the ghost realm. His blood and ki erupted, and his true ki circulated. Boom! His true ki exploded, and his innate ki formed a protective shield around Xiao He within a 5 zang radius, flowing continuously and protecting He Qing, Ye Fan, and Lin Hao. At the same time, he strode forward. With each movement, enhanced by his innate ki, he threw a punch, directly sending a servant transformed into a ghost soldier flying, crashing into the surrounding wall and kicking up clouds of dust. Xiao Hua's face was grim. These ghost soldiers were really tough. He could have blown them all apart with that punch, but he only managed to send them flying? Or was it because of the ghost realm? Did these ghost soldiers have the ghost realm's enhancement? Whoosh! The sound of weapons clashing rang in Xiao Hua's ears. Other ghost soldiers were wielding their weapons, slashing at him. These broadswords and spears sliced through the air, stirring up gusts of eerie wind, like reaping scythes from the depths of the underworld, intent on slaying Xiao Hua. HMPH. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. A mere few yin soldiers, only at the blood exchange realm, dared to try and harm him? His innate ki erupted once more, instantly freezing the yin soldiers' weapons in midair. His body shuddered again, unleashing a tremendous impact that sent 4 or 5 yin soldiers, comparable to the blood exchange realm, flying. This was the crushing power of a true Key Realm Grandmaster over those below the true Key Realm. But his good fortune didn't last long. From the various passages in the courtyard, numerous yin soldiers poured out, wielding rusty spears, mottled broadswords, and even tall, imposing yin soldiers holding long lances, seemingly junior officers. They charged forward like a tidal wave, their battle cries echoing. Xiao Hua's expression darkened. What was going on? Where did so many yin soldiers come from? Wait a minute. He suddenly noticed that these yin soldiers looked somewhat familiar. They seemed to be some of the servants, maids, and stewards from the Zhang family he had seen before. Could it be that everyone except the Zhang couple had transformed into ghost soldiers? He looked down at the unconscious Zhang couple, pondering deeply. Do these two know something? You three wake them up, I'll hold them off. If we can't wake them, we'll have to escape. He ordered Yiqing and the other two, then shouted, ordering the numerous ghost soldiers to charge. Although these ghost soldiers weren't all at the blood exchange realm, and true key realm cultivators could easily overwhelm them, they weren't at the innate realm who had opened the bridge between heaven and earth, unable to continuously replenish their own vital energy. With so many of them, they would eventually be exhausted. On the high altar, Li Heng thoughtfully observed his surroundings. He had just sensed the eruption of the ghost domain and directly rushed into reality, merging with the Zhang family mansion in reality. What would happen when the ghost domain, a reflection of the present world, merged with reality? He looked down from the high platform and saw a large number of ghost soldiers surging in a certain direction. Li Heng thought to himself, as expected. He guessed that all the other servants and maids in the Zhang mansion had already turned into ghost soldiers. He didn't think it was his fault. After all, the seeds of yin energy had been planted long ago and could erupt at any moment. In fact, it was all under the control of that strange Zhang Haitian. Even if you were to erase the seeds of yin energy in reality beforehand, such a large-scale erasure would definitely be detected by the strange Zhang Haitian. At that time, he would still choose to erupt the seeds of yin energy, turning these people in the Zhang mansion into strange ghost soldiers. The outcome was already decided, and he couldn't save them. He looked to the west, where the sounds of fighting rose. It seemed that Yiqing was in trouble? No, these were walking sources of energy, he couldn't let them steal them. He jumped off the high platform, removed his disguise among the ghost soldiers, revealing the aura of a living person, and planned to go directly to kill them. In the northern prefecture, in a certain hidden place. This place was the Avasi Hell, not the mortal world, and the yin energy within was boundless. A figure floated up and down in the boundless yin energy, seemingly cultivating or nurturing himself. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, staring into the abyss. What was going on? Why was something happening in Begins City again? Had the strange domain he had casually abandoned, the one that nurtured and trained yin soldiers, erupted? What foolish mortals. Yin Yi, go to Begins City, check the situation, and while you're at it, look for the strange creature I lost. Also, help me find out who that audacious living dead who dared to kill my people is. Yes. A black shadow flew out from the vast yin energy. He respectfully addressed this mysterious being. He had a thought and wanted to lock onto Li Heng's coordinates. But he was suddenly shocked to find that he couldn't lock onto them at all, the coordinates were lost. Interesting. He laughed heartily. In Begins City, inside the strange domain, at the Zhang residence, Xiaohua was still fighting with the yin soldiers. He was extremely frustrated. In this strange domain, these yin soldiers were incredibly tough, their armor was hard, and their bodies were hard too. He couldn't break them with a single punch. If this continued, he would be worn down to death. Was he really going to have to run away? No matter how much Yiqing and the others punched and kicked, or used various methods, they still couldn't wake the Zhang couple. This made Xiaohua secretly decide to escape. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. Although there were still ghost soldiers surging towards him, these ghost soldiers didn't seem to be deliberately targeting him. Their steps seemed somewhat panicked, as if they were fleeing, but he had blocked their path, forcing them to fight. No, this ghostly realm was clearly the ghost soldiers' home ground. How could these ghost soldiers possibly be fleeing? Xiaohua shook his head, thinking it might be the influence of the ghostly realm causing him to have a mental illusion. This made him very serious. Even the mind could be affected here, so he really had to run. As for whether this ghostly realm would expand further after he escaped, allowing these ghost soldiers to ravage Begins City, he couldn't care less about that now. If he died here, he would probably become a ghost soldier himself. It was better to preserve his usefulness and run. Sizzle, crack. The sound of flames burning flesh finally reached this place. Xiaohua frowned. What was that sound? Wait, he twitched his nose. What a stench. It was the smell of flames burning rotting flesh. But where did the flames come from? Just as he was wondering, some yin soldiers, their bodies wreathed in terrifying flames, finally fled here in panic, but they were burned to ashes after only a few steps. Behind the burning Yin soldiers, a figure appeared. Tisk, looks like there are quite a few Yin soldiers here. Li Heng strolled around leisurely, chuckling lightly. Unlike the anxiety in Xiao Hua's eyes, he looked at these Yin soldiers as walking sources of energy. Strange? What was that thing? Who are you? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Could it be another powerful figure hidden in the shadows, protecting the Demon Extermination Division's assessment? But was there such a person in the Demon Extermination Division who could wield such terrifying flames? Could he be one of the aristocratic families who have recently arrived in Ben City? Perhaps the bloodline abilities of these families could accomplish this. Li Heng wasn't wearing the uniform of a demon slayer, and he wasn't familiar with this deputy director Xiao Hua. So it's no wonder Xiao Hua made such a guess. Inside the innate key shield, He Qing, who was helpless with his young couple unconscious, suddenly looked up and saw Li Heng's figure, immediately stunned. Overjoyed, he quickly shouted, "My lord! My lord?" Xiao Hua punched away a Yin soldier, somewhat dumbfounded. Was this young man really from the Demon Slayer division? But how come he didn't know there were people with such abilities in the Demon Slayer division? Was Old Meng hiding something from him? Li Heng, the officially appointed Demon Slayer, greets Deputy Director Xiao. Li Heng replied calmly, then unleashed a burst of solar true fire, directly igniting the numerous Yin soldiers still fighting Xiao Hua. Solar true fire is almost flammable, even though the Yin soldiers instinctively tried to extinguish it, it was to no avail. It quickly turned to ashes, becoming the source energy in Li Heng's possession. Wait, you're the Li Heng that Old Meng mentioned? Xiao Hua retreated, afraid of being contaminated by the terrifying flames. Once he steadied himself and calmed his thoughts, he found it somewhat unbelievable. Chapter 90 Taiyuan Scripture. Amidst the raging flames and the ashes scattered across the open ground, Li Heng smiled slightly. If this Old Meng refers to Director Meng Lingayan, then I am indeed the Li Heng he speaks of. What, old man, always talking about this? The true fire of the sun, like heavenly fire, incinerated all the Yin soldiers. His source power also increased by 400 points, bringing his total to 910 points, not far from the 1,000 mark. Xiao Hua was stunned, then gave a bitter smile. It seems Old Meng really misled me. I heard him say before that you were a troublesome kid, always running off to dangerous places, and even getting caught up in the Three Mountains gathering. But I never expected you to be so powerful. Controlling such terrifying flames, even without being touched by them, just looking at them made his heart pound. His innate protective aura probably wouldn't last long. With such strength, it seems Old Meng was worrying for nothing. Even Old Meng himself might not be able to defeat this Li Heng. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. He sighed, quite surprised. My lord, we meet again. He Qing bowed respectfully upon seeing Li Heng appear, saying happily. In a sense, Li Heng was He Qing's benefactor. Without him, he would probably still be wasting his time at the Three Mountains gathering. To He Qing, Li Heng was also his benefactor. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Li Heng nodded, recalling Su Yinghun's words. This He Qing seemed to have some talent, having already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. You hadn't shown yourself before, did you discover anything? Xiao Hua asked in a deep voice. I did discover something, if you believe me. Li Heng nodded, recounting the events surrounding the Zhang couple. After listening, Xiao Hua and the others found it unbelievable. People are divided into good and evil, a bizarre realm reflecting reality? Their gazes all turned to the fallen Zhang couple. Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. According to what you said before, after the deaths of the Zhang couple with their malevolent faces, these two human beings with benevolent faces should also have died. But why are they only unconscious? Even if they are unconscious, it confirms this. Anyway, something has definitely happened. Li Heng said calmly. The other three nodded as well. Sigh, I thought it was just a small matter for the formal demon slaying assessment, but I didn't expect it to lead to such a big disaster, catching such a big fish lurking in the water. Xiao Hua shook his head. If what you say is true, then this is terrifying. A ghostly domain that can transform living beings into ghost soldiers. I have never heard of such a thing. It's good that this one has been exposed, but what if there are other ghostly domains like this? No, we have to go back and report to the commander immediately. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. These ghost soldiers are all dead, but the ghostly domain is still not broken. There may still be some great terror lurking there. Xiao Hua was about to throw a punch to open an exit from the ghostly domain. A true Key Realm Grandmaster has the ability to tear apart a ghostly domain. No need for such trouble. Li Heng shook his head and smiled. He threw a punch before Xiao Hua could react, visualizing the great sun in his mind, unleashing a demon-slaying and evil-exterminating intent that expanded rapidly, filling the entire ghost domain. In an instant, the ghost domain shattered. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the ghost domain, which shattered like a mirror. This level of power, you're telling me it's a blood exchange realm cultivator? What a joke. Returning to the mortal world, the first thing they saw was Meng Lingayan, and behind him, a dozen or so powerful demon-slaying envoys, almost all of them true Key Realm Grandmasters. What happened? What exactly happened here? Why did the ghost domain suddenly shatter? Meng Lingayan suppressed his shock, looking at Li Heng and the others who had suddenly appeared. He had detected the fluctuations of the ghost domain erupting in the inner city and rushed over with his men. But now, they had only just arrived, and the ghost domain had already shattered? Old Meng, this is a long story. Xiao Hua said with a wry smile, recounting the events. After hearing what had happened, the demon-slaying envoys gasped. A ghost domain that could generate yin soldiers and serve as a reflection of the mortal world? And this official demon slayer, Li Heng, shattered the ghost domain with a single punch? Shattered a ghost domain of this level with a single punch? And his cultivation wasn't even at the true Key Realm. What kind of monster is this? Meng Lingayan's expression was complicated. He had tried to overestimate Li Heng, but this was still beyond his comprehension. Soon, he cleared his mind of distractions and turned his gaze to the unconscious Zhang couple. Take these two away. Also, no one is allowed to leak what happened here. Those who disobey will be severely punished. He gave the order with a stern expression, feeling a little regretful. The Zhang family was finished. The stable situation they had managed to maintain seemed to be doomed. Such a commotion couldn't be concealed by the Demon Extermination Division. It seemed he had to go find that old fox, Ren Hai. Next, it was the usual procedure, passing through the Demon Revealing Mirror, returning to the Demon Extermination Division, and disinfecting himself with the array in the Merit Hall. After doing all this, Li Heng returned directly to his residence. What was originally just a small incident had unexpectedly yielded so much source energy, totaling 500. Li Heng smiled inwardly. Although the Sunset organization was wicked, in terms of the amount of source energy, it was clearly his lucky star. As for what happened to the Zhang family, he could only sigh and feel helpless. After all, this world was so dangerous, rife with strange occurrences, and one could easily fall victim if one wasn't careful. It could only be said that this kind of world simply didn't treat the weak kindly. He withdrew his distracting thoughts. His primary task now was to become stronger, even stronger. If he couldn't even protect himself, he had no right to talk about helping the world or becoming a great sage. With a thought, the data panel appeared. At this moment, the deduction progress of the Taiyuan Gong was about to be completed, reaching 99%. However, his upgrade and point allocation function wasn't like some other game, it wouldn't get stuck there. Therefore, the next moment, the progress reached 100%. The deduction of Taiyuan Gong was completed, and the information on the data panel began to change. The words Taiyuan Gong disappeared, replaced by Taiyuan Jing. Many profound pieces of information surged in Li Heng's mind. These were the contents of the Taiyuan Jing True Key Realm. Furthermore, thanks to the power of causality in upgrading and adding points, he mastered it in an instant. At this moment, he had already grasped the secrets of the True Key Realm. For him, the True Key Realm no longer had any threshold. He only needed to accumulate enough in the Blood Exchange Realm, until it overflowed naturally. Then, he could naturally advance to the True Key Realm Grandmaster. In fact, if he wanted to break through, he could do so now. He had achieved the Great Sun Spirit Body in the Blood Exchange Realm, and his foundation was already more stable than that of an ordinary person. The accumulation he had just made after breaking through was already comparable to the accumulation of an ordinary person at the great perfection of the Blood Exchange Realm. However, he was not satisfied with this. If he chose to break through now, the true key he transformed would not be much different from that of an ordinary person, and there would be no future for him. He planned to continue accumulating, and when his accumulation could truly be described as overflowing naturally, then he could transform into Great Sun True Ki. A tall building rises from the ground, and the foundation must be solid. Withdrawing his distracting thoughts, Li Heng's heart calmed down. Immediately, a thought flashed through his mind, and with a grab, he traced a mysterious and incomprehensible trajectory in the void. A ball of primordial energy appeared in Li Heng's palm, lingering for a long time. If any outsider knew this, they would be utterly astonished. Controlling and interfering with primordial energy, that was the very essence of the innate Dao. If the three major realms of nourishing yuan, foundation building, and true Qi were all about exploring one's own potential, seeking within, then the innate Dao was about exploring the external world, opening the bridge between heaven and earth, and communicating with it. Human power is ultimately finite, but heaven and earth are infinite. Indeed, the Taiyuan scripture, after its deduction, could interfere with primordial energy in advance. A sudden realization flashed through Li Heng's mind. The essence of evolving from Taiyuan Gong to Taiyuan scripture had undergone a tremendous change, but the manifestation remained in primordial energy. Taiyuan Gong nurtured the primordial energy within the body, making it the master of oneself. But Taiyuan scripture controlled and interfered with primordial energy, becoming the master of primordial energy, many times more domineering than Taiyuan Gong. Those with vast primordial energy could be called Hao. Li Heng could sense that if he continued to transform in this direction, he might truly reach that profound realm. However, he also knew, those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die. While moving towards that direction and that realm, he also had to forge his own path. With a thought, he dispersed the primordial energy in his palm. Being able to interfere with the primordial energy in advance, he now had the confidence to truly face a grandmaster of the innate realm. Even if a grandmaster of the innate realm pressed down on him with boundless primordial energy, or even used the method of locking the primordial energy, he could still rely on his ability to interfere with the primordial energy to escape and not be suppressed. Although the true fire of the sun could also burn the primordial energy, its efficiency was ultimately too slow. Li Heng felt a slight sensation in his heart. It turned out that the divine avatar at the Three Mountains gathering had finally made a breakthrough. The visualization of the vast earth had broken through the critical point, reaching 10%. This breakthrough also boosted the visualization of the vast sun, directly helping Li Heng increase it by 3%. The total progress of the great sun visualization had reached 28%. At this rate, reaching 50% isn't far off. At the Three Mountains gathering, within the sealing array, the great demoness was slightly pleased. She could sense the changes in the yin demon primordial embryo, which had clearly made significant progress. Sure enough, her gamble had paid off. This yin demon primordial embryo was indeed worth her investment. Suddenly, she frowned again, sensing an uninvited guest. A completely black raven, without a single blemish, circled above the Three Mountains gathering, seemingly sensing something. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it shot towards the great demoness. Within a minute or two, it arrived at the sealing altar. The great demoness manifested a powerless phantom. She frowned at the raven. "Who are you?" The raven sat on a rock. It then transformed into a humanoid shadow, adorned with a pair of red eyes, and knelt on the ground. "Yin Yi, on behalf of the great demoness, greet you." Chapter 91 Martial Arts Fusion. "Yin Yi? Whose side are you on?" The female demon frowned. "The waning sun, about to fall." Yin Yi spoke in a slightly chanting tone, and a deep respect could be seen in her red eyes, which flashed with evil intent. "How, I thought it was some old friend coming to see me." The female demon laughed. "Didn't expect it to be those lunatics from Sunset? Then you and I are not on the same side. Although we are all strange beings, I am not the kind without a head, and I will not go crazy with you." She waved her hand, as if to drive Yin Yi away. "You have too many concerns. During the years you were sealed, you had no idea what happened. The great tide came, unstoppable, even the human race was helpless, barely able to protect themselves. How can we be called lunatics?" Yin Yi's shadowy body, without any gaps, split open a slightly ferocious mouth, as if laughing. "Therefore, I am acting on the orders of the Lord to invite you to join our organization. If you agree, we can even instantly break the seal of this reverse 8 trigrams formation and free you from the world." The female demon raised an eyebrow, her heart filled with surprise. This sunset organization was truly arrogant. Could it be that the situation had suddenly changed during the years she was sealed? If so, joining wouldn't be a bad idea. However, she reconsidered. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave, and was still investing in the Yin Demon primordial embryo. Once the Yin Demon primordial embryo successfully developed and erupted, she wouldn't need anyone's help to leave. Why join this crazy organization, Sunset, and restrict herself at every turn? Our paths are different, so we cannot work together. The female demon immediately spoke calmly, refusing Yin Yi. Yin Yi wasn't surprised and sighed. Then you really missed a golden opportunity. Alright, explain your purpose for coming here. I don't believe you came all this way just to invite a loser like me to join Sunset. The female demon waved her hand and said coldly. I can't hide it from you, my purpose is. It was already dusk. Li Heng looked at the blood-red setting sun on the horizon and decided to go to the library. Now that he was about to advance to the true key realm, it was time to go there to find some methods of killing, that is, martial arts. He had just completed the self-immolation flower boat mission and gained as many as 5,000 merit points. He hadn't considered this before, mainly because the foundation establishment stage was a period of building a foundation. It was not suitable to use the physical body for fighting, lest it leave various hidden injuries and damage the foundation. Before that, the true fire of the sun was enough to serve as a means of killing. Some sex geniuses were just like that. In the nourishing yuan and foundation establishment stages, they only cultivated methods, not fighting methods, so as not to have excessive blood and ki, and damage their foundation. Only upon reaching the true ki realm, when the physical body is complete, true ki is generated spontaneously, and destructive power is multiplied, can one begin cultivating martial arts techniques. The sun was setting, and the crowds were thinning. Soon, Li Heng arrived at the entrance of the library. As soon as he entered, he heard a complaining voice. My goodness, it's almost night, why are people still coming? Young man, don't you need to eat or sleep? A plump middle-aged man lamented, a name tag for librarian, or bookkeeper, hanging around his neck. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Another change? Wasn't the previous bookkeeper an old gentleman? Did he go back to rest? A very bad premonition rose within him. Rest? Hearing this, the middle-aged man sighed. Old Lin has indeed retired, probably retired forever. He scoffed. He went out to cause some strange trouble, and then disappeared. He must be dead. He was so old, yet he still insisted on going out to fight. Li Heng frowned. Why did he die? How did he die? I heard it was related to some pleasure boat. But I don't know the specifics. After all, I'm an office worker, I don't like fighting, and I don't want to know about these things. The middle-aged man also seemed a little melancholy. Alright, put your token here and go in and choose one yourself. Come find me when you've chosen one. The middle-aged man waved his hand, indicating to Li Heng. At the same time, he muttered to himself, I thought it was a lucrative job, but I didn't expect there to be people at night. Li Heng was slightly taken aback, then shook his head, feeling nothing but regret. What could he say? It was just a chance encounter, nothing to grieve or lament. He could only say that fate is fickle. Calming his thoughts, he went upstairs to choose a martial arts technique. Bein City was just a county town, and the Demon Extermination Division here was just a branch. The martial arts techniques and cultivation methods here were quite ordinary, nothing special. For example, there were techniques like the Heavenly Moon Gentle Breeze Swordplay, the Mountain Yin Sea Tiger Saber, and the 100 Steps Earth-Splitting Fist. Although these all involved true key realm techniques, they weren't worth Li Heng's attention. He didn't expect to obtain any particularly powerful techniques from them, so he randomly picked out 5 techniques that didn't involve true key realm. These included techniques for sabers, swords, fists, legs, and palms, each worth about 1,000 merit points, just enough to use up his 5,000. He took these techniques downstairs. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he saw this. Good heavens, where did this rich guy come from? He directly took 5 martial arts techniques of the same level? And none of them involved true key realm? Are you stupid and rich? Most people would be happy with 2. You took 5. Even if you have more merit points than you can spend, you should know the principle of not biting off more than you can chew, right? Young brother, are you sure you want to exchange for these 5 martial arts techniques? To prevent Li Heng from changing his mind, the middle-aged man confirmed several times. He couldn't understand the use of exchanging so many martial arts techniques. It would be better to concentrate merit points in exchange for a higher level one. Li Heng nodded. He understood the middle-aged man's thoughts. But he also had his own considerations. After registering his information and taking the martial arts techniques, Li Heng left directly, leaving the middle-aged man with only envious glances. What a rich fool who didn't know how valuable merit points were. Back at his residence, Li Heng browsed through the 5 martial arts techniques, generating 5 entries in his data panel. Then he directly clicked the plus sign, allowing himself to quickly master them. Clicking the plus sign again, consuming a small portion of his health, he upgraded and mastered all 5 techniques. Reaching a pinnacle level, even surpassing the creators of these techniques. He was calm and exhaled slowly. It was time to verify his conjecture. With a thought, he simultaneously clicked the plus sign on all 5 techniques, directly consuming a large portion of his health, becoming extremely weak. But following Li Heng's rule, the 5 martial arts manuals actually overlap and merged into one, slowly beginning to deduce their power. Li Heng was overjoyed. It was just as he had expected. Since he intended to cultivate martial arts, he wouldn't just focus on one aspect. He wanted to be proficient in many areas, hence his exchange for 5 different martial arts manuals. However, 5 manuals would make him mediocre. Therefore, by fusing the 5, he could reach a higher level. If he could successfully deduce their power, his understanding of martial arts would reach the level of a grandmaster, making various fighting techniques effortless. The purpose of cultivating martial arts is for killing, just as cultivators cultivate spells for protection and longevity. But merely that is insufficient. It's better to fuse the 5 martial arts manuals, transforming technique into the way. Then, relying on the Taiyuan scripture he had just deduced, he could forge his own path to heaven. If anyone knew of Li Heng's actions, they would be dumbfounded, then laugh at him for overestimating himself. Only at the blood exchange realm, not even at the true key realm, yet he was already considering forging his own path? Isn't this just being overly ambitious? But Li Heng possesses an extraordinary advantage, making him no ordinary person. He can forge his own path ahead of others, instead of hastily trying to fix things when he feels his foundation is unstable at a high level. His martial arts deduction and fusion still require time, so he's not in a hurry. As night falls, he simply sits cross-legged, closes his eyes, and circulates the Taiyuan scripture, inhaling and exhaling the primordial energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, he visualizes the great sun, slowly increasing the progress of his visualization. Night. In front of the gates of Begin City, on a thick, large tree, a crow with red eyes perches. Unexpectedly, a powerful family has come to this small county of Begin, and a powerful expert at the innate level at that. Are the humans so nervous? Or did they anticipate something? Yin Yu wondered, realizing he needed to be more cautious. He used a secret technique given to him by his master, emitting a strange and inexplicable fluctuation that was imperceptible to ordinary people, hoping to find the strange being his master had lost, and the living dead who had blocked his master's location. The one who killed the master also blocked the master's senses? That living dead is truly audacious. But based on his understanding of the master, even if that living dead hasn't suffered the master's revenge, he certainly won't live much longer. No one can defy the master. Suddenly, he snapped out of his thoughts, the crow cawing. The fluctuations he emitted received no response. What happened? The secret technique left by the master didn't work? Yin Yu was stunned. He had just used the secret technique to search the entire city of Bian, but still couldn't find that strange creature, or any trace of the living dead, not even a shadow of the gathering token. Could it really be the worst possibility? That it had been suppressed by the aristocratic families? Should he really go back immediately? But if he returned empty-handed, his standing in the master's eyes would definitely drop. It wouldn't be impossible for him to become cannon fodder in the battle. He flapped his wings, made up his mind, and spat out a drop of blood from his crow's beak. The blood hovered silently in the air, emitting a dark red glow. Then, the blood instantly dissolved, merging into the invisible fluctuations formed by a secret technique. The fluctuations were instantly amplified many times over, densely covering the city of Bian. Inside the Demon Exorcism Bureau, Li Heng opened his eyes, frowning. What was going on? The strange newspaper and the Sunset Organization's gathering token showed unusual activity. Chapter 92 Auspicious Crow. Yin Yu flapped his feeble wings, his heart filled with sorrow. He hoped this time would yield some results, otherwise, he would truly suffer a great loss. This drop of blood was his very essence, and he had barely a few drops left in his body. Using even one drop now was already a severe blow to his vital energy. After a while, a surge of joy filled his heart. He had finally sensed the location of the strange newspaper in the gathering token. However, the location was very vague, he could only determine the general direction. But as a yin crow, he could traverse between the mortal and the intangible. This small matter was of no use to him. Just as he was about to take flight and search the skies above Begin City, he saw a living dead figure rushing towards him from afar, accompanied by a powerful aura of yin energy. A crow perched on a branch under the moon, a truly bizarre encounter. The newcomer was none other than Li Heng, disguised as a living dead. Soon, Li Heng arrived before Yin Yi. Yin Yi manifested a humanoid black shadow, staring intently at the living dead figure that Li Heng had transformed into. Based on the information his master had given him, he had recognized the undead man before him as the one his master had mentioned. He was slightly shocked. How had this undead man found him? Had he traced the fluctuations he emitted? This was his master's secret technique. How could he possibly track it? Li Heng calmly looked at the crow in the tree. "Speak, who are you? Why are you probing me?" He spoke in a hoarse voice, filled with boundless stillness, like a living, breathing eeriness, revealing no flaws. Earlier, he had sensed the strange official report and the unusual activity of the gathering token, and knew something was wrong. He had directly used his heavenly eye to trace the origin of this mysterious fluctuation, arriving outside the city to find this crow. He had thought it was that mysterious figure from the Sunset organization coming in person, and he was about to confront him. Unexpectedly, it was only the aura of a crow that had arrived, far weaker than the mysterious figure from before. It seemed to be just a subordinate or cannon fodder. "Who am I?" Yin Yi chuckled. Although he didn't know how this living dead had tracked him down, the living dead's appearance was a stroke of luck, saving him the trouble of wasting his energy. "Do you remember the official who gave you the token a while ago? I was sent by him. My name is Yin Yi." Yin Yi spoke with some pride when mentioning that official. "Oh, so he sent you. What do you want?" Li Heng asked calmly. "The official asked me to pass on a message to you. Have you found the anomaly that the official lost? Also, the official wants to ask you, what is your background? Or rather, who is behind you?" Yin Yi's scarlet eyes stared intently, speaking bluntly. "That's all you're asking? Are there any other questions?" Li Heng smiled and continued. "Of course there are questions. For example, a strange domain that the official previously set up in the city has been exposed. This is Lord Guan's scheme. Do you know what it is?" In Yin Yi's eyes, Li Heng was truly strange, so he didn't hide anything. "You can't possibly say that this strange entity is human, or that it's collaborating with humans, can you? That's utterly ridiculous." "I naturally know all that you've said," Li Heng nodded. "Then let me ask you, why didn't your master come personally?" "HMPH. My master is busy with countless affairs. How could he waste his energy on such trivial matters? Speak, tell me your origins and everything you know. My master is not stingy with rewards." Yin Yi said disdainfully. "So you're saying that even if you die here, my master can't help you? What, you want to attack me? Hell, although I don't know what secret method you used to find me, your level is too high to kill me. Now I think you're not from any powerful force, you don't even know what race I am." Yin Yi spoke in a hoarse voice, instantly transforming back into a crow. "And what race are you?" Li Heng continued to ask. "I am the Shadow Raven, the messenger of that lord. If you wish to attack me, you'd better give up. I traverse between the realms of existence and the realm of nothingness. How could you possibly stop me? Let alone this living dead before him, who was merely a blood exchange realm cultivator among humans. Even if you had reached the innate realm of humans, possessing a terrifying ghost domain, he still wouldn't be able to stop him. Fine, I've finished my question, you can die now." The moment Li Heng spoke, he unleashed terrifying power. The great Sun Dharma image manifested, illuminating the dark surroundings with great light, directly suppressing this so-called Shadow Raven to the spot. The Shadow Raven was terrified, desperately flapping its wings, trying to use its innate ability to traverse between the realms of existence and the realm of nothingness to escape. However, it discovered that under the illumination of this light, its supposed escape method was completely useless. "Who are you? You are definitely not a ghost," it cried out in fear. "Ignorant little bird, Haven't you ever seen an undead wielding holy light? Li Heng chuckled, and before his words even finished, he unleashed a punch, imbued with the intent to annihilate demons and vanquish evil, aiming to obliterate this berserker-like creature on the spot. My lord, save me. Crack. The surrounding void cracked like a mirror, shattering, and a terrifying phantom slowly emerged. Li Heng coldly snorted, unleashing his great sun dharma form a second time, directly suppressing the phantom. How is this possible? Yin cried out, frantically flapping his wings, his bird eyes seemingly bulging out of their sockets. This living dead could wield the power of light, yet it could even stop the arrival of the Lord? And this was only at the blood exchange realm? The next instant, the fist had already landed. The crow-like body exploded like ink, but before the ink could even touch the ground, it vanished into nothingness under the light of the great sun dharma form. Yin Yu was instantly annihilated. The next moment, everything fell silent. But the next instant, an angry voice, traversing infinite space, came from a distant place. Fine, you actually dared to kill my messenger. No matter who you are, you will pay the price. I have already remembered your power fluctuations. You'd better not let me find you, or I will make sure you die a horrible death. Li Heng was too lazy to pay attention, and the great sun dharma image shook again. It directly silenced this guy. If you were to descend in your true form, I would be afraid of you a little. But you can't even descend in your true form now. What's the use of your threats? Anyone can talk tough. Under the illumination of the great sun dharma image, everything returned to calm. His eyes lit up. This shadow crow didn't seem very strong, but it was actually worth 90 points of origin power, directly allowing his origin power to break through the 1,000 mark. It seemed that this so-called shadow crow was indeed somewhat special. He wondered where there were more birds like this. It was practically a flock of flying origin power. He took out the strange official report and the Sunset Organization's gathering token from his pocket and pondered. Should he use these two things to lure some fish? If he could catch dozens more of these birds, wouldn't he be on his way to success? Anyone who knew Li Heng's thoughts would be terrified. Others considered the dark crow an omen of misfortune. Wherever it flew, it meant death and disaster. Yet Li Heng hoped for as many dark crows as possible. Did he consider them auspicious? After pondering for a moment, Li Heng shook his head. Forget it, better not do that. While fishing was indeed enjoyable, he shouldn't assume others were fools who wouldn't easily fall for his tricks. This wasn't a novel where he'd be given easy levels. Next time, he'd probably be one of those so-called adults. He looked at the strange official report and the sunset gathering token, then added several more layers of great sun true meaning. He refused to believe that with so many layers of protection, there would be no further disturbance. After adding several layers of great sun true meaning, the strange official report and the gathering token calmed down and stopped acting strangely. Li Heng nodded in satisfaction and returned to Bian City with a flourish. Only the distant, hidden places remained. That official was furious. Nothing more was said that night, and dawn broke. In the Demon Extermination Bureau's residence, Li Heng opened his eyes from his secluded cultivation, bathed in the rising sun, his body feeling warm and comfortable as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Although he hadn't completed the deduction and fusion of his martial arts techniques that night, he had still gained a lot. First, his source energy broke through the 1,000-point mark. The Taiyuan scripture he cultivated also gave him a great surprise. With each breath, he absorbed the primordial energy of heaven and earth, which seemed to be constantly cleansing his body. While strengthening his physical body, it also brought him closer to nature, moving him closer to the innate state of forming one's ki to achieve softness, like an infant. He was only at the blood exchange realm. If anyone knew that Li Heng could achieve this, they would probably exclaim that this boy was terrifyingly powerful and felt he deserved to be struck by lightning. This series of transformations also indirectly enhanced Li Heng's visualization abilities. In one night, his progress had increased by 2%, and his total visualization progress had exceeded 30%. Good news also came from the Divine Path Avatar at the Three Mountains Gathering. With the assistance of that female demon and the extraordinary power of the Yin Demon Primordial Embryo, the Divine Path Avatar's visualization of the vast Earth had reached 15%. This was considered a breakthrough, progressing by leaps and bounds. The Divine Path Avatar also gained a new ability, Spirit Capture and Command. Wherever it passed, it could directly capture the souls of ordinary people, making them its Yin soldiers. This was a preliminary step into the power of life and death. However, That female demon was clearly a good person, strangely so. Even though the divine path avatar had grown to this level, she still wouldn't let it emerge into the world, continuing to increase its investment. For example, seeing that the divine path avatar was encountering a bottleneck in cultivating the demon summoning scripture, she kindly explained things to it, showing even more concern than Li Heng, the original body. Li Heng knew this and felt somewhat ashamed. Humans are inferior to the strange. Aside from the external environment, everything was developing for the better. In a good mood, Li Heng stood up, stretched, and planned to treat himself to a nice meal and think about the road ahead. Just then, he heard shouts outside the courtyard. "Brother Li, something terrible has happened. You might be in trouble." Li Heng frowned. It was Wang Donglei's voice. Chapter 93. A mere noble family. Can't a man get some peace and quiet this early in the morning? Li Heng shook his head, pushed open the door, and felt a gentle breeze and sunlight invigorate him. The instinctive flow of his great sun spirit body's bloodline was likely cleansing his essence. He opened the courtyard gate. Wang Donglei, who was anxiously waiting outside, was delighted. "What happened this time?" Li Heng asked calmly. However, he already had a pretty good idea of what was going on. It was probably about the powerful families or his sister again. "Someone is looking for you, Brother Li." Wang Donglei hesitated for a moment, then added, feeling that his wording might not be quite right. "Or perhaps, they're looking for people who recently went to the Three Mountains gathering, and you happen to be among them." Li Heng frowned. "Looking for people who went to the Three Mountains gathering? Could it be? Come in and talk." This wasn't the place to talk, so Li Heng led Wang Donglei into the courtyard. The two sat on a stone bench and began to talk. "So who exactly is looking for someone involved in this matter?" Wang Donglei pondered for a moment. "Ahem, Brother Li, don't be afraid of what I'm about to say. Just keep a calm and composed attitude." He raised his hands, signaling Li Heng to calm down. But Li Heng looked at him like he was an idiot, making him quite embarrassed. "Forget it, I won't pretend any more," he thought resignedly. "Actually, I possess the bloodline of a noble family," Wang Donglei said solemnly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if hoping Li Heng would be shocked upon learning this. "Oh, and then?" Li Heng didn't even blink. "Brother Li, aren't you surprised?" Wang Donglei raised an eyebrow. Now it was his turn to be surprised. "What's so surprising? It's just a noble family. Besides, judging by your current appearance, that bloodline probably isn't very legitimate. You're likely just from a branch of the noble family." Li Heng spoke casually. He dared to kill even the so-called second young master of the Yi family. What chance did Wang Donglei, who might just be from a branch of the noble family in a small county town? Moreover, Wang Donglei's strength was immediately apparent to him. His bloodline was likely thin, and he probably didn't possess any special bloodline abilities. Wang Donglei gasped. What did a mere aristocratic family mean? It was Brother Li's confidence that made him so confident, but he truly didn't understand what an aristocratic family represented. He knew that the entire Great Li was essentially composed of aristocratic families. The Great Li royal family was the largest of these families. Alright, since that's the case, I won't keep you in suspense any longer, Wang Donglei said with a wry smile, his interest waning. This was the first time he had ever met someone so indifferent to aristocratic families. It was like in the peaceful and prosperous times of ancient times, where people dared to ask, are kings and generals born with special privileges? Brother Li, you probably know that I complained about some relatives visiting my home recently. And these relatives are actually members of our Wang family's main branch. Are you Wang family members curious about the Three Mountains gathering? No, Wang Donglei shook his head. Actually, besides most of the people from our Wang family, there's a small group from other aristocratic families. They said they came here for training. Though I don't know what's so special about training in this small Bian county. He indicated that people from aristocratic families wouldn't understand. Among that small group, there's a man surnamed Ji, whose strength is terrifying. Yesterday, he asked me if I knew anyone who had recently attended the Three Mountains gathering. Especially people from the Demon Extermination Bureau or the government. Wang Donglei's expression became very serious when he talked about this. That man surnamed Ji looked very unfriendly when he asked about this, even a little impatient, so it's probably not good news. I thought about it for half the night last night and finally thought of you, Brother Li. So this morning I came uninvited to remind you of something. Li Heng nodded. So that's how it is. Has the matter of the second young master of the Yi family come to light? Perhaps the Yin source pearl is still involved? But it hasn't completely come to light, at least the Yi family hasn't pinpointed anyone. He just doesn't know if the so-called second young master of the Yi family is still alive. He was so arrogant and threatening back then. His body was devoured by that inexplicable terror, but his soul was nowhere to be found. Since they haven't located him yet, even if he's not dead, his condition probably isn't good. He's likely already been devoured by his own family. The aristocratic families he knew were all incredibly cold-hearted. Then I thank you for your kind reminder, Brother Wang. However, your purpose isn't that simple, is it? For example, about your sister. Li Heng suddenly smiled. Let me guess, it's probably because that guy surnamed Ji has been harassing your sister lately, which is why you wanted me to meet her before, but I refused. Now that you know this matter is related to me, and might be helpful to your sister's situation, that's why you came to inform me, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Donglei stiffened, then gave a bitter smile. Brother Li is exceptionally intelligent, you can't hide anything from you. It's exactly as you guessed. But rest assured, I haven't told that guy surnamed Yi about this, otherwise I wouldn't have come to inform you. Li Heng nodded, indicating his understanding. People have different motives, and everyone has their own selfish desires. Wang Donglei hadn't used him as a pawn or a shield. He'd only learned of the matter by chance, and perhaps it would be helpful for his sister's situation, so he'd come to inform him. Where is that man surnamed Yi now? Li Heng changed the subject, speaking casually. He's temporarily staying at my house, but he's always wandering the streets. What are you planning, Brother Li? I advise you not to act rashly, that's a behemoth from a powerful family. Wang Donglei's expression was grave. Although he was from a branch of a powerful family, he was ultimately just a branch with diluted blood, lacking any awakened abilities, and wouldn't consider himself born noble or act like a member of a powerful family. Don't worry, I know what's good for me. Li Heng replied casually. Wang Donglei smiled bitterly inwardly. This answer was truly perfunctory. He was certain that this Brother Li hadn't taken his warning seriously at all. But oh well, he'd done what he could. He just hoped for a good ending. Then I should go back to work. Take care, Brother Li. He bowed, bid farewell to Li Heng, and left. Li Heng watched Wang Donglei leave with a deep gaze. Since this matter was already urgent, he wouldn't wait until things truly erupted before taking action. The Yi family wanted to find me? Then I'll find you first. He used his soul tracking technique to simultaneously simulate the aura of the Yi family's second young master, wanting to see if he could track him down. Although different people's auras were definitely different, as long as he could simulate the Yi family's unique yin aura, that would suffice. Soon, his eyes lit up, there was a reaction. In the South City. On the main street of the South City. Yi Zhuan looked at the bustling pedestrians, frowning in disgust. This swirling worldly atmosphere and the rustic air of these peasants were truly repulsive. However, due to the orders of that so-called junior uncle, he had no choice but to come out. He was told that the South City Land Temple had only recently been built and had been destroyed, and he was to blame. Therefore, he had to come out to guard it, and if anyone tried to destroy it, he had to stop them and report it. But in his opinion, all of this was utter nonsense. They simply knew he wasn't a member of the Wang family, and since his elders weren't present, they were just ordering him around at will. But he was helpless. What could he do when his strength was inferior? He was here to investigate, not to be a laborer. Thinking this, he felt a surge of resentment. He casually pinched a wisp of yin energy in his hand and, like a child flicking a stone, launched it into the body of an unfortunate passerby. The passerby collapsed, unconscious, causing other pedestrians to gasp and shout, creating a chaotic scene. It was like a child taking his anger out on an ant. Yi Zhuan ignored it and continued walking, pondering the task his elders had entrusted to him. They said that the second young master had been murdered, with only his soul returning, and that an investigation was essential. Although this matter did damage the Yi family's prestige, he didn't care. The second young master was just lucky, otherwise, he was a useless piece of trash. How could he compare to the eldest young master? His death was for the best, preventing a waste of the Yi family's resources. Now, only his soul remained. The title of second young master is probably going to be handed over to someone else. Perhaps now, not even his soul remains, and no news has escaped. This kind of trash has probably been devoured by the ancestors in the Yi family ancestral hall. While traveling, He constantly used secret techniques to probe, searching all 4 districts and the inner city, but still found nothing. He was somewhat irritated. Had he really guessed wrong? Was the person who killed the second young master not in Bean City? Was he really still at the so-called Three Mountains gathering? But there's a female demon there. Would the person who killed the second young master dare to stay there? Wasn't he afraid of death? But that Wang Donglei, a member of the Wang family branch, seemed to know something. When he asked about this last night, his words were quite disjointed. Perhaps that could be a breakthrough. He made up his mind that when he returned tonight, he would definitely interrogate him thoroughly. However, Wang Donglei, isn't he that little girl's brother? Then he couldn't be too rough. He'd better just use Yin-Qi soul search. That way, Wang Donglei wouldn't object further. Yizhuan smiled slightly. In his turbulent thoughts, he stirred up the already thickening yin energy around him, causing passers-by to feel a chill as the yin energy invaded their bodies. These peasants were of little use except for their souls. Coming to his senses, Yizhuan knew he had caused such a consequence, but he didn't care. The yin energy entering these peasants' bodies would be perfect for his soul-binding ritual after nightfall, allowing him to practice his supernatural abilities. Unbeknownst to him, he had already wandered through the entire southern city street. He stopped at a corner, intending to check on the local earth god temple before returning, lest it be destroyed again and his junior uncle come to settle scores. Taking a step, the young master suddenly stopped. Where did this little monster come from, daring to block my path? Standing before him was Li Heng, transformed into a strange form. Chapter 94 The longevity lamp goes out. Yizhuan looked at Li Heng with an arrogant expression. He was already in a bad mood, and was just thinking about whether he should capture a few strange creatures to play with, but he didn't expect that a strange creature would actually run into his line of fire. You strange creature are quite bold, daring to show yourself in broad daylight, and even daring to stand openly in front of me. Interesting, very interesting, extremely interesting. So, do you have some other intention? He smiled playfully, and the surrounding scenery began to distort. Then, in the next moment, the world changed. It was as if the strange creature had unfolded its own domain, forming a different kind of realm, isolating it from the real world. I don't care if you have some other intention or are just an ignorant little strange creature. But since you've already entered my Yin-Qi domain, I advise you to obediently surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. His aura suddenly exploded, sweeping out a vast amount of Yin-Qi in this different kind of realm, surrounding him, making him float in the air, rising and falling like a god. After all, you are from a noble family. Interesting. The strange creature that Li Heng was impersonating spoke in a hoarse voice. A member of a powerful family, capable of unleashing a domain like a ghost? This seemed to confirm his suspicions. Alright, it seems you do indeed have ulterior motives. Yizhuan chuckled lightly. Never mind, no matter where you come from, who you are, or what your purpose is, I'll suppress you later and use Yin-Qi to search your soul, and I'll naturally find out everything. A glint flashed in his eyes, full of self-satisfaction. Although he was unlucky enough not to obtain the title of young master, he was by no means a useless second young master. His bloodline development was high enough that he could already unleash such a Yin-Qi domain. Within the domain, he was the master of this place. Even if this ghost was a whole realm higher than him, he was confident he could confront it head-on. Not to mention, in his perception, this brat's cultivation wasn't that high. The ghost that Li Heng had transformed into was still that living dead. He looked at this flashy scene, his neck stiffly shaking, as if he could hear the sound of multiple muscles breaking, as if his head would fall off at any moment. It really was flashy. Although arrogant, Yizhuan was also very cautious. Since Li Heng didn't make a move, he would strike first. A torrent of yin energy surged forth, crashing towards Li Heng like a tidal wave. This yin energy was no ordinary energy, it was refined using a secret technique of the Yi family. If this strange entity thought it was immune to yin energy simply because it was a strange entity, it would fall right into his trap. The yin energy would brand it, restricting its movements. If this strange entity was careless and dared to absorb his yin energy, it would become his slave, its life and death entirely out of its control. This was the terrifying power of the Yi family's secret technique. Li Heng was bored. Why was the Yi family using yin energy again? He could burn it all away with a single burst of solar true fire. However, he was currently playing the role of a strange entity, so he couldn't use solar true fire. He changed his mind, visualizing the vast earth. Facing the surging yin energy, he waved his hand, and the fierce, tidal wave of yin energy instantly froze. As the true self, he could freely use the power of his clones. Was there a problem? Li Heng, for one, thought there was no problem. Yizhuan frowned, sneering inwardly. This strange creature was truly courting death, daring to compete with his Yi family bloodline for control of yin energy? Did he not know that those long-standing monsters and peerless demons all consider their Yi family the kings of yin energy? Dare to show off your skills in front of my Yi family? Utterly laughable. He waved his hand again, and the bloodline within his body erupted. The yin energy that Li Heng had suppressed began to surge violently, seemingly about to break through the stagnation and continue its torrent. Crack! It sounded like something shattered. The yin energy directly broke through the dam built by Li Heng and attacked him. If nothing unexpected happened, his body and soul would be completely consumed by the yin energy's onslaught, succumbing to its power. But at this moment, Li Heng simply stomped the ground with 1 foot. The divine will of the vast earth instantly surged forth. The oppressive yin energy, as if subjected to gravity, was directly drawn to the ground and sank deep into its depths. The vast earth nurtures and bears all things. Yin energy, souls alike, the vast earth is their final resting place. Now that their resting place has manifested, summoned them, how could they not go? Suddenly, Yizhuan felt a fierce suction force. This force didn't act on his body, but on his soul. His expression changed drastically. He instantly formed a hand seal, using a Yi family secret technique to stabilize his soul, barely managing to resist the suction. Who are you? Why do you possess such power? Yizhuan gasped, finding it unbelievable. Their Yi family bloodline was already powerful enough. If developed to its highest level, he could command all yin energy in the world, becoming the master of yin energy. Even in places where elders held it in deep taboo, considered forbidden, he would be a top-tier expert. Among aristocratic families, apart from the Ma family, almost none could counter it. But now he had actually encountered a power that countered yin energy. Under the suction force, this power, the yin energy that had corrupted countless living beings and even altered the environment, sank to the ground, remaining motionless no matter how he summoned it. In fact, Yizhuan didn't think Li Heng would answer. The next moment, he attacked again. This yin energy domain began to distort, twisting to its extreme in the next instant, creating a spatial distortion effect, and attempting to distort Li Heng as well. Although his power couldn't achieve true spatial distortion, he could create a similar effect using the power of the yin energy domain. As long as this strange physique wasn't strong, he would be distorted into a mess. His elders, with just this kind of distortion power, could even wipe out mountains. Slap. Real combat isn't turn-based. The moment Yizhuan used this distortion power based on the yin energy domain, Li Heng had already rushed in front of him and slapped him, sending him flying. Fortunately, this was only a yin energy domain, with a boundary. If this were on the street, this terrifying force was enough to send Yizhuan flying from the beginning of the street to its end. The immense power sent Yizhuan flying several times in the air before he reached the edge of the yin ki domain, where he was bounced back and crashed to the ground. His face swollen like a pig's head. You weren't suppressed by the yin ki domain, Yizhuan said incredulously, and during the excruciating pain. What, you still have the strength to speak? I should have known better than to hold back earlier, or you would have been killed. Li Heng shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. Yizhuan shivered instantly, fear gripping his heart. This was just holding back? If he hadn't stabilized his soul with a secret technique, he would have almost been killed instantly. Alright, tell me about your Yi family. Li Heng smiled slightly. The main reason he didn't kill this member of the Yi family immediately was to gather some information. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. You beat me up like this just to know this? Yizhuan's terrified face suddenly froze, then he spoke abruptly, his voice filled with confusion and disbelief. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Otherwise? Yizhuan cursed inwardly, filled with resentment and indignation, feeling utterly wronged. Why didn't you say so sooner? Why did you have to fight? Wouldn't it have been better to be amicable? I would have told you everything I knew. Looks like you still have the energy to curse, huh? Li Heng said calmly, noticing Yizhuan's expression. No, you must understand, this strange senior. Yizhuan quickly begged for mercy with a forced smile. He still had a bright future ahead of him, He hadn't yet earned the title of young master, he couldn't die. As for the dignity of his noble family, or the promise of loyalty to the nation, he'd lie first. Then hurry up and tell me what you know about the Yi family. Li Heng seemed impatient. Yes, our Yi family actually. Yi Zhuan nodded hurriedly, rattling off all sorts of information about the Yi family like a pea shooter, almost spilling out all the embarrassing things he'd done as a child. Li Heng's brows gradually relaxed. So that's how it is. A powerful family spanning the central and northern prefectures, possessing a mysterious and unpredictable yin-qi bloodline, the elder's strength was unfathomable. As for just how unfathomable, Yi Zhuan himself didn't know. However, based on the destructive power Yi Zhuan described, Li Heng estimated it was at least at the innate level, and there were quite a few at that level. It was practically a monopolistic advantage in martial arts. Li Heng pondered for a moment, somewhat moved. Then let me ask you, what is this so-called ancestor of the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan's expression froze, his face filled with fear. What was going on? How did this strange creature know this? Judging from his previous question, this strange creature clearly knew nothing about their Yi family. Unless, could it be that this strange creature killed the second young master? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Looks like you've guessed something? No, I don't know anything. Yi Zhuan's face was pale, and he shook his head like a rattle drum. At this moment, he regretted being too clever and actually figuring this out. But given the current situation, the more he knew, the faster he would die. You don't even know about your so-called ancestors? I don't know. Yi Zhuan decided to shut his mouth. He had already revealed enough. If he revealed even his secrets, he would have no value or means of survival. At that time, his life and death would all depend on this strange thought. But Li Heng didn't play by the rules. He had already seen that Yi Zhuan would definitely not speak. In that case, you can die. Visualizing the vast earth, his divine will erupted, directly using the supreme power of the earth's weight to bombard Yi Zhuan's soul. In just one strike, his soul was scattered. Not satisfied, he directly unleashed the true fire of the sun, burning the already dissipated soul and body to ashes, erasing all traces. This so-called yin energy domain shattered with a deafening roar due to the complete passing of its master. Li Heng surveyed the area, finding no one around, and quietly departed. In Beijing, at the Yi family ancestral home, in the Chengdeng Hall, a lamp suddenly went out. Chapter 95 Are kings and nobles born with a special kindness? In the inner city of Beijing, within the Wang family mansion, in a courtyard temporarily converted into a Taoist temple, the young Taoist boy sat upright on a futon, breathing deeply. With each inhale and exhale, the primordial energy of heaven and earth surged, forming a vortex of ever-flowing energy. Simultaneously, four invisible and intangible, flickering lines extended from the void, simultaneously entering the boy's body, seemingly transmitting something that made his aura even stronger. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he directly interfered with reality with his mind. With a crack, a section of the surrounding wall was instantly cleaved away, the cut surface so smooth that it couldn't slide down. What happened? Yi Zhuan was actually dead. He was shocked. He had already received a message from the Yi family, along with questions about his safety. He had promised the Yi family to protect Yi Zhuan's safety, and in return, he had received considerable benefits from them. But now, he was dead so inexplicably? There was no time to think further. His figure left an afterimage in place before his true form had already darted forward, as if teleporting. Almost instantly, he arrived in the South City, finding the spot where Yi Zhuan had died. Not a single trace was left. He surveyed the surroundings and gasped. Who or which force killed him? So thoroughly, leaving not even a trace or aura? Logically speaking, even if Yi Zhuan wasn't at the innate realm, his yin-qi bloodline should have left some clues. Was there a premeditated plot? A chill ran down the young Taoist's spine. Since arriving in Beijing City, strange things had been happening frequently, and his own divination techniques were barely effective, giving him a premonition of misfortune. Now, Yi Zhuan's sudden death only reinforced this suspicion. He tried using his Heavenly Secrets divination technique. Sure enough, unsurprisingly, he found nothing. This made him even more wary, feeling that he was definitely involved in some long-hidden scheme. Yi Zhuan's sudden death was a warning. But did they really think the Wang family was pushovers? The young Taoist priest snorted coldly, and an invisible sound wave spread out, cleansing the entire city of Begin. Pedestrians on the street felt a buzzing sound and were dizzy. But the next moment, they were unharmed, thinking it was just their imagination. In the Demon Extermination Bureau, Meng Lingayan was talking with a monk and Taoist priest. Suddenly, they sensed this invisible fluctuation. The two frowned. Was this a powerful family? What had the powerful families gone mad about now? Especially Meng Lingayan, he was furious. He hadn't even caused trouble for the powerful families yet, and they were already causing this kind of trouble? Did they really think he, Meng Lingayan, was easy to bully? In the county government office, in the backyard, a middle-aged man dressed in the official robes of a county magistrate, of medium build but with a cunning look on his face, lay on a grand chair, tapping the railing with his fingers and humming a little tune, quite happy. At this moment, he too frowned. What exactly were those people from the Wang family doing, making such a commotion? Did they know that Bian City was Ren Hai's territory? A member of my aristocratic family has been assassinated. I beg you all to come. The deep, cold, and angry words echoed in the ears of every true Key Realm Grandmaster in Bian City, seemingly concealing endless killing intent and terror, sending chills down their spines. Aside from the county government and the Demon Extermination Bureau, those who were idle, whether gang leaders or martial arts school owners, instantly became enraged. What was going on? Who was so audacious as to dare assassinate a noble family? Their scalps tingled, they felt that Bian City was about to change drastically. On the main street of the East City, Li Heng, having changed his appearance to that of a wealthy merchant, sat on the third floor of Taichung Tower, frowning. Although he wasn't at the true Key Realm, he possessed the great sun spirit body, cultivated the Taiyuan scripture, and could even interfere with the primordial energy of heaven and earth at the blood exchange realm, his perceptive power far exceeding that of ordinary people. He too sensed the fluctuations emanating from the young Taoist boy, and those angry, terrifying words. He was somewhat surprised, having thought that aristocratic families were rather slow in their dealings. He hadn't expected that this would happen so soon after he left. How long had it been? It seemed he couldn't underestimate the powerful families. As his thoughts raced, dishes were brought out one after another. Braised bear paw, rich and delicate. Ate treasure braised duck, its aroma irresistible. Crystal gourd, crystal clear. Outside was a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall, laden with various precious ingredients, its fragrance wafting as if from heaven. This Taichin restaurant was a famous establishment in Bian City. When it first opened, the owner claimed that his head chef had once worked in the imperial kitchen of the palace. He was an expert in all 108 dishes. Li Heng wanted to see if it was really that amazing. As for the powerful families, he wasn't afraid. He had erased all traces. Even if they investigated, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. At most, they could only find that he had attended the Three Mountains gathering. For now, it was best to enjoy the food. Inside the Wang family mansion, Wang Donglei, who had only taken a break to visit his younger sister, swallowed hard upon seeing the scene before him. What was going on? Why were so many true Key Realm experts at his house? He saw that the reception hall was practically filled with true Key Realm grandmasters. Their auras emanated outwards, and the tangled true Key even created vortexes of varying sizes in the air. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. Good heavens, all the well-known true Key Realm grandmasters from Bian City had come. For example, Ning Nanshan, the leader of the Jiqian gang, the underground gang leader of Bian, who was renowned throughout the surrounding area. Highly respected, his iron fists were unmatched. In his youth, he had even beaten to death this strange true Key Realm master of the Tishan martial arts school, Old Man Tishan. What was happening? Were the powerful families plotting a rebellion and seizing power? He vaguely guessed, but then he heard several shouts outside the mansion. Lord Ren of the county government has arrived. Lord Meng of the Bian Demon Extermination Division has arrived. Wang Donglei was instantly dumbfounded. The division chief. And even that skinflint Ren is here. What on earth is going on? Donglei, come here for a second. Wang Donglei was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. It was his uncle, Wang Heitao, the current head of the branch family of the Wang family in Bian City. He anxiously called out to Wang Donglei, "Uncle, what's wrong? And what's going on here? Why are so many true Key Realm cultivators here?" Slightly calming his expression, he walked towards Wang Heitao, frowning as he spoke. Wang Heitao had always been fawning over the main family, perhaps he knew something. You're back just in time. Quickly prepare some fruits, vegetables, and wine to entertain these grandmasters. Make sure they're satisfied. Wang Heitao bluntly instructed. Wait, I want to ask what happened? Wang Donglei frowned. His uncle had always been like this, never missing an opportunity to rise in status. He wasn't surprised, he could only say it was no wonder he was the head of the branch family. What else could have happened? It's actually a disaster, Wang Heitao sighed sadly. Yi Zhuan from the Yi family is dead. He was assassinated in the street. Right now, our junior uncle from the Wang family is furious and wants to find the killer. Enough of that, hurry up and prepare. This wasn't a good thing to begin with, and if we don't handle it well, it might implicate us. He continued to instruct Wang Donglei. Sigh, what a pity. Your sister could have married Yi Zhuan and become a perfect couple. He shook his head regretfully, then ran off to busy himself elsewhere. What? Yi Zhuan is dead. Upon hearing this news, Wang Donglei seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place for a long time. When he came to his senses, he felt completely dumbfounded. The terrifyingly powerful Yi Zhuan was dead? The Yi Zhuan who had been entangled with his sister was dead. He clicked his tongue, carefully considering the news. He instantly recalled his conversation with Li Heng that morning, and a chilling thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that brother Li killed Yi Zhuan? Wang Donglei felt a growing unease. Did he really dare to kill, and so quickly? Judging from the furious state of his family, they didn't seem to have found the culprit, and the killing was so seamless. But was Li Heng really that strong? Thinking this, he felt he had to confirm. So, he didn't linger there and rush back to the Demon Extermination Division to see if Li Heng was still there. Back at the Demon Extermination Division, he went straight to the courtyard where Li Heng lived. The courtyard gate was wide open. He peeked inside and saw Li Heng sitting on a stone bench, with several small dishes on the stone table, the food still steaming. Li Heng sipped a cup of wine and saw Wang Donglei. What brings you here? Want a drink? He raised his cup to Wang Donglei. Wang Donglei's burning excitement seemed to be doused with cold water, instantly calming him down. Could it be that Yi Zhuan really wasn't killed by Li Heng? Was it merely his preconceived notion? Logically speaking, Yi Zhuan's strength was so terrifying, Li Heng shouldn't have been able to kill him. After thinking for a moment, he decided to test him. Brother Li, I have good news for you, Yi Zhuan is dead. He walked into the courtyard and said happily. Oh, I see. But that's not surprising, those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. Li Heng smiled lightly, as if admitting it, yet also as if saying nothing at all. He possessed a wisp of the essence of the formless heavenly demon, transforming into a strange form when killing Yi Zhuan, and using another person's appearance when drinking at Taichan Tower. In the eyes of others, the real him had always been drinking or in seclusion here. How could anyone suspect him? Of course, it wasn't impossible to insist on suspicion, but at that point, only force could be used, a contest of who had the bigger fist. Wang Donglei was stunned upon hearing this. Brother Li, aren't you surprised? Why should I be surprised? Are kings and generals born with a special destiny? Many aristocratic families commit injustices. Perhaps someone might see injustice and kill him on the spot. So don't be arrogant, you might not be able to handle it. Li Heng spoke earnestly. Wang Donglei was somewhat dumbfounded, inwardly exclaiming, good heavens! Are kings and generals born with a special destiny? Was this Li Heng naive, or audacious? Rebellion? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 The Will of Heaven. So, is there anything else you need? Li Heng smiled slightly, looking at the stunned Wang Donglei. Wang Donglei snapped out of his daze. He smiled bitterly to himself, knowing that this was Li Heng's way of telling him to leave. It seemed that even if Li Heng wasn't the one who did it, he was still very involved. It was just a pity that he hadn't received personal confirmation. However, he was a sensible person and wouldn't push his luck. He directly bowed respectfully to Li Heng. Brother Li, Wang Donglei, will never forget your great kindness. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will not tell anyone else about what happened today. After saying this, he left naturally. Li Heng watched Wang Donglei leave, smiling faintly. This Wang Donglei was quite good at handling people, no wonder he could become a seasoned veteran in a place like the Demon Extermination Bureau. With a sigh, he began to pick up food and drink. He didn't think Wang Donglei would betray him, because that would betray himself first. He himself was capable enough to handle this matter. Inside the reception hall of the Wang family mansion, Meng Lingayan stared intently at the young Taoist boy sitting on the main seat of the futon, eyes closed in deep thought. Ren Hai, the magistrate of Bian City, watched this scene thoughtfully, but remained silent. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, like ice frozen in the void. Even the renowned true Qi realm masters dared not speak rashly, because this head of the Bian Demon Extermination Division seemed to harbor an unspeakable hatred towards this young senior from a prominent family. Finally, the young Taoist boy opened his eyes and spoke. Lord Meng, I summoned you here to question you. Why are you now acting like the host, staring at me so intently? Have I done something inappropriate? Or has your position given you enough courage? He looked at Meng Lingayan indifferently, his tone condescending, completely disregarding Meng Lingayan. In terms of age, Meng Lingayan was merely a junior. In terms of status, he was a senior member of the Wang family, able to interact on equal footing with the head of the prefectural-level Demon Extermination Bureau, while Meng Lingayan was merely the head of the county-level Demon Extermination Bureau. His address of sir was only out of respect for the Demon Extermination Bureau, as he didn't intend to break the rules. Then how should I address you, a mere Taoist? Meng Lingayan asked casually. This humble Taoist is Wang Zuanji. I did meet Lord Meng once 20 years ago. But back then, you were quite naive. Wang Zuanji smiled slightly, his words very friendly. The surrounding true Qi realm grandmasters were incredibly surprised upon hearing this. 20 years ago? Could it be the time when the Peerless Demon was sealed? Indeed, this young Taoist was a young-looking old monster. The Meng Lingayan before them was an old man. Even 20 years ago he would still be an old man, yet this young Taoist could describe Meng Lingayan as naive. One could imagine how old this old monster was. Meng Lingayan frowned slightly. An old monster who had met him once? However, he had powerful backers, so he wasn't afraid. Wang Zuanji, is that right? Then let me ask you, not long ago, didn't you injure someone on the street, causing one to fall unconscious? He revealed his true intentions. Judging by the time, his helpers should be arriving soon. He could use this time to verify his claims. Injure someone? Wang Zuanji frowned. So it was that time? What's your relationship with that unfortunate fellow? He spoke calmly, still unconvinced. HMPH, you still have the nerve to admit it? As a member of a prestigious family, you actually used your cultivation to steal a young person's fortune? According to the laws of the Great Li Dynasty, you should know the consequences. Meng Lingayan said decisively. Steal fortune? What was going on? The surrounding masters fell into deep thought. This was truly a new term. Could it be that those mysterious and unfathomable fortunes could be stolen? They thought it was some kind of invented concept. Consequences? People of the Wang family don't consider the consequences of their actions. Wang Zuanji smiled slightly. Before I met him, I consulted a divination, and it was ordained that his fortune would be taken by me. When we met, he was also plagued by bad luck, wasting his great fortune. If heaven bestows something and you don't take it, you will suffer the consequences. That's exactly it. Does the law of the Great Li Dynasty outweigh the will of heaven? Ridiculous. The will of heaven, my foot. Meng Lingayan sneered. He didn't believe such nonsense. Relying on one's cultivation to act recklessly was the old style of aristocratic families. This is not ridiculous. The will of heaven truly exists. Wang Zuanji suddenly said with some sincerity. But the next moment, his expression turned cold and indifferent. Besides, there's no need to explain this to you. You're not qualified to be a county-level demon-slaying officer. If you weren't in such an important position now, based on your interrogation just now, I should have suppressed you directly. The true Qi realm grandmaster beside him suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Meng Lingayan, that old fellow, was incredibly powerful in Bian City, practically the #1 true Qi realm cultivator. But so what? The aristocratic families still didn't take him seriously. They even started openly insulting him. From this attitude, they saw two different classes. Fine, you admit it. Then I won't keep you company. Knowing his own weakness, and having already confirmed it, Meng Lingayan didn't linger and left directly, showing no respect to Wang Zuanji. Once his helpers arrived, he would make him pay the price. Ren Hai, who had been silent all along, frowned. Why was this old guy so impulsive today? It wasn't like him at all. He actually dared to openly offend the aristocratic families? Wasn't he afraid that the various networks of connections would work together to make him lose his official position? Without the position of director of the Demon Extermination Division, wouldn't he be completely at the mercy of the aristocratic families? It's good that he's gone. Now that someone from my family has been assassinated on the street, the person or force behind it has probably been planning this for a long time. Perhaps the real culprit is even hiding among you. As he said this, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Xuanji's eyes. These true Key Realm Grandmasters immediately felt the chill of life and death, their hearts heavy. They were certain that this family member named Wang Xuanji truly intended to kill them. However, I'll give Lord Meng face and give you time. Investigate for me. If any of you find the real culprit, I won't hesitate to give you an opportunity to break through to the innate realm. This is probably what you've all been dreaming of. Wang Xuanji used a carrot-and-stick approach. I wonder if Lord Ren is satisfied with this arrangement? He looked at Ren Hai, who remained silent beside him. The true Key Realm Grandmasters were surprised. Interesting, Wang Xuanji didn't seem condescending towards Ren Hai. Could it be that Ren Hai has some extraordinary background? Ren Hai's expression gradually softened. Then I thank fellow Taoist Wang, he replied calmly. No need for thanks. I only hope that Lord Ren will show mercy. Don't bring trouble upon yourself, or no one will be able to save you. Wang Xuanji's words were full of hidden meaning. The true Key Realm Grandmasters beside him were even more puzzled. On one hand, he was telling Ren the Skinflint to show mercy, and on the other hand, he was warning him? That depends on whether fellow Taoist Wang has any sense of proportion, Ren Hai replied calmly. The true Key Realm cultivators beside them felt increasingly confused. They could understand every single word the two spoke. But why couldn't they understand it when they put it together? It was like an encrypted conversation. Don't worry, my Wang family won't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, Wang Xuanji replied calmly. Alright, you can go back now. Use all your connections to investigate. Oh, and investigate the Demon Extermination Bureau as well, the more thorough the better. Wang Xuanji added, trying to sow discord between Meng Lingayan. These true Key Realm cultivators were stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. Good heavens, some civilian forces were investigating the government? And to investigate a powerful government agency like the Demon Extermination Bureau? Isn't that tantamount to rebellion? You can rest assured, just investigate. Someone will put pressure on them, Wang Xuanji replied. He estimated that the Yi family should be exerting their influence by now. They might even send people. They were startled. Truly worthy of being a powerful family, even able to exert pressure on an agency like the Demon Extermination Bureau, which is directly under the Emperor? Alright, disperse. Don't disappoint me. Wang Xuanji waved his hand, and everyone left. The promise given by the powerful family was actually a chance to break through to the innate realm. Although they were all seasoned veterans, the kind who had eaten their fill of flatbread in their youth, they were still quite excited. What if it was true? They really had to investigate as thoroughly as possible. Wang Xuanji then called the young men from the powerful families forward. Yi Zhuan is dead, without a trace. I suspect it's a setup. As fellow aristocratic families, we should, in principle, do our best to find the real culprit, but just put on a show and avoid any real danger. Leave those dangers to the common folk. Otherwise, even I can't save you. Wang Xuanji instructed the young aristocratic families. The young families were deeply moved and nodded in agreement. Yi Zhuan was stronger than them, yet he had died mysteriously. How could they dare to join in this? They only hoped the training would begin and end quickly so they could return to their families. They sighed inwardly. The group of young aristocratic families left, leaving only Wang Xuanji in the reception hall. He then waved his hand, and the surrounding, heaven and earth energy, instantly changed, forming a map of Bian City. On the map, flashing dots of varying sizes represented the true Key Realm Grandmasters who had just arrived. Wang Xuanji watched the dots move, lost in thought. Outside the reception hall, Wang Heitao was somewhat dumbfounded. The gathering ended so quickly, he had just prepared the fruit. Ren's Heng returned to the county government office in a sedan chair. As soon as he reached the entrance, the ancient mirror above the gate, long covered in dust, suddenly lit up, shining brightly as if it were investigating all the suffering in the world and restoring order to the rivers and the nation. "This, sir." The sedan chair bearers were shocked to see this. "It's nothing, go in, pretend nothing happened," Ren Hai said calmly. He couldn't very well let him disable the tracking, could he? Now that someone had died among the powerful families, they were probably going crazy searching everywhere. Letting them monitor him was fine, it would avoid a lot of trouble. Meng Lingayan stormed back to the Demon Extermination Bureau, only to find the monk and Taoist looking at him strangely. He was taken aback, finding the old bald monk rather odd. "What, you monk, Taoist priest, abbot, a fusion of Taoism and Buddhism, do I have something on my face? Or have you gone mad and need to go to the brothel?" he said sarcastically. "Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Heavenly Venerable." The monk and Taoist chanted their newly devised fusion of Buddhist and Taoist incantations, then immediately continued, "Layman Meng, you didn't even know you were being tracked?" Chapter 97 The Burning House of the Three Realms. Tracking methods? Meng Lingayan frowned upon hearing this. "Yes, there's a tracking mark on you, Layman Meng. The person who cast the spell can use this mark to locate you. However, other than that, it won't affect you in any way." The monk and Taoist clasped their hands together and smiled slightly. "Goodness, that damned Wang Zuanji." Meng Lingayan immediately realized what was going on. It was clearly that the aristocratic Wang Zuanji who didn't trust him and directly used this method to try and find out his whereabouts. Wang Zuanji? Layman Meng, what's going on? The monk and Taoist frowned, feeling that the name sounded familiar. "What, do you know him?" Meng Lingayan observed the monk and Taoist's expressions and became surprised, then told them everything that had just happened. "I see. As for whether I know this Wang Zuanji or not, I don't really know, I just feel that the name sounds familiar." The monk and Taoist shook their heads with some emotion. "However, the Wang family is far too arrogant and domineering. You, Layman Meng, are the head of the Demon Extermination Bureau, yet they show you such disrespect. According to the laws of Dali, they should be arrested. Are you mocking me?" Meng Lingayan raised an eyebrow. "I have no such intention." The monk shook his head with a smile. "However, since Layman Meng intends to turn against that Wang Zuanji, you must already have some confidence. Has the helper you mentioned arrived yet? I don't want to need your assistance later." Soon. Meng Lingayan sighed. He hadn't even figured out how to deal with that girl, and hadn't asked her for help all these years. Now, faced with this predicament, he had no choice but to ask. When she arrived, he would likely be ridiculed. "It's good that Layman Meng is prepared, don't overdo it. So, do you need me to remove the tracking mark on your body? However, there might be some risks involved." "No need." Meng Lingayan waved his hand dismissively. "I've acted uprightly and sat honestly, so I'm not afraid of his investigation. When my helper arrives, I'll settle accounts with Wang Zuanji and erase the traces. Right now, we should avoid any unforeseen complications." Meng Lingayan then chatted with the monk and Taoist for a while. When they talked about Li Heng, Meng Lingayan sighed, recounting his choice between Meng Hao and Li Heng. The monk and Taoist fell silent for a moment, then, for the first time ever, questioned Meng Lingayan, asking if he'd lost his mind, which angered the old man. However, the monk and Taoist's words, though rough, were not without merit. Looking at the current situation, his initial choice had indeed been foolish, leaving Meng Lingayan with mixed feelings, like a jumbled mess of emotions. "Layman Meng, it's never too late to mend your ways," the monk and Taoist said meaningfully. Meng Lingayan sighed, not replying. How could he not know this principle? But he had personally chosen Meng Hao, how could he possibly lose face? Not to mention, if Meng Hao, once he regained consciousness, knew about this, he would probably commit suicide. He knew his adopted son's personality very well. "Forget it, Layman Meng, you should think it over carefully. Young Layman Meng is currently unconscious. Even if he wakes up, his foundation is almost completely destroyed, his future is blocked, and he cannot bear your inheritance. Not to mention, given his personality, he is not suitable for this inheritance." The monk and the Taoist had a heart-to-heart talk with Meng Lingayan. Now, this was the monk and the Taoist's sincere advice. Upon hearing this, Meng Lingayan was about to speak when he heard hurried shouts from outside the courtyard. The next moment, the courtyard gate slammed against the walls with a bang, causing the dust on the walls to fall off, and the doorway open wide. "Chief, Something terrible has happened. A minor official rushed in from outside, looking anxious. What happened? Tell me slowly. Meng Lingayan frowned. Those Yamen runners from the county government have a search warrant, saying they want to search our demon extermination division to see if there's a murderer here, the clerk gasped, speaking hastily. What? How dare they? Meng Lingayan sneered, his aura exploding, creating a strong wind within a 5 zang radius, rustling the willow trees in the courtyard. I'll see if it's Renhai or Wang Zuanji. With that, he strode away. The monk and Taoist watched Meng Lingayan leave, shaking their heads. Truly, these are turbulent times. He felt the gradually increasing yin energy around him, his face filled with sorrow. The 3 realms are without peace, like a burning house, filled with suffering, truly terrifying. The heavenly venerable was indeed right. A group of Yamen runners stood at the gate of the demon extermination division. Leading them was a burly, fierce-looking guard who had recently been stationed at the inner city gate. He looked at the demon extermination division before him, and the demon extermination envoys blocking the entrance, his face filled with sorrow. Why was he always the one doing this offending thing? Renhai, you bastard, he cursed inwardly. How, who is it? It's you, little fellow. His voice preceded his appearance. In an instant, Meng Lingayan appeared before them, his face cold and stern, causing Xing Xiaowei to break out in a cold sweat. Speak, Constable Xing Yuang, what crime has our demon extermination division committed? He said calmly, looking at Xing Hai. Chief Meng, this is our search warrant. Please grant us this favor. Xing Yuang forced a smile. Despite his burly frame, he looked like a chick in front of the old man Meng Lingayan. Is this Renhai's order, or Wang Zuanji's? I don't know. Xing Yuang swallowed hard. Seeing Xing Yuang's apparent ignorance, Meng Lingayan snatched the search warrant from his hand. Upon closer inspection, he frowned. This search warrant was issued by the government office? It seemed this wasn't Renhai's order. Just as he expected, Wang Zuanji and his group of aristocratic fools had begun to exert pressure. So what? Although the prefectural government was indeed a level above his county-level exorcism division, they were different systems. Thinking of this, he planned to send the constables back directly. At this moment, a minor official from the exorcism division suddenly ran over. Chief, news came from the prefectural government, asking us to cooperate with a local county government's investigation. He swallowed hard and said this. The prefectural government? Who gave the order? Meng Lingayan was shocked. He had already overestimated the powerful families, but how could they put pressure on the exorcism division? Who had been corrupted by the powerful families? It seemed they were truly deeply entrenched, even able to interfere with the exorcism division. It was Lord Jin from the prefectural government who gave the order. A man surnamed Jin? He frowned. Suddenly realizing something. Sir, may we go in? Xing Yuang asked cautiously from the side. Meng Lingayan came back to his senses. Come in, investigate thoroughly. But Constable Xing, you should consider the consequences. He left after saying this. He would tolerate this for now. Wang Zuanji, and especially that guy surnamed Jin, aren't they just trying to use their power to retaliate against me because she's temporarily away? Wait until she arrives, they'll all be in for a world of hurt. Meng Lingayan was extremely displeased and secretly vowed. Li Heng, on the other hand, continued eating and drinking. His martial arts technique deduction and fusion was nearing completion, so he wasn't stingy with the time. At the same time, he began to plan his future path, deciding where to use his 1,000 points of source power. If his estimation was correct, 1,000 points of source power could manifest something that had reached the innate level. For example, if his visualized Great Sun reached the innate level, he could manifest it, just like the Great Sun Dharma image he had manifested before. Currently, his visualized Great Sun was only at 30% progress, based on the Great Sun visualization diagram, not yet reaching the true innate level. Only when it reached 50%, breaking through the critical point, would it be considered innate. Therefore, he planned to wait until his visualized Great Sun broke through the critical point, reaching 50%, before using 1,000 points of source power to manifest it and reach the innate level. He already possessed a semi-manifested Great Sun Dharma image, so this wasn't exactly a manifestation created from nothing, but rather an enhancement based on that foundation. Excluding the costs of creating something from nothing, these 1,000 points of source power could even allow the Great Sun Dharma image to reach the level of innate supreme strength. At that point, He wouldn't fear even the emergence of the female demon. He could even suppress that little wench. However, a lack of foresight leads to immediate trouble. These 1,000 points of source power were his entire fortune. Once spent, they would be gone. Therefore, he still needed to actively hunt down strange beings to acquire source power and avoid becoming poor again. He decided that once his martial arts deduction and fusion were complete, and his combat power had reached a higher level, he would go to the merit hall to accept a mission. The people of Begin City were currently suffering terribly. Hunting down strange beings was his duty. Li Heng nodded in satisfaction and took another sip of wine. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the courtyard. What was going on? Chickens and dogs were running around. This place was usually very quiet. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was such a spoilsport. Immediately, he saw several constables appear at his door. He raised an eyebrow. What was going on? What were the county constables doing at the Exorcism Bureau? Greetings, Exorcist brother. We are here on orders from the prefecture to search the Exorcism Bureau. We are conducting routine business and apologize for the inconvenience. However, we ask for your cooperation. Along with the constables appeared Xingyuang. He hadn't even seen who was in the courtyard yet, and he spoke so politely, practically giving the Exorcism Bureau a lot of face. So it's you, searching the Exorcism Bureau? What happened? Li Heng smiled in surprise and asked. Xingyuang suddenly froze. Why did that voice sound so familiar? He looked closely. So it's you? He was somewhat surprised. He had only just begun his investigation and had already encountered this ruthless man who had single-handedly solved the flower boat mystery. May I ask your name, and what happened? Li Heng continued to emphasize. Oh, my name is Xingyuang, a constable from the county government. A murder occurred on the street today, and we were ordered by our superiors to search the Demon Extermination Division. It's just routine business. I didn't expect to bother you, brother. Xingyuang gave an awkward smile. Oh? This man is so bold? Have you found the suspect? Li Heng continued to laugh. No, the Demon Extermination Division is upright and strict. How could anyone commit murder in the street? I trust you, brother, so I won't disturb your drinking. He winked at the constable beside him, signaling them to hurry up and leave. He had already offended many people. He couldn't afford to offend such a ruthless person. Anyway, he was just putting on an act. Even if there really was a murderer here, he didn't want to find any. Chapter 98, Search ends. Officer Xing, are you sure you're really not going to search me? Li Heng asked calmly as Xingyuang tried to leave. Xingyuang was slightly taken aback, unsure of Li Heng's intentions. This was the first time he'd encountered such a request. If Officer Xing conducts routine searches on everyone else's premises but makes an exception for mine, wouldn't that make me seem special? So, I'd really appreciate it if Officer Xing would do me this favor. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Xingyuang's forehead. Indeed, he hadn't considered this possibility. Although he didn't suspect Li Heng, if others found out about his special treatment, they might report it to their superiors, causing serious trouble. Thank you for the reminder. May I ask your name, brother? Xingyuang smiled awkwardly, somewhat grateful. He was often ostracized in the county government, and the constables around him weren't his confidants. They might accuse him of dereliction of duty after returning home, making his situation even more precarious. This would not only implicate Li Heng but also him. Li Heng, Constable Xing, please. Li Heng nodded slightly, indicating that they should come in and search at will. Having received permission, Xingyuang and his men didn't delay, searching the courtyard and even checking the rooms. Of course, this was just for show. They didn't expect to find anything. Alright, we've checked everything, no problems. After only a few glances, Xingyuang patted his chest and assured them. We'll move on to the next house, goodbye brotherly. With that, they left. Li Heng was somewhat speechless. This was truly formalism. They didn't even touch the items in the courtyard and rooms. Was it really just for show? However, observing Xingyuang's expression, it wasn't surprising. He probably didn't want to search in the first place. The county Yaman's constables had brought in the Demon Exorcism Division to search? Old Master Meng hadn't objected, or rather, he had objected, but to no avail? Li Heng smiled faintly. It seemed the powerful families were truly desperate. They were probably using all their connections to exert pressure. Soon, the search of the Demon Exorcism Division was completed. Xingyuang immediately assembled his team and fled the area. Leading the constables in searching the exorcism division was tantamount to humiliating these exorcists, offending countless people. Now that the mission was over, were they just waiting to be beaten to death if they didn't run? Meng Lingayan watched the constables leave with a gloomy expression. He realized that Wang Zuanji didn't actually want to find anything in his exorcism division, he just wanted to send a message, warning him to behave and not challenge authority. Otherwise, this so-called search might happen several more times, perhaps even with increasing intensity. At the county government gate, a bright mirror hung high, reflecting the light of the midday sun, shining brilliantly like a small sun. Xingyuan led his constables back, and was taken aback. What happened? Wasn't the mirror covered in soot? Why is it so bright now? Did that bastard Renhai go up and wipe the soot off? He shook his head. It was truly a rare sight. The thought crossed his mind, and he stepped over the tall threshold, a threshold that an ordinary person would likely trip over if not paying attention, and entered the main hall to report. Reporting to you, sir, the exorcism division has found no suspects. He looked at Renhai, who sat leisurely in the hall, toying with 2 glass marbles in his right hand, and reported this. Although he was furious with Renhai, he was, after all, his superior. Rank was everything. He could curse inwardly but dared not openly express his dissatisfaction. All right, I understand. You can go back and rest. Renhai didn't even blink. Sir, are we done already? Xingyuan was taken aback. Wasn't this a major case? Why were they resting now? Was it necessary to be so perfunctory? What, you're so concerned? I advise you not to worry about things unnecessarily, lest you get yourself into trouble and implicate me. Go back and guard the city gates properly, the rest is none of our business. Renhai waved his hand dismissively, sending Xingyuan away. Xingyuan's face fell. Even if this matter was dangerous, he was actually willing to investigate. Because it was much more interesting than the tedious task of guarding the city gate. At the Demon Extermination Bureau, Li Heng finally finished his wine and food. His martial arts technique deduction and fusion were also nearing completion. It was time to get down to business. Just as he was about to put away the dishes, Meng Lingayan's figure appeared quietly. He was slightly surprised. Grandpa, what brings you here? What, can't I come to see you? You've come at the wrong time, I just finished eating. If you had come a little faster, perhaps I could have gotten a drink. Li Heng smiled faintly. You little brat, do you think this old man looks like someone who'd freeload? Meng Lingayan said irritably. It's not a matter of whether I'll look like it or not, but whether I am or not. Li Heng's words sounded very serious. You, well, never mind, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Did those constables give you any trouble? Meng Lingayan changed the subject. No, they were quite well behaved and polite. It seems that Xingyuan, that kid, knows a thing or two. Upon hearing this, Meng Lingayan nodded slightly, his anger easing somewhat. So what exactly happened that made county officials come to our Demon Extermination Division to search? Given their status, they don't seem to have the authority. Li, the culprit, asked knowingly. It's nothing serious. I just found out. A scion of a noble family was assassinated on the street, and they couldn't find the killer, so the noble family went crazy searching everywhere. Meng Lingayan waved his hand dismissively. Hell, I'd say it's better if you were dead. There's a saying that even innocent people like carriage drivers, boatmen, innkeepers, and spies should be killed. Noble families are just like that. Meng Lingayan's words were filled with murderous intent. Li Heng was speechless. Good heavens, the old man seemed to be really angry, speaking without thinking. Did he forget that their highest-ranking superior, the Emperor of Dali, was also from a noble family? But at this moment, he was too lazy to expose Meng Lingayan. Born into modern society, he held little reverence for imperial power. Even so, they wouldn't have found the Demon Extermination Bureau, would they? This was Li Heng's question. When he killed the Qi family member, he had concealed all traces. The Great Sun True Fire had even burned away the aura of both of them. Meng Lingayan felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. Actually, this matter is a bit my fault. He gave a wry smile and told Li Heng everything that had just happened. After all, it wasn't a secret. Li Heng suddenly understood. Looks like you're not old yet, old man, still able to indulge in youthful exuberance, he teased, finally relieved. He had been speculating whether the aristocratic families had used swift and decisive methods, employing some kind of causal calculation technique, to find the Demon Extermination Bureau. Now it seemed he had been overthinking it. "Good lad, you're teasing this old man again," Meng Lingayan laughed and scolded, but he quickly calmed down. "I was indeed a bit impulsive, but a little impulsiveness isn't necessarily a bad thing. The helper I invited is almost here, and I'm not afraid of Wang Zuanji." Li Heng nodded slightly. Even if the helper Meng Lingayan mentioned didn't arrive, and the monk Taoist didn't intervene, he still had ways to deal with Wang Zuanji. 1,000 points of source power could overwhelm him. However, in that case, the previous plan would be ruined. "Aren't you even a little curious about who that helper is?" Meng Lingayan asked, his tone suddenly shifting. "Why would I be curious? Even a fool could guess from your expression back then, old man." Li Heng scoffed. "So what did you guess? What do you think I guessed? Or rather, old man, why are you asking me this, and what did you guess? What is your purpose in coming here?" Li Heng smiled slightly. Meng Lingayan's expression stiffened. This kid was truly clever. He couldn't help but shake his head, somewhat impressed. All right, we're not busy anymore. I'm sure you've guessed it already. Actually, the helper is a woman." Li Heng nodded. "Wasn't that obvious? This helper is a woman, and she has a close relationship with you, old man. For example." He suddenly interrupted Meng Lingayan, wanting to state his guess directly. This old man was rather awkward. It was better to expose him quickly. But Meng Lingayan suddenly interrupted him. "Wait, don't speak, and don't guess. I came here to ask you, what do young people give each other these days, and what do they say to ease tensions?" The old man suddenly said this, speaking very quickly. Li Heng suddenly realized, good heavens, he came to him for relationship advice? He couldn't help but shake his head, not intending to expose him, and casually mentioned a few things and some items, just to get rid of this old man. Are these things and things really useful? Meng Lingayan listened, stunned and hesitant. He seriously suspected that Li Heng was trying to trick him. If these things and actions didn't work, he would lose all face. Li Heng wasn't annoyed and explained the reasons and benefits to him. This old man was so old, and he still didn't know this kind of thing? Even a single guy like him knew what to do. What made him think he could have had that kind of relationship with someone when he was young? Hearing Li Heng's advice, Meng Lingayan nodded, as if he had seen the door to a new world, inwardly praising how wonderful it was. "Thank you so much, thank you. If it succeeds, I'll give you a big gift." His face beamed with joy, as if he had been rejuvenated, and then he hurriedly left to prepare the gift. Li Heng watched Meng Lingayan leave, lost in thought. He vaguely felt that this wasn't the main reason Meng Lingayan had come here. However, it seemed that halfway through the conversation, the old man wasn't going to reveal the most important thing. Instead, he was using this kind of a question as a cover. He shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh well, whatever. If he doesn't want to say it, he doesn't want to say it. Perhaps fate will bring it up when the time is right. Anyway, he didn't care, even if it involved some incredible opportunity. With a thought, the data panel reappeared. At this moment, the progress of the martial arts fusion deduction was almost full, reaching 99%, which was his great opportunity. Chapter 99 Techniques can communicate with a divine. Sword, fist, leg, palm. 5 different types of martial arts techniques, fused together and upgraded by the data panel, will evolve into true key realm martial art. Of course, Li Heng prefers to call it a martial scripture. This reminds him of a certain figure known as one of the top 10 martial artists, who cultivated 10 martial arts techniques and used his fundamental cultivation method to control them, crushing a 1,000-year-old monster under his feet. However, his path is even more sublime than that of the prodigy among the top 10 martial artists. The reason is that he is not only deducing and fusing methods of killing, but also hoping to glimpse a trace of the essence of martial arts. From technique to method, from method to the fundamental way. Suddenly, the deduction and fusion progress reached 100%. In Li Heng's mind, it was as if a cosmic explosion had occurred, and a vast amount of information emerged from nothing and burst forth. It involved 5 aspects: sword, fist, leg, and palm, specializing yet inseparable, forming a unified whole, belonging to the same martial arts path. He closed his eyes, his expression one of enlightenment. The next moment, his body moved with a roar, unleashing 5 martial arts techniques: sword, fist, leg, and palm. His speed and the ease with which he executed them were so masterful that they even created afterimages. Even more astonishingly, despite the speed and power, creating gusts of wind, the various decorations in the room remained unaffected and undamaged. Only a gentle breeze blew by. After a long while, everything subsided. Li Heng opened his eyes, his expression bright, brimming with barely concealed joy. His martial arts comprehension had reached the peak of the true Key Realm Grandmaster. He could effortlessly wield the 5 martial arts techniques, sword, fist, leg, and palm, and as for other techniques, he could easily grasp their essence by observing a few. Li Heng even felt he was only one step away from mastering them. If he could reach the innate realm, further broadening his horizons, he might even be able to use this martial arts comprehension to its fullest potential, evolving a great martial arts divine power, achieving divine power through skill. The pinnacle of skill is close to the Dao. This was an undeniable, intuitive feeling. His last weakness should finally be addressed. His cultivation technique included the Taiyuan scripture, and his methods of combat included a martial arts manual that combined 5 different martial arts techniques. His soul possessed the pure Yang soul refining secret technique, and his body was the great sun spiritual body. In Taoist terms, it was the dual cultivation of body and spirit. Li Heng looked at the data panel. Following his will, the techniques derived from the fusion of the 5 martial arts techniques manifested the name martial scripture. Of course, using those 2 words now was too arrogant. But what about later? As long as he possessed source power, countless methods of combat would be incorporated into it. At that time, it would absolutely deserve the name martial scripture, encompassing all martial arts under heaven. His thoughts calmed, and he looked out the window at the sky. It was already afternoon, still early before evening. Li Heng pondered for a moment and decided to go to the merit hall to accept a mission. He was idle anyway, so he might as well earn some source power and see if there was any opportunity to break through to the true Key Realm. His current accumulation is gradually becoming sufficient. He pushed open the gate, walked out of the courtyard, and headed towards the Hall of Merit. Outside the 3 mountains gathering, a middle-aged woman dressed in a plain robe, with a stern expression that deterred ordinary thugs from approaching, yet possessing a beautiful face and still retaining her charm, frowned. She had long known about the situation here, but she hadn't expected it to be this serious. Endless yin energy surged directly from that ghostly place, beginning to permeate the heavens and earth. If this continued, the yin energy would overwhelm the yang energy, turning this area into a ghostly realm. That was a foregone conclusion. What exactly was Ling Yun doing? She entered the 3 mountains gathering, only to find it sparsely populated, with only a handful of people, a far cry from the usual bustling gathering. She was filled with a sense of mixed emotions, but also with deep doubts. She had heard reports that a ghostly realm enveloped the gathering, but it suddenly disappeared in the middle of the night, with almost no one dead. So, had the female demon sealed here broken free? Broken free, but not completely? Even so, it's unlikely that not many people died. She could already shroud this gathering with her own demonic domain. Wouldn't she take this opportunity to absorb some spiritual energy to help herself break free of her seal? Could that female demon possibly have a change of heart? Impossible. She knew some things about that female demon. In pursuit of immortality and power, she was willing to fall into demonic possession, become a monster, and then kill her entire family. Would such a demon have a conscience? She shook her head, finding her thoughts somewhat laughable. Huh? What's this? Suddenly, her gaze shifted to a child playing in the street. In her vision, the child was flickering with firelight, possessing a righteous, supremely powerful force. She was startled. What kind of flame was this? And whose handiwork was it? She, Ma Suxun, dared to swear that even her own yang extreme true flame was not as vast or luminous as the flame within this child. Sensing it closely, she could even sense its domineering power, a feeling that made her heart pound. Curious, she couldn't help but step forward to ask, "Child, what's your name?" She crouched down, speaking gently, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. If nothing had gone wrong, she might have a child now. I'm called Lu Sun. What do you want?" Lu Sun grabbed the spinning top from the ground, clutching it to his chest, watching Ma Suxun warily, afraid she'd snatch it away. Lu Sun? Ma Suxun frowned, puzzled. Among aristocratic families, there didn't seem to be a Lu family, right? A hidden family? However, the child didn't seem to have any aristocratic blood. It seemed this flame was given by an outsider. But who is this person? To possess such a powerful flame? It seemed they must be as an ancient expert, perhaps even stronger than her. Indeed, her decision to come was right. Not only had she witnessed Ling Yun surrender, but she had also seen such terrifying power. A worthwhile trip. Who are your elders? Where do you live? Ma Suxun continued gently. Before she finished speaking, Lu Xun didn't hesitate at all, turning and running away. His mother had said before that most people asking such questions were not good people and were trying to kidnap him. She watched Lu Xun run away, speechless. Although she had killed hundreds, if not thousands, of people in her hands, was she really that fierce now? Never mind, business is more important. This child seems to live here and can't run away. She'll investigate later when she has time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if she incurred the wrath of the powerful figure behind it all. She didn't believe her own flames were invincible. What number one exorcist? Just old fogies boasting. With a stomp of her foot, Ma Suxun soared into the sky. Continuing to harness the energy of heaven and earth, she flew towards Begin City. Meanwhile, the female demon was inhaling and exhaling yin energy within the ceiling array, trying to recover from previous losses in preparation for breaking free later. Suddenly, she frowned, a look of surprise on her face. What's going on? Another innate being has arrived in this small place? She looked at the yin demon embryo with worry. She just wanted to nurture this little guy properly, so why were there so many unexpected factors? No, she had to speed things up. She had to finish before the first node began. The thought had barely formed in her mind when she became even more enthusiastic about teaching the yin demon embryo. On the way to the Hall of Merit, Li Heng frowned. What had that female demon gone mad about? Suddenly, she was stuffing everything into the yin demon embryo, like a cramming session. If it weren't for the yin demon embryo's extraordinary talent, it probably wouldn't be able to digest it. What could have made this female demon so impatient? Had the great calamity accelerated again? Visualizing his heavenly eye, he observed the surrounding world. The yin energy was still gradually increasing, but the speed hadn't increased dramatically. However, if this continued, it would eventually erupt completely. He couldn't help but shake his head, thinking the female demon had simply lost her mind. Arriving at the Hall of Merit, he saw a slightly larger number of people. Li Heng knew this was a bad sign, indicating that many exorcists stationed in the countryside had been recalled to deal with various strange events. The situation in Begin City seemed to be getting increasingly tense. Without checking the mission posting board, he went directly to find Wang Donglei. As a seasoned veteran of the Merit Hall, Wang Donglei should know which missions were dangerous and which were easy to slack off on. He only needed to accept dangerous missions that offered source energy rewards. Upon arriving at Wang Donglei's side, Li Heng saw him looking worried. Why are you so worried again? Are your aristocratic relatives causing you trouble again? Wang Donglei looked up and saw it was Li Heng. He managed a slight smile. Brother Li, please excuse my embarrassment. What mission do you want to take? However, it's best not to take any missions for a while. You have plenty of time to rest. Taking them now might just annoy people. Annoy people? What do you mean by that? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Brother Li should know about the Yamen runners searching our place today. With your intelligence, you should know that this is actually an attempt to annoy our demon extermination division. So, this kind of annoyance won't be a one-off. Wang Donglei sighed. Now, when exorcists go out on missions, they are often obstructed or monitored by gangs and forces in Begin City. They do whatever they can to annoy them, and many exorcists have already returned to complain. Those third-rate forces dare to make things difficult for the Exorcism Bureau? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Even if the Great Li dynasty was corrupt, it could still suppress the entire country. And the Exorcism Bureau, as a special violent institution, should theoretically be even less likely to be provoked. Those third-rate forces certainly wouldn't dare, but they have someone backing them up. As for who that is, I'm sure you've guessed, Brother Li. It's my elder from the Wang family. So please excuse my predicament. Wang Donglei shook his head, somewhat troubled. He was caught in the middle, and nothing he did pleased him. Especially since the Wang family knew he was a minor official in the Exorcism Bureau, they instructed him to annoy those exorcists. But even if he had such thoughts, he wouldn't dare. Wouldn't he be beaten to death by those exorcists? I see, that's all right then. Li Heng smiled and shook his head. Can you recommend a few missions for me? Chapter 100. A ghost soldiers reappear. A recommended task? Wang Donglei was somewhat surprised. Brother Li, there are tons of them on the task bulletin board, you don't need me to recommend one, right? Oh, I see, you want to take on some easy tasks? That makes sense, you haven't stopped lately, taking on some easy tasks is only natural. Before Li Heng could speak, Wang Donglei had already realized. Brother Li, how about this task? He took out a piece of paper covered in writing from under the counter. I just finished writing this task, I haven't had time to post it on the task bulletin board yet. But this task is definitely easy, take it without worry. He smiled smugly and gestured for Li Heng to take a look. Li Heng glanced at it, his face showing surprise. Some people in Begin City are experiencing weakness and fatigue. Please investigate immediately and report the results. A reward of 500 merit points will be given? Yes, that's right. Wang Donglei was even more smug. This mission is quite rare. An investigation doesn't require fighting the supernatural. The mission location is also within Begin City, so there's no need to worry about entering any mysterious places. I wonder if this mission suits Brother Li's taste? He looked at Li Heng expectantly. As a seasoned socialite, he knew very well that if someone helped you once, you should help them back in return. This shows your worth in making friends. Of course, it's best to only help a small amount. This means the favor isn't fully repaid, which means you can continue to maintain the relationship and repay the favor. This avoids the awkward situation of having no reason to help after repaying the favor. Li Heng frowned and didn't reply. He carefully examined the paper filled with information. Weakness, exhaustion? He quickly thought of the land temple built by the powerful Wang Zuanji family. These people showing symptoms of weakness seem to still live around those land temples. What, Brother Li, is it not to your liking? Seeing Li Heng frown, Wang Donglei's heart skipped a beat. No way, this is the easiest task the Exorcist Division has ever done, it's just an investigation. If you want to be even lazier, you can just stroll around the streets and jot down a few notes. It's like going out for fun and earning merit points. Normally, investigation tasks like this would be snapped up by seasoned exorcists who'd been waiting for ages. As soon as they were posted on the bulletin board, they wouldn't stay there for even a second longer. Are you not satisfied with the difficulty? He pressed. If Brother Li thinks it's too difficult, I have. Too easy. Li Heng interrupted Wang Donglei, saying calmly. Too easy. Wang Donglei was about to say that he had a few other easier tasks. But Li Heng's words left him dumbfounded. Good grief, there's an exorcist who thinks the task is too easy? He's refusing the merit points that are practically handed to him? Recommend a more difficult task, preferably one with a real, powerful anomaly. Li Heng stated his requirements. He could roughly guess the truth behind the resident's weakness, but he couldn't be bothered with it. After all, no one had died, and the mastermind was a powerful family, killing them wouldn't yield any source energy. He'd rather waste time killing the monsters. Perhaps this whole affair was already tacitly accepted. When Ren Hai, the county magistrate, took office, he directly destroyed a local temple. Now, he sat idly by while powerful families built more. Seemingly indifferent. This phenomenon was enough to make one's imagination run wild. At most, if it was on his way, he could perhaps cause some trouble, since, strictly speaking, he had already incurred the wrath of powerful families. Even if the families didn't know of his existence. Brother Li, are you sure you want a difficult task? Wang Donglei asked tentatively, somewhat puzzled. Did Li Heng have a grudge against the monsters? Perhaps he had relied on his younger sister since childhood, only to have her die at the hands of a monster? His mind began to wander. Yes, please recommend one. Li Heng glanced at Wang Donglei, bringing him back to his senses. Alright, I don't have many if it's difficult. I wonder if this task is suitable for Brother Li? Some time ago, in the western city, ghostly soldiers appeared at night. Several demon-slaying envoys accepted this task, but when the day came, only their decapitated corpses appeared, extremely horrifying, so no one dared to take it since. He then pushed out a piece of paper covered in writing and handed it to Li Heng. Li Heng frowned again. This made Wang Donglei pause in surprise. What was going on? It wasn't to his liking again? This task was already very difficult. They had even considered ignoring the case altogether. After all, not many people had died because of this. Alright, I'll take it. Li Heng handed over a token for Wang Donglei to register his information. Wang Donglei was dumbfounded, suddenly finding Li Heng somewhat unpredictable. He didn't take it when he frowned earlier, but he took it now? Is this the kind of master who can kill geniuses from aristocratic families? He said he couldn't understand it. However, he also had his professional ethics. After a brief moment of surprise, he registered according to the rules, asking no more questions. Knowing too many secrets wouldn't be good for either of them. Retrieving his token, Li Heng bid farewell to Wang Donglei and walked out of the Demon Extermination Division through the east gate of the Merit Hall, pondering the appearance of the Yin soldiers. He had thought the Yin soldier incident had ended after the destruction of the Zhang family's ghost realm, but unexpectedly, Yin soldiers were still appearing in the West City? Could it be that the Yin soldiers in the West City were unrelated to the Zhang family's Yin soldiers? Or perhaps they weren't closely related? Various speculations arose in his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Whatever, he'd go and see. For him, the more Yin soldiers, the better, because it meant he could earn more source power. Arriving at the inner city gate, he saw Xingyuang standing like an iron tower. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. He thought Constable Xing wouldn't have to guard the city anymore, but it turned out he was still guarding it. Officer Xing, is the search over? Xingyuang was taken aback, turning around to look. Oh, it's Brother Li. Another mission from the Demon Extermination Division? My search is indeed finished. I'm back guarding the gate again, he said with a hint of self-deprecation. Li Heng nodded slightly. He could tell that Officer Xing had probably offended someone. It was probably that Magistrate Ren, known among the people as Ren the Skinflint. Otherwise, with Xingyuang's blood exchange realm cultivation, wouldn't he be a head constable? Or perhaps he already was, but without the real power, sent to guard the city gate. Xingyuang hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. Brother Li, you probably know the current situation of your Demon Extermination Division. Once you get to the outer city, many underworld gangs will likely monitor your movements or try to annoy you in various ways. Don't act rashly at this time, they have powerful backers. He gave Li Heng some sincere advice. Li Heng's expression was playful. Was it really that bad? Given the arrogance of aristocratic families, they probably wouldn't have come up with such a method. It's likely just subordinates trying to guess their superiors' intentions, thinking they'd receive various rewards for doing so. But he was too lazy to act impulsively. He could kill someone with a single slap now. Was that impulsive? Just a casual slap. Seeing Li Heng's expression, Xingyuang smiled bitterly to himself. This Brother Li probably didn't take his words to heart. Although he was indeed very strong, even solving the flower boat mystery, these people were despicable, with no bottom line. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? They just wanted him to make a move, so they could seize the opportunity to curry favor with their bosses. After thinking it over, he didn't say these things aloud. Speaking too much to someone you barely know is a major taboo. This Brother Li was young and full of vigor. How could he possibly listen to the advice of an old fox like him? He'd probably have to suffer a big fall before he learned his lesson. Thank you, Constable Xing. I'll head out now. Leaving the inner city for the outer city didn't require going through any strict checks. Li Heng thanked him and stepped straight out of the inner city. As soon as he stepped out and onto a main street, Li Heng noticed some eyes fixed on him. Looking over, he saw 3 or 5 thugs who looked extremely intimidating. After a moment's thought, he walked directly towards them. The thugs in the distance were taken aback by this. Good heavens, where did this fool come from? He actually dared to look their way? Did this exorcist think things were still the same as before? They couldn't help but laugh. It seemed another credit was in their hands. After laughing, they didn't stop in their tracks and immediately stepped forward to meet him. Exorcist, we have something to report. Yes, we've discovered something strange. Look, there's a toilet over there, and inside the toilet is a toilet ghost. Go check it out. They pointed to a dry toilet in the distance, grinning maliciously. Li Heng stopped, saying nothing. The thugs were taken aback, their expressions turning hostile. What, does this exorcist intend to neglect his duties? Your exorcism division has a rule that whenever a citizen reports something strange, you must immediately go and resolve it. Have you forgotten that rule? By the way, I heard the exorcism division has a murderer. Do you know about it? If you do, you'd better tell us honestly, and we won't make things difficult for you. They said sarcastically. Which gang are you from? Li Heng asked. What gang? "We don't know." They immediately denied it, claiming they were just thugs and didn't know any gangs. It made sense. Those who frequent gangs were generally not stupid, so why would they honestly reveal their background? The exorcism division was, after all, a special violent institution. How could they possibly confront them directly? Heng shook his head. He understood the gang's tactics. They wanted to force him to act, then accuse the exorcism division of murder, injury, and damaging its reputation. Their behavior was truly befitting of the lowest of the low. What? Do you think this demon exorcist wants to make a move? The demon exorcist doesn't exorcise demons, he slays monsters, but instead wants to attack us ordinary people? Are you trying to bully us? Come on, attack. Do you think we're afraid of you? These thugs launched into their usual rhetoric. Heng didn't answer, simply patting them on the shoulder. Then, he turned and left with a flourish, heading towards the West City, leaving behind the thugs frozen in place, unable to move. He had subdued them with his strength, incidentally destroying some things, ensuring their peaceful lives from now on, preventing them from having to fight to the death. Thinking of his compassionate heart, Heng felt a pang of emotion. He truly deserved to be called a great philanthropist. At this moment, Ma Suksun also arrived above Bein City. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.